topics, whether conscious or cosmic. It's never nonsense, mega levels are microscopic. It's a Killah Priest project, AD control the rocket. Before we land the plane, many things we engage and explain. The unexplained, without mask. Welcome to the Killah Priest podcast. Killah Priest podcast. Okay, I'm unmuted. Oh, peace to everyone that's in the Podcraft. Peace to y'all. Happy holidays to everyone who's enjoying themselves. Hold on. Let me get it right. Everybody that's enjoying themselves, shout out to AD, A Dizzle. Welcome to the episode of Killah Priest Podcraft. You see who in the background. We ain't see him in a minute. He was sick. Hey, Rasul. Yo, so I want to say this. Hold on, let me make it bigger so I can see the craft room.
Yeah.
Yo, today is going to be a very beautiful episode. It's going to feature a lot of things that people don't want to talk about, that we have to initially talk about. Welcome, if you're just joining, welcome to the Killah Priest Podcraft. I'm your host, Brother Glow. Running the rocket is none other than AD A Dizzle.
Yeah, peace. Welcome back. It's going to be a wild show. You already know. Let's go.
Shout out to our architects. Shout out to Black Lodge, and shout out to Coach Kandaka and Voltage.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of people are at home today. They're cooking the food.
Yeah.
Make sure there's no MSG in it.
Mm-hmm.
Make sure there's no government herbs that they put in there to keep us dumbfounded. You have to know that if you're on point. Know that a lot of the drugs that they put inside your food is poisoning you and slowing you down. It's time to shame the devil. Hold on, put me on. I'm about to go in.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yep.
Yeah. So MSG, it's symptoms that's in there that makes it's addictive. Now, one person can't eat one chip. I never heard a person eat one potato chip, and that was it.
Mm-hmm.
None. When you do the research, and this is important for everyone out there, I want to talk to the craft right now. Do your research. Don't go for what the government is telling you, because they've been lying to you from the beginning. They've been lying to you from nursery school till now. You have to take full control of your own life if you want to grow. Anything other than that, you are stuck in the matrix, and that's their system. They're going to get you. They want everything that you have, and they want you under the paradigm that they are the new gods of the planet Earth, which is a star. Planet Earth is a star. Don't let them tell you anything. The Earth glows just like the other planets. When you look at the other planets, you see a symbolic message from the tetragrammaton, which being in the hemisphere, which is us. I'm going into that. Should I do my what's that? Yes, you can't allow them to. And let me tell you something. Real leaders and teachers don't wait to go to school. The school teaches them. So when you're initiated, you are chosen by the uninfathomable energy source, creating positive energy direct down, just as a plant takes sunlight and convert it into photogenics, which makes water into fruit. It gives water shape and form, which a liquefied substance can now be solidified and solid, given to you with tons and tons of information to keep us going. We are not on planet Earth. We are on the real planet. Somebody call it Earth. Let's talk to me. We're having an experience right now. I'm saying this for all of I'm gonna talk that talk. Natives been running around for years. Okay, I want all my Native Americans to understand this because I'm talking to those that are in the South, the Cherokees, and all of them. The shamans talked about the spiritual planes. We can't relate to that if you're just a student. I'm talking Godhead now. The boss don't talk to the boss doesn't have the same conversation as the employees. Different element. And notice when I say L, you're breaking us. No, I'm telling the truth. The elements which was taken from the word L, which is God's, which is a group of people. So in the beginning, there was a group. We always was a collective mind state of consciousness. Don't let them fool you. Huh?
No, I was saying
in the beginning.
You always listen. AD, I want you to wisen, brother. Listen, AD, come on. I want you to straighten up. I'm really going in right now.
Go.
No, I'm really going in. I'm not Santos Bonacci. I understand that.
Mm-hmm.
But knowledge is a collective energy you can't trace or put a body to. It's a collective source of energy. And if you're a part of that, you are a part of a source of life, which was in the fruit of life, which man never got to. He only got to the tree of good and evil. Now it's time to eat and partake of the fruit of the tree of life, which man never did. Now I'm busting your ass now, AD. I'm gonna get to that flat too. Look, he left. Why you leave?
Yup.
Hey. Why you leave, bro?
I had to go turn off the heater.
Hey.
Go ahead.
He keeps me off.
Go ahead.
Houdini said the freaks only come out at night. All right. But what I want to say is a collective, okay, I'm a bill because they're telling me to bill. A collective source of energy, wavelength, connected to who you are. We are now receiving the messages crystallized from the celestial world into this world to make it manifest. Behold, man, the word has become flesh now. Understand or overstand or understand or even stand what we're dealing with right now. Hold on, let me see this. AD, you comprehended what I'm saying? Do you comprehend?
Got you.
Listen. Do you comprehend to the light of this darkness?
Yeah.
A lot of people can't. It's in the wisdom.
Mm-hmm.
Back and we retraced all of the history and found out that it was his story, right?
Mm-hmm.
Are you comprehend to the darkness or the light?
I understand them both.
Oh, yeah?
I comprehend.
Okay. That's the source, comprehending.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Darkness is not evil.
Right.
Darkness is actually captivating light because you can see darkness. How? It's light. There's a bright, if you look at the specks that's in darkness, it shines. Darkness is a shine. I know a black dog with a shiny coat. Explain.
Glossy.
Nobody never discovered America. How could you discover something that's already here? Yo, listen, can I discover your house? Let's talk about it.
That's appropriate for Thanksgiving too, talking about discovering America.
Oh, no, yeah, because they never discovered anything. It's already. How could you discover? Let's look up the definition of discover.
Mm-hmm.
Or unearth. You just found something that was already here. Now, you can go to the game and say, man, damn, this is my first time in the game. But check it out. It's the second quarter. Where was I during the first or with the kickoff? See, you could be in the first inning of a baseball game with the second batter. There's levels to this. The second pitcher, 2 minutes, 3 seconds before the bottom. They even call it the bottom of the first. How the fuck? Yeah, it's interdimensional. How the fuck you have the bottom of the first? We're talking about interdimensional things. We're talking about beings that are here, and we're talking about developing a nation and a plethora or ubiquitous of things that's to come. That's the round. So thank you for giving me that bomb. It's capturing knowledge is the first foundation. That's why we say knowledge is the foundation. Many of you today, we're gonna go home and burn and kill thousands of turkeys. Turkeys are dying all over the place. You jive turkey? No,
You know,
go ahead.
I like turkeys.
You been a turkey?
See, that's bad. That's bad, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
Because I'm the falcon. How can I?
I actually see the falcon.
You
I don't want to show it.
When you see?
I see the falcon, and I seen it.
Me.
Yeah.
When recently did you see
recently? I seen it one recently. I'm gonna show the picture. It destroyed. It was big, and it's in Arizona. In Arizona, when I went out there with Razcast.
That's where we dwell. So let you know, my spirit dwells in Arizona.
And you know, Arizona is the only place with A and Z, and then it's Mystic too, because you go to Sedona.
Sedona's there. So, well, we have Sedona.
The Phoenix, which is the bird. They're laughing. Hold on. Let me tell you something. Let me put this.
I'm gonna greet you.
AD.
Yeah.
It's very important, brother. What we're talking about now. We're talking change. Life change. All of the fake niggas and the fake people that's not really blowing up mentally, the paradigm is changing. There's no time for niggas. The only time for black folks that are in the black awareness of the mind, which is the darkest light. You understand what we're saying?
Mm-hmm.
Poison is no longer poison, it's medicine. They told you that an elephant was scared of a mouse. Also, bears are not cuddly animals. Let me get closer. Bears are not cuddly animals. Most cases, bears are not going to attack you either, and they like honey. Bees are workers, and they're a collective unit that was beaten with many stripes. If you look really close, that's what I want to do. This is Mr. Universe talking. Look. Somebody said venom versus poison. Exactly, because venom can help you. We got brothers and sisters coming on. I want to shout out everyone who's been a part of the craft, everyone who came on the craft, everyone who's been a part of the existent collective consciousness that is emanating from yourselves to now. We're not separate, we're joined together. If you stand alone, you die alone. Not playing, no games, because I'm not there. Shout out to Mojito, the realest cat.
Hey.
Now, now, there's a lot of things that we gotta get fixed, man, that we got wrong. So we gotta renew our history, and we have to do a lot of things that they get wrong from the top. Somebody say, Rasul, AD, you got something to say?
Shout out to Podcraft. Shout out to AD.
Yeah.
Tell them what happened. You was sick?
I was a little sick. I was a little sick, so.
Oh, word.
Yeah.
You taking your vitamin D3?
See, we knew you.
Yo, why you? Man,
What's vitamin D3?
I got my own medicine, yo.
All right.
I let my immune system cure me.
Yeah, vitamin D3 is for the immune system.
I let the body cure. Now I'm great.
Yeah. So you're good now. You're good.
Panther, like the panther, like the black, like the heart-shaped herb.
Have you saw Black Panther yet, AD?
Have I seen what?
Black Panther.
Not yet. The second one, Wakanda, I'm supposed to see it on Sunday.
Black Panther is a jaguar, but they gave it a different name.
Yes.
Yeah. And we're gonna go in right now. So Black Panther is an actual jaguar.
The dog jaguar.
But if you look at the jaguar, because there's no J in the early days, it's a jaguar.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's like a leopard, right? From the North America. But a lot of people say, because I'm gonna talk about the ocelot cat too. Have you ever seen an ocelot cat?
Ocelot cat.
Yeah, ocelot.
No. Ocelot.
O-E ocelot. Because we the 8 deer. I'm going into some indigenous stuff. The ocelot cat. OCLOT. Look at that.
Oh yeah.
Now this is a cat, yo.
Oh yeah, that's a motherfucker right here.
Beautiful, right?
Oh, he's awesome.
Beautiful, and you can actually have them.
That's a little motherfucker to be running around.
Yeah, but he's
the little guy.
Yeah, but he
don't get big.
No, he doesn't get that big. You can actually keep this cat. And in Americas, they used to have pets of them, but they start doing stuff. If you see how beautiful he is, see his mouth. But I have a problem when it comes down to mating them. But these cats are indigenous here. This is the original jaguar in the cat form, but they're very exotic, very beautiful.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah.
I like that.
I want to ask a lot, cat.
They get big. Just like they look like.
Yeah. Well,
how big did they get? Did they get like a little puppy?
Yeah, they get like a puppy. A little bigger.
A little bigger than
because they're all cats.
They got a longer tail than Mojito does too.
Yeah.
So they don't have. You can't. How much is one of these months?
Oh, this is my dream cat. I don't know. Probably. If you can find an ocelot cat, this is our dream cat. Please send it to us. They probably run around $700 to $1,000. Probably $700, maybe more. Now the thing about the miraculous thing about this is such a beautiful. It's the beautifulest cat you could ever have.
Really?
Look at that.
Yeah.
Look at that ears.
Look at it. It's awesome. It has. Look at the eye. Look, its eyes. It looks like its eyesight is really good.
Yeah.
It looks like a natural hunter.
Yes.
Look at his face.
Yes.
Look at his face.
It's compact.
The one in the middle. Yes. Exactly. Like
now,
right on that. He got a beady eye look like a human.
So it says if you're legally able to own one, because I guess you can't own one in Alaska or New England, it would cost around $1,500 to more than $15,000, depending on the breeder and where you live.
But you gotta be legally, because this cat will go outside and kill something up.
Yo, hold on. Let me ask you a question.
Many cats would.
Can this motherfucker kill a dog?
Yeah.
Would he scrap with a dog?
Listen, if it goes down to
if a dog seen,
I think the dog would catch the cinch and say, I'm not messing with him, because he's about that life.
Hold on, though. This is some wild shit, because Well, hold on. Which
This
dog?
is the most beautiful cat, I would say.
Which kind of like canine,
A
right?
pit?
Like which
It's not.
somebody would try to come at him.
Yeah, but
You don't think a pit
they'll
bull?
make a mistake. See that face?
You don't think a pit bull
Look
would
at,
try to attack?
yeah, but look at that face. He's
I
not
know,
with
I know, I
that
know.
life. This cat is about that life, and
I'm saying a pit, though. You don't think like a pit bull or
it
or,
don't matter. But it's two different lifestyles.
yeah, you
That
right.
pit
you
is
right.
trying to please his owner. This
You
is
right.
the owner. You know how
You
cats get down.
It's
And plus-
it's an endangered species, and it's advisable to not spay it. So they don't want you to spay it because they need to create more of these.
You want more. You want more like them.
Yeah.
Yeah, but hold on though. That I'm still kind of I'm kind of like
Look at his
a
face
rock
right there.
waller. Like a rock waller. Like a
Yeah,
rock,
okay,
like a
okay.
if a rock waller seen him and he seen the cat seen him, like what kind of like
Okay, let me
who would be
explain.
more fearful?
I'll say this. The Rottweiler is a powerful beast, powerful. But it would have to know because the ocelot is about that life and live that life.
Right. Okay.
The Rottweiler would have to know how dark and deep it can get because I think the ocelot cat would go as dark as we can get. And that means you running up trees, using the environment, because it's not going to let, because they fight coyotes. Now, would you put a coyote against a coyote is going to eat a rock? A Rottweiler may be strong. I'm not going to knock the Rottweiler, but a coyote got a different mindset. This is what the ocelot deal with, and also bobcats.
You know what that sound like?
Yeah.
That sound like the white man and the black man. You put a black man and a white man in the fucking cage together. What the fuck is going to happen?
It depends on the training. Depends on the training. Yeah, it depends. It depends.
That's a joke. That's a joke. That's a joke. It's a holiday joke.
It depends on training. Put in Fisher cat.
But
let's go to Fisher cat right now because I want to show you another cat.
That motherfucker right there was a bad motherfucker though.
Kemet was in love with cats. Now I'm gonna show you a Fisher cat, and yeah, this is a Fisher cat. This is opposite of a beaver, a weaver. This motherfucker choked the hell out of a fox. It was about to kill a fox. The fox was like, "Oh shit." And it does exist. They are big cats, but no big dogs. Yeah, they're big cats. She's right about that.
Yeah.
What's the Saint Bernard? The Saint Bernard.
The pit bull run away from that cat.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah.
Wow.
The pit bull. I see the pit bull dog step to and it was bolt lock. Shout out to Divine. Step to some baby wolves.
Yeah.
Yeah, the baby.
How big was the wolf?
I was on a reservation, right? And the wolves were puppies. But the dog knew that it was about a different lifestyle. The pit said, I don't want this type of problem. Because I'm not here to kill you. Because you won't have to kill them, those wolves. Because you know what the wolves about? They're about that life all the way to the end. And so is that ocelot. So Saint Bernard, I would give more.
The ocelot is that bad of a cat?
It's a bad cat.
He'll fight to the end.
Well, let's think of a leopard.
Indeed. Alexander
the Greek chose the leopard to represent himself because the leopard was a bad motherfucker.
Yeah, he got that from Africa.
Yeah. I'm going to tell you about the leopard.
Leopards,
exactly.
Those leopards in Greece.
That's right.
Just to let y'all know.
Right. He understood these bad motherfuckers called a leopard. Yeah. Yes. Let me tell you something about the leopard. It's called a leopard because it has spots. It has spots on it, like leprosy. So it's really a cat with leopard. And they said this cat is a leopard, but it's the strongest out of all the cats. Look it up. Even I don't know about the Siberian tiger.
Yeah, Siberian tiger.
Woo! Somebody out there like gorillas. If you think your gorilla can fuck with a tiger, you got some other yo. Tigers are beings, yo.
They are.
They're
Supernatural.
Yeah, the supernatural.
Supernatural is talking about them.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I'm saying? When you talk about the supernatural, you're talking about.
I'm tired of cheaters with their little fast ass. Yeah, exactly.
The animals are supernatural.
Well, anamorphic. Yeah.
Anamorphic.
Well, they made man with I know I'm right here, yo. They made man. Am I close enough? Do you see me? I love you. Are you with me? But look, they made man imitate the animal. Now they call them Spider-Man, Batman.
Yeah.
Comic books, Hawk would also take the attributes of the animal or nature, which is the Wonder Twins, and they would put them on the body of men, and they would call like Wolverine, which is an animal, Tasmanian devil, because the strength and code of these animals, Batman, Robin, which was a sucker bird. I don't know why you call him Robin. Maybe that's why he was called Boy Wonder. How you gonna be a boy that wonders, hanging out with a Batman, nigga?
That is kind of.
Nigga say he's Robin.
The Robin, it's like the Robin, right?
Yeah.
Like the Robin.
Hey, let's see the Fisher owl. Let's see the Fisher owl, one of the flyest owls of them all.
The Fisher owl.
Let's see him. Let's see him again before we go in. Shout out to everyone that's coming through the Podcraft tonight. Make sure y'all hit that super chat. Look at this nigga right here. Not him. He was in that movie Fourth Kind. The Fisher owl.
Fisher owl.
Like Fisher. Yeah.
Fisher owl.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Look at this G right here. Pull that over, AD. Because you can see these guys in the hieroglyphics, but these guys hang out on docks and bay. Look at his face. Pull him over. Look at this nigga right here. He wants to see what you're about. The rings and things you talk about, bring them out. It's hard to yell when the beak is in your mouth. Look at Coach Leader.
I like this.
Somebody said,
I like this guy. I want to see him.
The owl.
Bring him forward. He looks like one of my relatives.
Yeah, the hawk, the predators. No, that's the horn owl. We know that nigga nice. Hold on, bring it. I can't see it.
These guys are great, but you should always bring up the Peregrine Falcon. You should bring the Peregrine Falcon.
Or the Kessel.
The Kessel. No.
A couple.
The Peregrine Falcon is the fastest on Earth.
All right. For this brother right here, put up the Kessel Falcon too. There's different kinds.
Peregrine Falcon. You didn't say the Peregrine Falcon. Horus is the Falcon.
Yeah, he is. But there's other falcons, the Kessel too, that hovers. Look at that owl right there.
Yeah.
Kadaka is laughing her ass off so much she got real too. Shout out to Danny Salinas. Look at that. That look is a G in the middle. Could you blow up the second picture of the owl that's leaning like he's on a gangster lean?
That?
Yeah. Could you put him on? Look at that shit right there. That's the Fisher. You walking, listen. Walking, strolling through the park, seeing winter turn to spring. This nigga come down. On top of your dog. Right in front of your damn, what you gonna do?
It's something about
it's majestic. Yeah, they're majestic.
It's majestic. The birds, That's why I identify with the falcon. The
I had to
you
be
see,
his
look,
friend, bro.
that's how I look at cats every
Yeah.
day.
You
Every
want it?
day I be looking at y'all like that.
Let's go to the mess.
Down.
Shoe Bill Stark.
Oh no.
For that, because everybody trying to front the meanest looking bird ever. Our mascot, the Shoe Bill.
Yeah.
She said,
You ain't bring up the Green Falcon though.
Bring up the Pellegrin. Bring up the Pellegrin.
The fastest bird, man. Yeah, because
Is it
the
faster than
shoe bill
Castle?
just looks scary, man. You can take the shoe bill out.
The Shoe Bill's about that life.
They
They said his beak is made out of steel.
Man, they lying. That's what they told
He
me.
would eat a falcon.
His legs is mad skinny, man. You just chop them joints off. Man.
You can't though, because last I checked, a deer looks like food, but go up to a deer, you're scared you to death.
The
only thing that's better than deer is the niggas, the cats that's chasing them, which are coyotes and pumas.
I mean, you know.
Hey, AD?
Yeah.
You have any knowledge on astrology today? Like
no, we got Micah Dank already in the Zoom. Whenever you're ready.
Tell him come on.
Okay, he's all set. I'm gonna get him on screen.
All
right.
Hold on, tell him I'm listening.
Is there anything about Virgo love?
Oh, yeah. I'll be back.
Give me a second. What up, Micah? How you doing? I'm gonna get you on screen here in a second. I'm gonna actually get off screen share.
I took it over for a little bit, you guys.
Yeah.
Hey, Weezy.
I'm trying to get this set up right. 1 second. A lot of stuff going on. All right.
Check out the new Black Panther.
Not yet. I'm gonna see it on Sunday. I got this chick that wants to see it, and I'm not available until Sunday, so I ain't trying to see no matinee. You know what I'm saying? I gotta work the night shifts this weekend, so I told her we're gonna see it on Sunday.
No, man. You know, I went with the family.
Oh, okay.
Well, I went with Steve and my my little nephew and everybody. We went and seen. But that was like a week ago.
About a week ago.
Yeah, the movie been out for a week.
For sure. I'm just getting this lined up here. Okay, now it's looking good on screen almost.
You want one?
Bear with me, y'all.
Right there. You can grab it on. Right at the joint.
All right.
Yo.
Cool. Here we are.
We also got more guests coming in today, so this is going to be like an open panel.
Oh, it's going to be a wild one tonight.
Oh, you want to get something? We got a panel for open guests.
Okay. So we've got Micah here. I'm giving him screen share access.
Say what up.
So what up?
He made some like eggnog, but it's called very good.
Eggnog, hell yeah.
Not like eggnog, but it's like a what you call it? Coquito. Here goes Salo. This is my son, y'all. The first time.
Peace. What's up? What's good? What's good?
Hey, what's good, Solomon?
What's good, y'all?
See how big?
Yeah. What's good?
Yeah, what's good?
Chilling. Just chilling. You know me. Just doing me.
Yeah.
I'll be out there. I'll be in here too. Don't worry.
For sure. All right. Yeah, Monday.
Yeah, Monday. Drop.
Nice.
Drop.
Nice.
All right. Catch up. I'm gonna catch up.
All right.
You back?
That joint.
Yeah. All right, Priest. So we got Micah here. You see him?
What up, Mike? No.
Priest, how you been, man? How you doing?
Been good. What up, Mike? What's good?
I wanted to come back on because last time I was on, I did an astrotheology presentation, right? And the people, you and the people that were on there, like challenged me on a couple points, and I thought about this, but I've evolved a lot in my thinking since then. And I just wanted to show you what I figured out, and I would love to get your thoughts on this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you it's a brief presentation, but it's my presentation on basically what is God and what is the Bible. So I'm just going to do it. It's a short one. Let me see. AD, can you see this if I pull it up like this?
Yeah, I'm going to adjust to you. So go ahead and you can begin, and then I'm going to slowly start getting everybody back on screen here.
Okay. Let me know when I'm good.
Okay. I mean, we could see what you got going on so far.
All right.
I'm just gonna make.
Okay.
I'm gonna make it better and better as we go.
Okay. So here we go. So this is from my first book that I wrote 10 years ago when I was 28.
Oh wow.
Okay. So Into the Rabbit Hole Beneath the Veil. It's the first book. It's now a 9-book series. So scientists have determined through completion of the Genome Project that humans are roughly 99.7% identical DNA-wise. 2 penguins are more genetically different than you and I are. Whomever finds this, I want you to try this experiment. Write your name down. Write your 2 parents' names down above yours. Now you have 4 grandparents, 8 great-grandparents, and you go on and on.
Mhm.
Let's go back 35 generations. It roughly takes you back to the year 840 AD. You'll have 137 billion people. The number of the ancestors list reminds me of the story of the servant summoned by the Pharaoh. The Pharaoh was pleased with how the servant was doing and wanted to reward him. Serving you is all I desire, sir, the servant insisted. No, I insist you ask for something, anything you desire, the Pharaoh said back.
Closer.
This went back and forth until the Pharaoh got mad and threatened punishment. After thinking long and hard, the servant, seeing a chessboard in front of him, had said, on day 1, I want 1 piece of rice. On the second, I want 2. Each day you will double the previous days until this chessboard is complete. I will place a grain on each square representing the day each completed. The first day, the Pharaoh sent his finest servant in a parade with a golden pouch to deliver the grain. The amount grew exponentially, and halfway through the board, there was no more grain in the land. The Pharaoh summoned the servant back in. Your Highness, all I ever wanted to do was serve you, replied the servant. The servant, although now the wealthiest man in the land, had retained his hubris. It was there that the Pharaoh learned not to question humility or assume that giving material gifts as tokens of appreciation were all that mattered. As for the servant, he continued to work for the Pharaoh. However, he had taken all the rice and continued to feed all the poor and the homeless until the day of his death. The point of both these stories is that it's simple math. In fact, it's how cells divide in your body and mass produce. The reason I stopped at this particular time frame is because roughly how many people it's been calculated that have ever lived on planet Earth. 140 billion people. Even if we take the Bible literally, we still need to get to October 23rd, 4004 BC. We're in a bit of a jam here. There needs to be a way to bridge the gap, and this is where the pedigree collapse theory comes in. This theory states that there is no other explanation other than a whole lot of incest. Sometimes, like in the case of the Kentucky Blue people, there are no branches in the family tree. Sometimes, like in the banking or royal families, it's to preserve money or special genetics. Based on our DNA, geneticists say that the furthest point one person can be on this planet from another is 50th cousins. So like an Aborigine in Australia and Brad Pitt are no further than 50 cousins. Also, if your mother was from country X and your dad was from country X as well too, there's a 20% chance they share a common ancestor within 10 generations back. So what does it all mean? Well, in a nutshell, it means far back enough. We are all related and we are all one. We should start to act like it. So let's explore different cognitive viewpoints. How about from a creationist then? Well, if it's a creationist, we all came from Adam and Eve, technically Eve from Adam's rib, and even more technically, Adam was made from mud and dirt from the world that God created. How about from an evolutionist then? Okay, let's start with the Big Bang, let alone the fact that all the material we came from an infinitesimally dense singularity, and no one seems to want to explain where that singularity came from, but we'll let that slide. We were all at one point. How about the idea of source energy? If our souls are like crumbs off a cookie, the cookie being source, God, whatever you want to call it, then we're all connected multidimensionally, and upon death, it will be a vibrational change of frequency back to it. So let's try one last one. Aliens placing us here. You would still have to account for the first humans and how we all came about. You don't just magically have a species, poof, we're here, or do you? If so, who created the first test group of people? Secondly, what about the first spirit consciousness of DNA that evolved this level of higher thinking? There's a big difference between what I'm writing and a monkey who's fed up with taking pictures of him and of people taking pictures of him and throwing his shit back at them. Still, though, the point is that at some point, things had to come back to a singularity in the sense of one source, at one point. Humans are so quick to think of the end of the world, things ending, but what they can't do is think about the beginning, or if there was something at the beginning. So that's part of my first book that I wrote when I was 28. Okay. It was so close to the ultimate truth that I figured out. Okay. The idea of we are all one, but it's not really explained. When they say we're all one, or we are all, you know, brothers and sisters and we're all one, that idea is not really explained. So in astrotheology, the sun tells the hour of the day, the moon tells the day of the month,
No,
and the zodiac tells
I think
the
we all
month
one.
of the year.
He has to explain how we're all one.
I couldn't hear you. What's up?
No. He said that we all one, but you got to explain how we all one.
Yeah.
That's what I'm going to do right now. That's what I'm going to do right now. I just wanted to preface that.
No,
So,
good. I'm on to what you're saying. I'm listening.
Okay. So the sun tells the hour of the day, the moon tells the day of the month, the zodiac tells the month of the year. This is astrotheology. It's a perfect calendar. Okay. So aside from the fact that DNA is a computer blueprint for life, and we have a perfect calendar in the heavens, in the middle of nowhere in the Milky Way galaxy, there's a perfect calendar for us to figure out. These are fingerprints of God. This is proof of God. Okay. So now we've defined God as at least existing. Okay. So we've made a case for God. But where is God? Well, it must be beyond space and time, beyond the 11 dimensions of string theory. You ask any religious person to define God, and they will tell you that God is infinite, that God is omnipotent, omniscient. They'll say God is infinite. And here is the thing, though. If God is infinite, how can something exist outside of infinity? It can't. The biggest lie we've been taught is that we are separate from God, that we should fear it, that we are separate from it. We are a part of it. Many of you have children. They are literally half your DNA, so they are a part of you, but you experience them subjectively outside your body. So is with God, with us. A piece of God comes down in what we call consciousness into a body, and we feel separate from it. We are all God experiencing itself subjectively. If you are infinite in everything, okay, nothing can exist outside of you, not space nor time. So what are you going to do if you're everything? You can't talk to someone or read a book. You're literally everything. The only reason or the only explanation for this is that you trick yourself into thinking you're not part of God or not everything and experience yourself subjectively. We are a species with amnesia living in a simulation. Einstein said about God that he believes in the God of Spinoza. Baruch Spinoza was a thinker who said that God doesn't want you huddled in churches and temples in the cold, praying as loud as you can with others, praying the loudest. Jesus said that those who give for publicity or pray the loudest, they have their reward. If you pray, pray by yourself. Spinoza's God wants you to go to the mountains and the lake and enjoy what I am created for you and worship that way. The biggest lie we've ever been collectively taught is that we need to fear and worship. When we are a baby, we are in our mother's womb. The mother, being the supreme being, is aware of the baby. However, the baby is not aware of the mother from its vantage point, as is with us, with God. We are each a piece of God, unaware of the whole because we're in the middle of it. Now, if you talk about Alan Watts, he understands this. Jesus Christ knew he was God. So wake up and find out eventually who you really are. In our culture, of course, they'll say you're crazy and you're blasphemous. And they'll either put you in jail or in the nut house, which is pretty much the same thing. However, if you wake up in India and you tell your friends and relations, my goodness, I've just discovered that I'm God, they'll laugh and say, oh, congratulations, at last you found out. So that's Alan Watts. He understands this. Nargis Allegria now. To become absolute, you have to accept that you are God, that there is only God. You have to admit that others are gods too. But if your love does not stretch that far and you are blinded by your shadow, don't complain that liberation did not happen yet. Why should freedom reveal itself to someone who refuses to embody love? When you are ready to perceive God in everything, you have opened a gate that opens the possibility of being eaten raw by the absolute. P.S.
Okay.
Everything that you hate
Mike.
is God, because there is only God. Anything that you think that should not be happening is God, because there is only God. Realize there only being God, and it will prevail, first in your experience, then in the collective. They try and tell you this in Isaiah. The good, the bad, everything is God. There's nothing that escapes God, because God is infinite. God is everything. Isaiah 45:7. I form the light and create the darkness. I make peace and create evil. I, the Lord, do all these things. Everything in existence is a part of God. The good, the bad, all of it. Religious people can't admit that they are God. Only Jesus and God are God. But how can something exist outside of the infinite? String theory used to be the most cutting-edge quantum physics, and it talks of 11 dimensions to make it work. Now the most cutting-edge quantum physics states that the universe is conscious. So incidentally, Hermes also talks about string theory 6,000 years ago. The third Hermetic principle is the
Can I ask you
principle
a
of
question?
creation. Yeah, what's up, man?
Is this Hermes Trismegistus?
Yes.
Okay, so we're talking Kabbalion in the Hermetic order of the concept of the Most High, or what we call as the El, which is a group of people, not one. So
Right. Well, the Elohim, yeah.
yeah. So when they talk about God, it's always a group and a collective mind of deities, not one,
Right.
but the unity in the multi.
Right. Absolutely. Well, you're talking about the lesser gods and you're talking about the greater God. You're
Indeed.
talking about the God from everything. But like you just had your son come here 2 seconds ago, right?
Right.
Right. So he's literally half your DNA, right? So he's literally a part of you. But like you can't hear his thoughts. You can't think what he's thinking. You know, you experience him subjectively as different than you. It's the same idea of when we're born, when God creates us. We're a part of God because God is infinite. God is everything, the good, the bad, the everything. You know what I mean? So that's
all right. Okay, here we go now. But it's like, say, a quarterback. Quarterback is a title, right? Not a name.
right.
Tom Brady is a name. Quarterback is saying title. So when we say God, we're dealing with title, not name. So there's a collective energy, like I said, my son. There's many sons. So we're dealing with a collective of gods, which would be a party of beings, not subject to one, but many.
Correct. But if you want to go in that direction, you have to understand is that what you perceive as you, priest, your 5 senses and the way you think that make up what you feel is you. And what makes me up and makes me feel as me is the exact same thing. There's only one consciousness. Now, sometimes, you know, some people are born blind, some people are born deaf. There's things that are altered in certain people that changes how they perceive things, right? But there's only one consciousness. We're experiencing all the same thing in just different bodies, subjectively. That's the whole idea about God being infinite. Because if God is infinite, well, he can't like learn anything new or have a conversation or read a book.
God, are you saying one? Uno. Or multi. I'm here to question what is God? And I'm asking you, when you say God, I'm looking at a collective mind state of a sentient of beings, of a ubiquitous foundation of beings, and not one, but a collective of different emotions and different aspects to one tetragrammaton. Are we on the same page or no?
Yeah, no, we're on the same page.
Okay. Could you build further on that? What?
I mean, I think it's the difference when you're talking about. I get what you're saying. They're always mentioned as the El, the Elohim. El is God, and then when you add Ohim to it, you're basically, it's like adding an apostrophe S. It's basically like adding a plurality to it. You know, yeah, no, we're all accessing the same points. That's what that was what my point basically is that our Genesis, our Genesis, where we go back to, is all the same point. Is literally, and it can be explained in, like I explained, in 4 different ways, with aliens or with the religious or with any of those points. They all talk about everything being one, everything being unified.
Like the seasons? The seasons are known as one, but it's 4 of them. But they represent one.
Right.
They see suns. So there's one, right? You got me. But there's children. They're actually sons of the sea, which is the universe, but is one and many and 4. Am I onto something, or are we vibing?
Well, yeah. I mean,
yeah.
When you're talking about the ancient holy text, Priest, you're talking about like the Egyptian books, or you're talking about like the Judaic Christian books. You can even talk about Islam. Okay, they are all based in the northern hemisphere. Around the Middle East or not, but it's all in the northern hemisphere. And from where they were located, right, there were 4 seasons, but there's not 4 seasons everywhere. You know what I mean? Like that's basically why it was done this way. When I do my
Right, let's go.
Say again. When I do my astrotheology work and I talk about the Bible in part, not exclusively, but in part, being an ancient farmer's almanac, it talks about the seasons. Okay, like when you're talking about you're talking about hell. Okay, if you listen to someone like Santos Bonacci, he talks about hell being winter on Earth. It's not actually a place. It's not a place where you go to burn. A spirit without a nervous system, you can't feel fire. When you die, you lose your body. You can't burn as a spirit. It doesn't work like that. It's not righteous flame. You know what I mean? So when he's talking about hell being winter, and he says inverno is the word for winter, and they just pervert it by changing it to inferno, right? And then you're talking about, let's say, Dante Alighieri, and you're talking about the Divine Comedy, and you're talking about Satan is in the bottom layer of hell. But the very bottom layer of hell, he's frozen up to his waist. It's a wasteland. He's frozen because his wings are flapping so hard that everything is frozen. Dante knew that hell was winter. Hell is winter on Earth for people who experience the 4 seasons, not in Southern California, not at the equator, you know. In fact, in the Southern Hemisphere, the zodiac's actually backwards, okay? So basically you have Taurus is when you put the plow on the bull to plant, but in the Southern Hemisphere, you have to go 6 signs later across the zodiac. You actually do that in Scorpio. Okay, so this all works because of the Northern Hemisphere. But as far as hell being winter, right? When you're talking about hell being winter, they talk about it in the Bible. They say in hell, when they talk about it, they say there will be wailing and gnashing of teeth. Well, think about it though. Like, when do you chatter your teeth? Do you do that in the winter or do you do that in the summer? So they tell you this in the Bible. They hide this stuff. They basically, you know, they put this stuff in there for you to see it. So basically, what the other point I wanted to make to you, that I wanted to show you, was that I wanted to show this slide real quick. Yeah. That the Bible is metaphysical, Astrological, and that's what I basically talk, is the astrotheology. Anatomical, alchemical, spiritual, esoteric, and mythology. The Bible is also an etymology book. It's also a numerology book. It's a gematria book. There's at least 10 holy sciences. Now, I've been studying the astrotheology for about 11 years now. Okay, and I've been doing decodings on my YouTube channel, where I go through each Bible book and I go through it astrotheologically. Each one of these sciences requires that much study in order to fully understand what the Bible really is. So the Bible is not just an astrotheological story, which is what I told you last time I came on was. It's not. It's at least 10 different sciences that are that complicated to fully understand. It's the greatest book. But I still stand by the fact that it's not literal, history, or original. And that's just my point that I wanted to make, brother.
So who's what? Who and what is God? Because you're breaking down God to me. Seasonal, spiritual. From what you're saying, who and what is God?
God is everything in existence. The second, if what happens when you die, you are to go to God and be judged in front of God. Okay? If you're going to go stand in front of God and be judged, okay? If you're separate from God, God is not infinite. So God is either everything and infinite, or it can't be infinite. And I didn't give it the name infinite. The religious people gave it the name infinite. God is everything. Like if let me show you this real quick. Hold on.
He's omnipresent. He exists through you.
Man.
You will judge. You will
They
judge
tell
yourself
you all the time. They tell you the kingdom of heaven, the kingdom of God is inside you. Okay. People walking around on earth not realizing they are a part of God, thinking that that's something to be scared of.
Yeah.
In the book of Thomas, saying 77, split a piece of wood and I am there. Raise up a stone and you will find me. God is everything, the wood and the stone, and this now makes sense. How about in the Quran? We are all one, right? 532 in the Quran. This is why we decreed for the children of Israel that whoever kills a soul without it being guilty of manslaughter or corruption on the earth is as though he has killed all of mankind. And whoever saves a life is as though he has saved all mankind, because we are actually all one. We are all part of God. Okay, we are God experiencing itself in this dimension as Micah, as priest, as AD. That's basically what it is. The kingdom of God is inside you. Okay, people look for God all the time. They look out there, maybe he's out there. God is inside. God is everything. Nothing can exist outside of God. In Matthew 25:40, truly I tell you, whatever you did for one of the least of these brothers and sisters of mine, you did for me. We are all one, and this makes sense now. We are all God, therefore we are all infinite and eternal. And that's really what I had for you, brother. I just wanted to share this with you and give you something to think about.
Well,
Nice.
I'm thinking that's really heavy what you said. Okay, as a collective, okay, so you're bringing in the collective amount. You're saying that we all are God because we exist within His conscious with different attributes.
That's how we experience it subjectively. That's how God experiences itself. Because when you are everything, if you are everything, you cannot experience something new. The only way you can experience something new is if you trick yourself into thinking you're not God, and then going through life experiencing things, the joys, the sadness, the sex, the this, the that, that's experiencing God, learning all the sciences that God has created, learning everything.
So are you saying boldly, straight up, we are God?
I am saying we are each a part of God. Yes. There is nothing that exists outside of God. The second you say that you are not God, then you are outside of God, and God is not infinite. Okay? God is infinite. God is infinite beyond space and time, beyond everything. Okay? This is God experiencing itself. You know, God is.
You know what?
You-
I always thought, be honest with you, and I mean, you could that would be a lonely position, right? Saying
That's
that
it.
you, huh? Yeah,
No,
we going to PTSD. That would be a state of, if you know it all and you create it all and you know that, wouldn't you be kind of like lonely to yourself?
that's the idea. But that's why creation exists, priest. Why do we exist? Because we're a part of God. We are all a part of God. When we die, we go back to source, or we continue learning in the next plane. But yeah, that's what it basically is. When you're everything, what are you going to do? Well, you read a book, you're going to have a beer? No, that's all part of you. Everything is part of you. So the reason that we experience life on Earth, the reason that humans exist, the reason that we are self-aware creatures, the reason that we interact with one another and choose love over hate, the reason for all of this is because God as everything cannot experience anything new. Therefore, there is no purpose. I say that the meaning of life is to find your gift. And the purpose of life is to find your gift. And the meaning of life is to give it away. And I think life is really that simple, Brice.
What was you smiling at, AD?
I agree.
So you found the truth?
Yeah, and it has.
I'm talking to.
My bad.
What were you saying, Priest?
You found the truth, huh?
Think about it. This is what people come to understand. And the thing I want to throw out there, Priest, is it's really important.
No, because we really want to know if you got the truth and you found the truth. Please tell us.
I think where I'm at right now, I think this is the truth. This makes sense to me.
All right, tell us, please, what that. Because if it is the truth, according to you, we're gonna follow and figure this thing out. Man.
Here's the difference. What I'm saying is that knowing that we're all God, knowing that you're God, knowing that I'm God, knowing that knowing this, okay, you can now go through life looking at every person that you look at, realizing they are also God, and it changes how you deal with people. It makes you more positive. It makes you more loving. It makes you more compassionate. That feeling that you get when you realize you're eternal, when you learn that you're eternal, that's the exact same feeling that people feel when they get saved at church. Only when they do that, they're ruled by fear because they're afraid they're going to be punished by God, or they're worried about being judged at the end.
Damn, you seem stronger now, huh? You went. No, see, like you went through the fire and you came back strong. No,
Yeah.
it seems like you ready. Now you ready now, huh? Damn. Yeah. Yo, what you discovered? Yeah. See, like you've been through the fire because you called. No. He called me up and said he's ready. Seems like you're ready, bro. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So what do we do here? What's the solution?
Mike, are you there?
We need a solution now.
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry, I got locked out for a hot sec.
Okay.
The way I see it, what I gotta say is basically this: ask anybody without prepping them to define God. Omnipotent, omniscient, knows everything, is infinite, right? So then the other thing is that explain to me then how if we're not God, God could be infinite, and yet there's parts of us or everything in general that is not part of the infinite. So either God is not infinite, which if you want to make that case, let's do it, because I would have to think that one through. But every religion from the Sumerians and all the way down, even the Greeks and the Romans and everybody, God is infinite. I didn't make that claim. They did. Okay. So if you want to call God everything, this is pantheism, my friend.
Damn, you going in.
Yeah. I like how it's also defined as electromagnetism. Because
Walter Russell says that. Walter Russell says everything is electric or magnetic, and it's true. The sun is electric. We can go into the sun worship of Christianity and all that kind of stuff. Mm-hmm. And the moon is magnetic. The sun is electric. The moon is magnetic. The moon has 13 months of 28 days. Okay, just like a woman's cycle. The moon controls the tides of the ocean. Okay, we are 70 to 95% water. The moon definitely controls us. But because the sun is electric and that's male, magnetism is female. Okay. That's why you're going to like this. Because the sun is electric. When a man has an orgasm, it feels like a bolt of electricity going through him. And when a woman has an orgasm, just like the waves of the ocean, they feel like it's a wave that they could ride over and over again. It's as above, so below, priest.
Mm-hmm. And the heart beats at electromagnetic pulses. The brain is electromagnetic. The body
is a battery. It's a battery. That's what you do. You got to feed it in the morning. Your body's got to run at 98.6. You got to feed it energy so it can break it down. What do you do with your cell phone at the end of the day when it's run down? You charge it. Mm-hmm. That's what sleep does. Your body gets into a hibernative state, and then you recharge your battery. We're electric. We're magnetic. That's what we are.
I like how you showed the 7 different interpretations, because I think that's so key. I think that, how you talked about
last time I was on, guys, I wasn't having that. Last time I thought it was just
ready yet. Yeah. Now you came back, you ready, huh?
But you know what, priest? To be honest with you, man, I hear the kind of stuff that like KRS-One talks about, and I want to show him this. I see Hobson's like Ill Mind of Hobson, where he's struggling with Christianity and letting it go. I don't know if you've ever seen that one, but like, I just want to show him this, I want to show these people this because I think it can really help them. So you could think I'm crazy, my friend, but I honestly
think no, I don't think you're crazy. I think that you stumbled upon your truth. I think that you got something to say, and that you kind of like found a vessel where you can have your oil kindled and it can get to other people. That's why I asked you, without what's the solution? Because if you figured all of this out, right, and you went back, grasshopper, and you did, because growth is in learning, and it seems like you went back to the basic. I love that, and I want everybody in the Podcraft to understand this. He came here and he went back and he renewed his history, and it could be anybody. But now he came back stronger and ready to attack issues that we don't deal with, but we run from, but he has the power to attack it. Now, when I ask you, Mike, solution-wise, and this eternal power that you speak of, how do we harvest it, and what do we do? I see you big, Ron. You ready to take us to
what do we do? Think about it, priest. If they talk about this in every religion, they talk about this in movies, they allude to it, they hide it, but they say we're all one. well, what the fuck does that mean? Unless it's explained in detail like this. If you knew that there was literally no difference than you and me on Earth, Priest, there is no way that me and you are further than 50th cousins from each other, that we're all literally one family, that we're all one. We're just God experiencing it. If we knew we were God experiencing God constantly, there would be peace on earth. If this information got out there, it would be peace on earth, because everyone would then literally, the golden rule, treat others as you'd like to be treated, treat your neighbors accordingly, you know, everything like that. That's where it's at. Okay. It's all about this. This, my friend, is pantheism, that everything is God. Because like I said, when you talk to somebody else who doesn't think at such a high level like you do, right? You ask them a question. You say, listen, is God infinite? And when they say yes, say, okay, then how am I not God if God is everything? And then that conversation is over.
Yeah. I like the
Gonna
analogy.
Against, a lot of people are going to be against that. You know what I'm saying, AD and Priest? A lot of people are going to be against that. But
yeah, that's okay.
At the end of the day, you got to realize that.
What's okay? Let's hear from AD, because AD's coming in.
No, I mean,
all right, my bad. Go on, AD.
No, I was gonna say that's okay if they don't understand, because I mean, like, you know, you're sharing the pearls of knowledge. If people can understand it, it's one thing, because it's kind of an intuitive understanding. If you've done psychedelics and you've paid attention during like you know, a good mushroom trip or something like that, you can feel how we're all one. You start to like think about the people in your life. You start thinking about the earth. Like everything becomes a lot more. It's such an amazing download of information and data when you're on psychedelics.
That's what it is. Yeah,
it's incredible.
It's different too, because I don't do psychedelics. I don't do psychedelics.
Oh man!
But
mushrooms.
I will tell you this right now. Look, everything that we think is real is an illusion. Okay.
Yeah.
No.
Matter. Okay. What we think is a matter. If you ever look at what like a table is made up of atoms, right?
Yeah.
It's hard. I can't put my hand through it. Okay. But it's made up of atoms. Well, atoms, what is it? It's a proton, it's a nucleus, and then you have the electron. You ever see what it looks like? It's 99.99999% empty space.
Empty space, yeah.
And the rest of it is not actually matter either. They're eigenvalues in a wave equation. Mm-hmm. It's the mathematical probability of actually observing something without going too deep into quantum physics, basically.
That's what it is.
You're not physically, if you're not physically consciously looking at something, it exists in something called superposition. Mm-hmm. Okay. They've measured an electron. It was either an electron or a basketball, or it might have been a basketball as an electron. I might have been wrong on this, but they've measured it in 7 places at once. Then when you look at it, it collapses. Mm-hmm. Okay. Reality is an illusion. The matrix that we live in is an illusion.
Yeah.
Priest left.
I think his phone dropped out. He'll probably be right back. But
what I'm saying is that reality is an illusion. Everything that we think is real, the matrix that we're in, is nonsense.
Oh,
and that's what I do on my YouTube channel, AD.
That's why it is a matrix.
Yeah, and that's what I do on my YouTube channel. It's called Micah Dank Truth Bombs. I just drop these truth bombs.
Nice.
Where I just drop this kind of stuff. And I would love everyone to just come aboard and just
we're gonna put the link in the description.
Yeah,
so people can check it out. But
what do you think about that, AD? Well, I got you one-on-one. Let me ask you. Well, what do you think about that? What do you think about what I said today?
There's a lot of things going on there. So like I do know that spirituality is quantum physics at the end of the day.
100%. 100%.
Even when you talk about burning sage, or when you talk about crystals and all that, and it's very deep for a lot of, it's very, complex for a lot of people, and they're like, oh, that's a bunch of woo woo.
Well, the thing about crystals too is that they're not solid. They're not solid crystals. Mm-hmm. They actually vibrate at such a high frequency that they give the appearance of a solid.
Especially quartz.
Yep.
It's like
and you charge these things. You charge them. You charge them by the moon. You charge them by
the sun.
Their life. AD, everything vibrates. That was what I was talking about, Hermes Trismegistus or Thoth, right?
Yeah.
The third Hermetic principle, the quantum hermetica. Everything vibrates.
Mhm.
Well, 6,000 years later, string theory says the same thing, and people get applauded for discovering something new. It's not.
Yeah.
There's nothing new under the sun.
It's always been
In
there.
fact, cutting edge quantum physics right now, cutting edge quantum physics. Okay, string theory was 20 years ago.
Mhm.
Cutting edge quantum physics right now says the universe is conscious. Well, welcome to the party. Everything is conscious.
Yeah. That's why everything is energy.
Everything is energy.
Electricity or magnetism.
Absolutely.
Yeah. You know, it's incredible. And yeah, it's happening in such a small quantum world that it's difficult to understand. It's the same reason why we can't see gamma rays. We can't see X-rays.
Well, there's a reason for that. We only have 1% of our visual, 1% of our audio. Because if I'm sorry, not of the visual and the audio. Why?
Yeah.
Because you hear a sound that's too loud, it'll kill you.
Right.
Okay. Because if you had the full visual spectrum of everything, it would look like a DMT trip.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Constantly, you wouldn't be able to function in this world without filters.
And it's amazing how animals have different frequencies of perception. So they, insects are seeing other frequencies we don't see. Cats, owls.
Cats were revered. Cats were revered in Egypt. That's why the cat. Yo, AD, do you know that the cats were revered in Egypt because they used to be able to see into the afterlife?
Yep.
Do you know what I'm saying? They were revered in Egypt.
Yeah.
Now, watch this. The Jews come around and create the Old Testament, okay? Then the Christians create the New Testament. Cats were so revered in Egypt, but guess what? Did you know there's not a single mention of the word cat in the Bible?
If Priest was here, he would mention the word Catholic. He likes putting that correlation together, and I think that's interesting. Maybe there's a connection with cat and Catholic, but that's something Priest had mentioned earlier. I think he's...
Well, Catholic in Latin means universal, because it was supposed to be the universal religion.
Oh, okay. Nice.
That's what Catholic means in Latin.
Okay. So interesting, though. We got some super chats I wanted to address here before we keep going. But yeah, this is a great build. I especially love that you brought out those 7 interpretations, because I feel like that's the key thing that should be brought
That's
up.
what I've grown. That's where I've grown since I last came on, AD.
Yeah.
That's where I've grown. Like, I realized that I just have a piece of the puzzle.
Yeah.
I just have a piece of it. And I don't even have the whole piece, but I'm trying my best. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I have one little piece of the puzzle. And I think that the Bible is that complicated and that dedicated because it's meant to humble you. And actually, that's what my friend, my good friend Truth Seeker said, actually. I quoted him.
Are you familiar with Bill Donahue?
Yeah, actually, I sent Bill my astrotheology video that I did for you and Priest.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Because I actually had it pre-recorded. I sent it to Bill, and he wrote me this long letter about how he loved it.
No way. Yo,
yeah, I have the email, yeah.
I love Santos. I love how Santos goes in, but yo, Bill Donahue.
I teach for Santos.
Yeah, I remember you told me. I just love how Bill
I'm
goes in.
I'm on Syncretism Society.
Oh, nice.
Bill goes in too. I was close with Maxwell until he passed.
Oh man. Yeah, it's amazing stuff. But like when the way Bill goes in with the whiteboard and he'll show you like the kingdom of heaven through the body, that the anatomical interpretation is what I find amazing, with the body being the Holy Land and the spinal cord being the Jordan River and the left brain being Egypt and right brain being
the spinal cord is also, hold on, the spinal cord is also Jacob's ladder.
Jacob's ladder also, yeah. And then pineal, obviously being the pineal
Genesis 32:30, for Jacob called the place Peniel.
Yeah.
For I saw God face to face and my life was spared.
And then 33 bones up the vertebrae, and then Jesus for 33 years.
Well, that's what I tell people, and I'm probably going to get fucking crucified for this part. But I tell people, if you want to have clear downloads, if you want to remember your dreams, even if you smoke weed, if you want to remember those weed dreams, if you want to, you know what I'm saying? If you want to clear your thing, there's a couple things you can do to help decalcify your pineal gland and help set you up. Quit alcohol. Alcohol lowers your vibration. Quit alcohol
100%.
entirely. Stop masturbating. I'm not saying stop having sex.
Yeah.
But stop masturbating and fire gaze. Buy a candle, preferably non-scented, because it'll.
I'm back. Yo, listen.
Yeah.
Let me ask both of you a question.
Go.
What's up?
Do you believe that the biblical narrative is real or not?
I do not. I think that the Bible.
Okay, thank you. Why do you talk about angels and why do you keep using biblical narrative if you don't believe in it? Why do you base everything that you're doing on biblical characters?
So
And
in what
next? AD's next after
Okay.
I finish this.
so in what sense do you mean? Because I'm trying
Well,
to.
you keep talking about angels. You talk about angels. You talk about these beings. You talk about the scriptures, and mostly everything you talk about is biblical based. But you say you don't believe in it. But most of the stuff that you use is from the Bible. Why?
So in the same way, Priest, that I can write a fiction series like I did that has the truth in it. Okay. In the same way that I could write this kind of stuff that we're talking about now. In the same way that I can write a fiction story, okay, with all the biblical characters in it, okay, and everything, in the same way that I can write a fiction story, doesn't prove its authenticity. To be honest, I could find a lot of previous information from the Egyptian Book of the Dead. I could find a lot of it. I can trace a lot of this information. The Bible is not original. But to answer your question even further, okay, I never said angels and demons weren't real. I never said they weren't. I just didn't say just because I said that doesn't mean that the Bible itself should be read literally. I believe the Bible should not be read literally. I think the Bible is all those esoteric sciences and more, and it's mind-blowing when you even get a glimpse of one of them like I have. I think the Bible is the most incredible book ever written, okay? And if you want to talk about this, Priest, okay, in the 60s, okay, during Vietnam, they used to have night vision, first came out, okay? It used to be in red, okay? And they were coded with something called Dyson and dye. I don't know if you've ever heard of Dyson and dye, but you haven't? I'm going to send you a link. I'll send you some stuff on it, but let me explain to you what it does. It thins the veil between the outer realm and this realm, okay? Because what happened was when they first came out with these goggles, these night vision goggles, they were red. And when the people wore them, they came back with PTSD saying they saw demons flying around because they were coded with this. So what did they do? They changed it and made them green. Suddenly you couldn't see them anymore. This is a real chemical that you put on there and it thins the veil. There are demonic entities. There are angelic entities. I just do not believe that the Bible says, defines it as it is. I feel like, you ever hear based on a true story when they make a movie on that? Based on a true story, where there's truth for sure in it, but that doesn't mean that it's actually right. And to further my point, I'll give you an example. You're never going to find Noah's Ark. You're never going to find Solomon's this. You're never going to find any of these people's. You're never going to find bones like you found of King Henry in the parking lot in the UK under the supermarket. You're never going to find any of these people. Why? Because they are archetypes. They are archetypes. They are stand-in for people. Okay? The Bible is the most incredible book ever written, but it's not original and it's not history. Okay? That's why you will never find this stuff. Because the Noah's Ark goes back to the Sumerians. Okay? The 10 Commandments goes back to the 42 positive affirmations of Mot in the Egyptian Book of the Dead. Okay? Because these all come from certain places.
Hey,
Okay?
D, what are you talking about?
Yeah,
Why don't you break it down?
that's right, man. I agree.
Yeah, but why don't you break it down for us, please?
So he basically did it, but it's the 7 interpretations. I believe that the literal version has to exist in order to understand the stories and what's happening. Because if you just put out science books, it's not going to get popular. If you put out stuff about how the astronomy works and how our bodies work, and you write that into a science book, it's going to get lost. It doesn't have any meaning. But when you put it into a story, when you create the characters and when you show this is that, now you have an entertaining and an interesting thing that can be passed down into legends and lore, so that people can understand the concepts, especially for children.
Encoded. The stories are encoded.
Yeah, and then once you understand the stories, okay, now let's break down on what this means. Like, here's how it applies to you in life. So you
So-
teach the children the stories first as they
Right.
get older, and you want to, like, learn more. Okay, now here's what it means. Here's what Jesus represents now. Here's what Moses represents. Here's what all these characters in the Bible actually represent, and how that applies to us as humans.
Okay, let me say this.
How we reflect on the universe. Go ahead.
Bible, okay, let me add on to you. Y'all can add on to this. The Bible is not written as a history book,
Right.
but it contains history in it,
100%.
right?
Based on a true story, Priest.
Based on a true story. Okay. Did the Egyptians believe in the afterlife?
Yeah.
Of course.
Okay. And so we're dealing with another type of the spiritual part of the scriptures, right?
Right.
So did the Bible borrow that narrative from the Kemet in order to go ahead, because y'all know you ready to go, right? Just go. Okay.
No, because the Jews, okay, I'm not even going to talk about what Kanye is talking about, because that's like a 2-day conversation. I'm talking about the Jewish religion as far as the Old Testament goes. They don't believe in hell and they don't believe in heaven. So no, they didn't borrow that from Kemet. They believe they're going to be judged by God every Yom Kippur to whether they're going to be put in the book of life for another year, but they don't believe in an afterlife. Now the Christians do, and the Muslims do, okay, even though the Catholic Church invented Islam. The Catholic Church invented Islam, which I write about in my second book. But nonetheless, no, because the Jews here's the thing, Priest. The Jews supposedly came from Egypt, right? Everything indicates towards that. Everything points towards that. Exodus, the whole thing is the Jews leaving Egypt. The Egyptians kept perfect records of their history, okay? Even shit that was unflattering to them, okay? There is zero evidence in any Egyptian document, any, of the flood, of the 10 plagues, of Moses, okay, of any of that. Moses, okay, actually goes back to Akhenaten. That's who he's based off of. Akhenaten, who, by the way, Abraham did not create monotheism. Akhenaten did hundreds of years before in 1367 BC. Worship under the sun god. Okay, Akhenaten created it. The Jews, okay, no evidence that they left Egypt based on a true story. Take liberties in the story. The Bible is the most encoded esoteric book of everything we've ever found. However, if you read it literally, it reads like a story written by someone 2,000 to 4,000 years ago. Okay, it's a very simple way of writing. I'm an author. I could tell you that there's complicated ways to write character development, story arcs. Usually the Bible will just be like, I'll give you the story of Onan for a second. What was he supposed to do? Okay, his brother died. He was supposed to fuck his brother's wife and give his brother descendants, which doesn't even make sense because that's not really his seed. But whatever. What does Onan do? He pulls out. So the story says, and Onan spilled his semen on the floor, and God saw it was evil, and God killed him. So it's not really written like an eloquent story. You want to read some poetry? Read Beowulf, read Homer, read some. You're not going to get poetry. I mean, you'll get the book of Psalms too, but aside from the fact it's an astrotheology book in itself, the book of Psalms, okay? The Bible is written with the intelligence and mindset of the average person back in the day. The Egyptians revered women because they were the portals from heaven into bringing the new life in. They revered women. Okay, in the Old Testament, suddenly women are secondary. Okay, so I'm telling you, the Bible was never meant to be read literally. They talk about it, Priest. They say don't toss pearls in front of swine, because not everyone's going to pick up on it. That's why everybody encoded this stuff for one of two reasons through history. Either because it was so powerful it can get them killed, or because it was only for those who have, as Jesus says, for those who have eyes to see and ears to hear. And those people pick up on those messages.
Yeah. All right. So you said that Moses was who?
Akhenaten. He gets his name from Tuthmosis. That's where he gets his name from. But he's based off Akhenaten.
Okay. All right. Really,
Nice.
I've heard. Yeah, I've heard Amenemhet the third, couple of more. But there are Moses in ancient pharaohs. Their names does have the name Moses in them, like most.
Yeah.
Well, they never said that. They never. I don't recall ever reading that Moses was Egyptian. You know that he was raised in Kemet.
Well, he was put in a basket, right?
Right.
And he
I
was.
don't even know necessarily know if that's true. They put babies in baskets
And floated them down the river. This is the story. These are allegories. You know, Carl Jung talks about his archetypes. Okay. Most of these, I'll give you an example. Can I talk to you about Samson and Delilah real quick? Okay.
Yeah.
You know the story, right?
Somewhat.
All right. So the story is basically, well, let's just go over it. Okay. So Samson in Hebrew is Shimshon, and Shimshon means little son. Okay. So Samson means little son. Okay. Delilah in Hebrew, the word Lila means night. Okay. So when you say goodnight to someone in Hebrew, you say Laila Tov. So right there, you have little son and the night. And what ends up happening? Okay. Delilah ends up cutting his hair. He loses his powers. He goes blind. It's a story of the sun being chased into the underworld by the night and then coming back up on top at the end. These are all these same stories. These are so deeply encoded, my friend. That's what they basically talk about. Now, Samson, why was long hair his power? Well, if you listen to any of the Native Americans talk about when they first had to join the military, the Native Americans, when they first started fighting fighting people in America, okay, because of their long hair, they used to say that it gave them special powers. They could hear people coming up behind them. They knew things like that. Suddenly they went to the military, they got it buzzed, they lost their power. The ancient Jews, when they wrote Samson and Delilah, knew that long hair was an extra power. You know what I'm saying? This is an incredibly deep book, but it is written on the surface level not to sound. It is written on a surface level that sounds like someone with an average education 4,000 years ago would have had. Okay. It is not poetic, except maybe like Psalms, for example. And then that doesn't talk about the New Testament. The New Testament is a little bit more. Okay. But that's just basically what it is. This is based on a history, based on a true story. Okay. Solomon, what does Jordan Maxwell say? Solomon is 3 words for the sun. Sol, which is sun in Latin. Om, okay, which is in the Upanishads. Okay. Om. Okay, that's the sun. Okay. And On is the Egyptian city of light, Heliopolis. That's why when you go into a bedroom, you have to turn the lights on still, because On was the city of light. It's 3 words for the sun, Sol Oman. Okay.
And
every different Bible story, okay, is a different way of telling information about the sun. That's what they basically is. Mm-hmm. Okay. Most of them.
Yeah. And that's Priest's son's name.
Solomon.
Yeah.
You think you know everything, huh?
I'm just trying to teach.
Hey, Priest, you sound like my ex. My ex would tell me that shit. You think you know everything, huh? Damn, my ex used to say that all the time. I'd be like, yup.
I had to bring it tonight, man.
You did,
he hit me up and he was like, we got room for you tonight. I was like, let's go.
I got excited when you brought up those 7 interpretations, man. And I kind of wonder if that's connected to the 7 seals of Revelations, but I don't want to, because there's so much.
Well, break down the 7 seals of Revelations, please.
I mean, 7. Well, the thing is, 7 is ubiquitous in the Bible, so I don't want to try to connect things that are not meant to be connected. But I just thought,
well, you have the 7 chakras. It usually means one of 2 things, Priest. You have the 7 chakras, right? Or you have the 7 planets they knew about at the time. Okay. Because you remember in astrotheology, we know now that there's 88 constellations in our neck of the woods. Okay. They only knew, Ptolemy wrote a book in 150 AD where they only knew about 48 of them. Okay. And they weren't all in there. And I'll give you an example. I'm going to actually do a video on my channel about how to be an astrotheologist and break it down.
Yeah.
But basically, Porcus is the constellation for the pig. Okay. They say they didn't discover it back then, but the Chinese zodiac has the pig in it for 4,000 years. Okay. So when you try to look this stuff up, you have to realize that they're not always telling you the truth. When you go to Google and literally Google, and I don't tell people to use Google, I tell people to use Brave. Okay. Because DuckDuckGo is compromised. Google is a Fed. And, you know what I mean? And I tell people to use Brave, but you go to Google and you type in, when was Saturn discovered? It'll tell you 1610 by Galileo. Bullshit. Okay. Because even if you don't know anything about religion whatsoever, you've heard the term Saturnalia before. You know that the Romans had a Saturnalia worship back then. Okay. So they lie to you everywhere. It's all about uncovering and putting your understanding above everything, trusting your instincts and finding the truth. Okay. And that's what I did. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm just trying to teach everybody this stuff. I have a list of people I'd love to talk to, but I had to bring it tonight, Priest.
You coming hard, man. Damn. You got me thinking.
Well,
I used to want to follow AT, but I don't want to follow him no more.
I mean, it's the same thing, man. Like it's the same path technically. But Micah, what is your website again?
I don't have a website. I have a YouTube channel. It's called Micah Dank Truth Bombs, and on it I have 3 playlists.
Gotcha.
I got you.
On my channel, I have 3 playlists. One is all my astrotheology work.
Mm-hmm.
One is all the interviews I've done. And then one is something called short bombs, where I try and blow your mind in 2 to 4 minute videos. I've got like 150 of them.
Nice.
Okay, so I have that. I have a 9-book series that explains all of the stuff that I'm going into now. It's called Into the Rabbit Hole by Micah Dank. You can get it on Amazon. I'm on social media, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, Micah Dank. You know, that's basically it.
Gotcha. I got the link in the description to your YouTube channel.
So, Priest, let me ask you a question. What do you think? Do you think it's a possibility? Do you think that the case that I made for that we are all God, does that make sense to you?
It does. In a lot of ways, you know, I do a little joking here and there, but you know, it does make a lot of sense. When you go back and you look at it, you can make a case that seek ye the kingdom of God first. But there's another scripture that said the kingdom of God is within you. Right. So I do kind of resonate with that. It's just the cockiness of you.
I'm not trying to be cocky. I'm just trying to bring the energy.
Right. No, you bringing a lot of you're bringing a lot of jewels. No, you're doing great, bro. I love it. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm joking, but at the same time, I have to respect your research, like, because you came back to kick ass, and you like really do it. I'm listening to you, and I really, I got questions. And right now, it's like I got questions. We got to really do this again because you touched on a lot of things. So a lot of the biblical stuff was taken from Kemet. Right? Ancient Egypt.
A lot of it. But it goes further back than that. Priest, this is the thing. The astrotheology that I do, the work that I do, what I presented to you last time was just the Old and New Testament. I've the cipher that I came up with for the 12 zodiac signs, the keywords. I've traced that to Sumerian literature, to the Enuma Elish, to the Quran, to the Code of Hammurabi, which is where we get all our laws from, or the idea of our laws. The Book of the Dead, okay? Previous Sumerian work, okay? The Book of Mormon, the Apocrypha, the Nag Hammadi, okay? All of these books, every book, hold on a second, all the Gnostic texts, the Book of Enoch, all this stuff has this code in it, which tells me that the people who initially wrote these are still writing them.
Let me ask you something about the occult, the hidden, the esoteric meaning of these books that you speak on. Do you subscribe to the esoteric hidden agenda behind these texts? Like, what do you think it's for? And could you expound on that? Like,
well, which text? Give me some text in general.
okay, well, the biblical text. I'll just say, like, why was it put out that, you know, what was the whole lie about? Like, what is it to do? To capture us, to put us in a docile state, to give them the power over us? What do you think?
100%. You could trace it to the history of when the Bible was only in Latin and the church would chain it to the pews. And if you tried to read anything other than the piece of paper they gave you with the interpretation, they would beat you and skin you. I can go into the medieval torture devices by the church. You know, you can go into all of that. You can also, like I said, knowing that you're God and you're infinite. I'm not saying I'm God. I'm saying everything is God. This is a big difference.
Okay. Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm saying we're all God. We're all part of the infinite. We're eternal. There's nothing to fear. Okay? The religions give you shit to fear. They make you think God is separate from you while at the same time telling you that he's infinite and that suddenly if you do bad by him, you will get punished or possibly burn. Your spirit that has no nerve endings will burn in a lake of fire. Your spirit. This is what people are terrified of. Okay? This is what people are terrified of. Religion as it stands has to go, and the way that it goes is with people waking up to this knowledge. Now, we're all on our own life journey. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're very intelligent and you're very open-minded, even when you drink. And you're more receptive to ideas. There's people that are never going to get to this level, and that's fine. That's their choice. That's not their choice. That's their life path, you know. But what do they say? They say if you want to change the world, change yourself, and then others will come to you. And I'm sure you did that with your music, you know, early on. I'm sure what happened was you weren't just going from club to club, rapping or battle rapping. I'm pretty sure you were making your music, you know. And then people started coming in, you know, because people liked what you had to say, because you changed yourself. And that's what we have to do. And I'm just trying to give people the tools to try to realize their full potential and who they are. That's all I'm trying to do.
Nice.
Yeah, that was dope.
Yeah.
That's
That was
peace.
dope.
I'll tell you, that's peace. You know, I really don't have nothing to actually say, but that was well put out, and I have some. Well, maybe I'll engage into a little bit more of looking at some of the things, because we've been going by the text so long. We never really looked at the people who created the text, or kind of like dive deep into the hidden messages behind the text. We had people come on and build and say things, but you like really, really, really like on it. So I gotta give you that props.
Yeah, man. Good
Thanks,
job.
man. Think about this. Think about this. The Trinity in Christianity. Okay? Now, if you understand that everything is God, suddenly the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit are all the same thing. Makes
Say
sense.
women. Why you can't say women?
Well, you know what I mean. But you know what I mean, right? It's all the same thing.
LGBT is looking. Now go ahead. No, I know. No, I'm serious. Go ahead. Finish.
Yeah. No, that's just what I'm saying. The Father. You know what I can do, Priest? I can I'll send AD one of my lectures.
Yeah.
Where I go into all this kind of stuff, the kind of stuff that we were talking about, like Samson and Delilah, the book of Daniel.
Who you believe Samson was? You believe he was a son or actual person?
I think that each story in the Bible is an incredibly clever way, okay, to describe the son going through the hero's journey, as Joseph Campbell says it, through the 12 zodiac signs.
So you say that it's all astrology.
I did not say it's all astrology. I said that's what I know.
Okay.
That's my truth right now, because that's all. I can't think in terms of anatomical because I haven't really done the work on that.
Mhm.
You know, but I can tell you this right now is, you know, Truth Seeker?
Yeah.
Yeah. So me and him have been talking for a little while about, because I've been studying the astrotheology for a minute and he's been doing his thing too. We're trying to put a team together where, like, in my lifetime, I'm not going to be able to learn everything in the Bible, but I could find someone that's just as smart as anatomical as I am astrological. We could put 7 people together, take one passage like the book of Matthew, put that through in all 7 and decode it.
Yeah, because when you look at
break it on the 7 heads of the dragon.
What's up?
You break it on the 7 heads of the dragon, and one was wounded.
Mm.
I'm going to send you a video, Priest. It's 2.5 hours long. Watch it whenever you want. Okay, but it's got all my information in it. It breaks down the Quran. It breaks down Revelation. It breaks it. It's good stuff. AD, can you get it over to him?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, beautiful. Guys, I actually have to run.
Hey, great job, man. Thank you so much. You brought up exactly what I always wanted to talk about, but I don't have that slide that you have that breaks down the 7 interpretations, because I feel like that's the first thing that has to be brought up.
AD, you really wanted to bring this up?
Yeah, but he had the slide. I don't have that slide. I actually looked for it on Google and I couldn't find it. I saw you posted on Instagram.
AD, I'll send you it. I'll send you it.
No, listen.
Send me those 7. Go ahead.
Flat earther too? Are you a flat earther?
Who you talking to?
Mark.
AD.
No. You're a flat earther also?
No. I honestly, to be honest with you, Priest, I can't tell you how little of a shit I give about flat Earth. Okay,
and
I don't
you
give
don't
a
have to
fuck about flat Earth. I don't care if it's round. I don't care if it's flat. What I'm trying to do is trying to change lives. Tell me what knowing if the Earth is flat or round changes besides knowing that the Earth is flat or round. How does that benefit anybody?
Right.
I'm trying to benefit things.
I agree too, because like with whatever model you follow, you should be believing in God regardless.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. You got to find it in yourself first.
Right. It's a minor detail at this point.
Yeah. Priest, try and think about that. Just be like, look, I'm God experiencing everything.
Listen, you came through. You said a lot of things. I'll think about it. I'll go back. But I want to challenge you on some of your ideas, which is great. I love it. But I'm gonna ask you questions on it. You answered a lot of them tonight, which was great, and I got to give you props on that. You came back and you kicked ass. I love that for the Podcraft.
Yeah.
Who's Adam? What would you say, Adam? You said.
Well, you have different kinds of Adam. In the Kabbalah, you have something called Adam Kadmon. Okay, Adam Kadmon is the first Adam. It's the first person, the first creation. Santos Bernacci will tell you that Adam is atum, or an atom. Okay, so there's the anatomical. Okay, there's a bunch of different ways that you can take it. To be honest with you, don't really know.
Do you think they were that they were like part of the gods? That they wasn't actual people, but they were like concepts or constructs?
You know what I think it was? Have you ever heard of the story of the Anunnaki and the slave human race to mine gold? And then suddenly, I forget if it was Enki or Enlil. I think Enlil was the bad one. Enki was the good one. He tried to make us like them. Or like in the Bible, they tell you when they ate the fruit, they say, now they are like us. They have knowledge of good and evil. Now they are like us. Okay. I think that whatever did that to us is what we're doing to machines now, because I think machines are becoming dangerously close to being sentient. And I think that's what it is. I think we're just repeating history. Okay. So I think someone did to us what we did to machines.
Mm.
And you can tell that because if you've ever gone into, if you've ever look this up when you have a chance, everybody has DNA. The second chromosome, okay, is 35% larger than the rest. Okay. And when you look at it, it's horseshoe shaped. It's like this, and then it's like this. Okay. It is fused in the middle like somebody fused it. Okay. That's every single human being on Earth. So we were tinkered with. We were definitely messed with. So that's just a little rabbit hole for you to go down.
Nice. All right, very cool. Let me hit these super chats real quick. They're just comments. They're not really questions. I just want to make sure they get their attention, being as they contributed to the show. Here we go. Real quick, we've got a shout out for Danny Salinas. Elia Israel says, praise the Lord. R2 Boyer D says, we are Legion. Windy Melly says, Joe Rogan had a quantum physicist on his show. Forgot the name. LOL, but it was about multiple dimensions. I recommend you guys watch it. Okay, we'll check that out on Rogan. And R2 Boyer D says, where is the God? Okay. I'd say he's everywhere.
AD, I'll be in touch. I'll send you that little picture that you want. So
yes.
And I will I'll see if I could find it without my writing all over it.
Oh, I don't mind
Priest,
that.
I'll have AD send you a link, man. You can see how my work works out. Okay. Anybody that's listening, Micah Dank Truth Bombs on YouTube. You know, this is what I do. This is what I'm trying to get out there.
Nice. And the link to his YouTube is in the description, y'all.
Beautiful. Priest, it's been a pleasure, man.
You think you getting away?
I gotta go, man. I gotta go. Let's do this again. Man.
Yeah, for sure.
That was dope. Thank
Thanks,
you,
man.
That was great. Yo, you did. I mean, I give you a Purple Heart. I give you a Purple.
Oh, thank you.
I'm like, nah, man, you gotta go off somewhere. It was good. It was great. Yo, you got me thinking, and that's a good thing.
Good. Let me know what you come up with.
All right.
Later, guys.
Peace.
What up, AD?
Hey, that was good, man.
Yeah, you supposed to be all right.
Huh?
Yeah, the trade on the Priest.
Nah, ain't no shade. That was interesting.
Yeah, no, he was great. He was great.
I should let you know we've got someone else in the waiting room here. We've got Wisdom's show. Should I let him in now?
Yeah, bring him on.
All right, bringing him on. Here we go. Next guest is joining the Podcraft. Everybody, stand by. What?
I know.
Yo, how's that? What is it? Eggnog? How's that eggnog over there?
That shit popping. Look at this guy.
Oh, hey, Rasul.
Yeah,
That's what else.
You know me?
I see you.
You know me?
I know who you are.
You know who I am?
Oh my god. Yo, how much y'all been drinking?
I don't know who you are.
No. Shout out to my sister.
Hey.
No respect.
What's cracking?
Damn, I thought that was all right, whatever.
Yeah. Oh man. All right. So that was cool. We are on to the next guest. Priest, introduce us. Well, I know he's still joining right now.
I mean, ladies and gentlemen, it's AD.
Not me.
You say introduce us.
Huh?
Yo, AD, whose side are you on? Are you a flat earther? Are you what are you?
I don't call myself a flat earther. I'm a globe denier.
Tomorrow called me up and he wants to know.
Hey, it's a small detail.
I'm
beyond that. I'm on to the next thing now. You know what I'm saying?
No doubt.
I research that topic and then I move on. Research the next one and then I move on. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to learn from you, Priest. We need to hear about Babylon. I'm trying to learn from you.
I know, but I'm just here. I'm a squirrel trying to get a nut. We all here together as a collective.
Yes.
I keep laughing. No, but we here together as a collective.
Mm-hmm.
Taki Shock.
Hey.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, man.
no, sorry, Priest. I'm sorry.
Now, let me get serious. Peace to the brothers and sisters out there. Welcome to Killah Priest Podcraft. This is where we're doing that. Happy Thanksgiving. And to my First Nation, you already know we love you from the bottom of our hearts. No, because let me tell you something, bro. You better start giving props to the people who was here first.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they don't like that when I say that. Props to the people who was here first in the indigenous land of the Americas.
Mm.
Let me say that clear. Props to the people that were here first in the indigenous land of the Americas. Everybody counted you out. Listen, I'm gonna tell the truth now. I'm gonna make it uncomfortable because we celebrate killing turkeys and killing a whole bunch of stuff and getting together, celebrating other people's demise. The first people that was demise were taken from the indigenous place. And then we don't even know if that's true. There's a lot of things coming out now. We have to get to the facts of where we were before all this stuff took place. And until we get that, it's got to be real. Now your man came on here and dropped some jewels. Big up to him. You brought him on. You made sure he came on.
I mean, no, he kept hitting me up. He's like, "Yo, when can I come on? When can I come on?" I'm like, "Priest, this guy wants to come on." I didn't know what he was gonna say. I didn't know what he was gonna say.
It was good because he told me for a long time.
Yeah.
I want to go out to Colombia and drink some good coffee.
Yo, I got the Colombian coffee right here. Yo, it's a K cup, but it's bomb.com.
Well,
Really,
a couple of cats.
What? We got they don't Colombia, yo.
No, I want to go to Colombia.
Why you want
Because Colombia got good coffee and they got pretty girls.
Hey.
Ethiopia?
I want to go
to Africa.
Oh,
Africa gotta go to Africa, yo.
He killed it. I want to go to
Africa, Egypt, yo. We going to Egypt.
Ethiopia.
Ethiopia and Egypt. We're gonna go to Cairo, right? We're gonna go to Aswan, right? We're gonna go to
Long-legged, tall baby.
Yeah, I'm long.
It tastes like candy.
It ain't. Listen to me, man. I'm the old school, ancient East African and West African, yo.
But they don't believe it, yo. Let me tell y'all something.
We going out there, though. We gonna let niggas. And we gonna bring AD. You see my DMs, yo. You don't want to battle me, yo.
I see you.
I got the evidence, yo. I got the evidence. I'll send you the video, yo.
Let's go, Priest. I gotta get you that phone stand, man. This is out of control.
Yeah. No. Yeah, me and AD battled on the DMs with digital images of the flat Earth and the round Earth and the gravitational lensing.
All right. Yo. I appreciate your guest is in the building here.
Okay. What?
Your guest is on here, right? A Wisdom Show is in the building.
Awesome.
Peace
to the God.
Oh yeah, what's happening, man? Peace.
Let's bring everything back. Oh shoot, I see the Seahawks in there. What up, my brother?
Man went crazy too, man. One just left. Oh man, he just went crazy.
But see, that's what I'm saying. Everybody come out and they be saying stuff and they be dropping. But my thing is this: I listen, but let's get to the perspective because we got to get this thing clear, straight up, no chaser. Where we at today with it? I know, no, but the guy, he's ready to build. Let's bring stuff into clarity. And peace to you. And thank you for coming on the platform, the Podcraft. I call it the platform. So we talked about a lot of things dealing with but what is the esoteric fact? We dealt with history. But where's the esoteric science that is inwoven inside of the methods that people use to create and tell about history. Tell us the history that they don't tell us about that's in plain sight, but blind to the naked eye.
Now, when you say history, what type of history you talking about again now, Killah? Talk to me.
I'm talking about history of the Bible, the history of the esoteric.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, as far as the history part, you know, everything that we know is as they said it, right? First of all, let's just get that out the back. Don't nobody know nothing, right? You know what I mean? So once we understand that, we're going to go by what we hear, right? And then be able to discern what we know. Okay. So now with history, right? They'll say that it was translated from this language to that language to that language. Everybody fully aware of that. By the time it got to English, it was transferred about 2 or 3 times at least, right? So now, if we take it back to what they say the root that would be, you say it would go back to Greek at least, right? Go back to Latin and all that there. So we already know all that's around Egypt. We already understand all this here, okay? So we know there's affiliation going on somewhere if it ain't 100%. It's all the same people, all the same family. Okay, we already know what's going on. So now, if we go back a little further, right? We know we're talking about the Levant. Okay, we already know that's dealing with Egypt and all that. Okay, we go back even further than that. We go talk about Nubia and Athena and Ethiopia and, you know what I mean, India, the dark-skinned people, which we already know. We talk about the Silk Road and Han Dynasty. It's like, how far do a person actually want to go back? You see? So then once you understand, okay, this so-called modern day religions that we have, all of them, I put them all on the motherfucking table, all of them, right? It's basically gonna come from the first people that start creating languages. Who was they? Who were those people that say started creating languages first? They say these were the Phoenicians, right? Okay, they say these are the first people that started putting characters on paper, which we know was the seafarers and so forth, right? We already understand all this information. We know these gonna be the same Moroccans or what you want to call Moors or ancient Egyptians or whatever you want to call them. They traveled all across the world. We know this for a fact for thousands of years. Whether you want to call them the original Americans, who knows where they came from? Okay? So now, understanding all this here. So we're moving on to modern times, right? So now, these same Phoenicians are the same Canaanites and all that they speak about in the Bible, that the Bible clearly speak of worshiping all different types of things, different gods, so on and so forth. If you look into what they are in Hebrew, it's going to let you know that they're dealing with basically with trade and commerce and all that there. And they all about universal synchronicity, okay, when it comes to beliefs and all that. So we know on every tree, we got branches come from it, unless it's unhealthy. We already know this here. So we understanding that the tree it has to come from is you, period. Like, I don't know if somebody could tell me where they came from. I don't care who they is. Tell me where you came from before you got here. Please explain that to me. If anybody can do that, they know something. If you can't do that, you don't know nothing. Off the bat. Everything you're saying is only guessing at best. Now,
point.
So when it comes to intelligent, educated guesses, right? So we understand that it's a fact, no matter what liar would tell you that they know where they came from, right? Because you just don't know unless you can prove it. Or what's gonna happen to you when you leave here. You can make all the guesses that you want, but I ain't seen nobody come back. You talk that shit all you want. Okay? So now, dealing with the facts, right? So it's like, okay, how did everybody get here? That brings us to Genesis, right? The creation of all things, they say the creation of man. Okay? How's a man created, they ask? Through sexual reproduction, right? A sperm and an egg create a person, period. So guess what? Just so happened, according to what I understand, all religions is saying just that. It's explaining just that. And everything else that goes along with it. When the brother was saying about the anatomical anatomy type thing, it's all about you and your anatomy, right? Because even when you're talking about how they even create a motor, they let you know they're dealing with your muscles, how your muscles contracting, all that type of stuff. It let you know that's where it comes from. It's called a motor neuron in your body. You see, you have a motory system where you doing shit on purpose, and you have a sensory system where it's telling you to go do some shit. That every person in religion, they may want to call it spirit in the flesh or whatever, left brain, right brain, how you want to look at it. Mama, your daddy, sun, moon. It don't make no difference, Killah. You know, when they get to spreading it, like I said about that tree, everything comes from the tree. You are that tree of life. It said it. You. It's like it's simple. It's right there.
That plane's fire.
Huh? So it's
Oh.
like once you understand that, then you know that's the trunk of the tree, right? So everything you see off of that is a branch. It don't matter what it is. So as long as you know how to get back home,
I don't know how
He's saying,
but
hold on, there's two different things going on. He's saying that refers to a black woman.
what refers to a black woman?
He said, go on, brother. Keep building.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, but I like what he's saying though, because I can incorporate all things because ain't no answer wrong. Because he right. That is a branch. A branch will tell you, hey, the black woman is God. Everything comes from the black woman. You know what I mean? Everything that's walking around this earth, people would consider that black woman to be Eve or whatever, the mother of all living. You know, but I would like to say that's an egg. So if you want to call a black woman an egg, that's fine with me. Whatever you want to call it.
What's an egg?
I know.
What's an egg?
Like an egg is opposite of sperm. So sperm and egg. That the woman holds the egg, the man holds the sperm. So the consciousness of all things comes from the sperm, and the embodiment of that consciousness comes from the female. When we walk around and say it's our earth right now, you are actually walking in your mother's egg, literally. And you're the only one in this womb. Everybody are in their own womb, literally.
This brother, the reason why, let me say, okay, but you're on a pin.
No.
This brother right here is, I'm gonna tell you why he's here.
Go ahead.
The brother had dropped some esoteric knowledge.
No. I mean,
the brother
what
dropped.
you said was dope.
Yeah, what you said was dope.
Really,
I like your take on how you go into it, and it's also like an extension of, because we were dealing with the serpent before, and I know Nepal Shadar had dropped out about the serpent and expanded on knowledge other than plain sight. A lot of things are hidden in plain sight, but other brothers like you and I, we see things that are beyond plain sight. And I do believe that you do see these things because I've heard you build. And I said, well, Dad, this brother is heavy, and that's why you're here. And that every time when I ask you a question, it's only a part of the collective mind state, because I do hear the esoteric and the God in you. You know what I'm saying? Sure. So when the God is coming out of you, I just wanted to water the whole field because everybody's listening. This is a field, and I enjoy when our brothers elevate on that level and resonate in that frequency, because when you do that, then you open up the gates. Floodgate us right now with, and this is for everybody to listen, This brother is coming from out of Houston, and he's raining down knowledge of the esoteric fields.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give you props, brother.
I
Continue.
appreciate you, man. You already know who I can't take the credit if I wanted to. You know, because I came to the understanding, man, of understanding that I don't exist, dog. I've came to that place of knowing that I do not exist, not me. Huh? Who doing the talking? I couldn't never tell you, man. Who doing the thinking? I couldn't never tell you, man. I couldn't tell you the truth if I wanted to, man. See, and people got to really understand that. It don't matter what nobody's saying out their mouth. They can never tell you the absolute truth. Because no one can hear that in there but you. That voice when you're not talking. Those ears when there's nothing external. You see? That taste when you imagine it. Like you can taste your favorite food right now without it being with you right now. Like, what is that? You see? And once you know that, you already know you ain't nothing. You just a slave of that. You're a servant of that. So when you hear those Bible scriptures that will have you to believe, yo, man, you know, and I'm not vouching for no branch. Hey, I'm gonna make that understood. You understand me? Because everything ain't good for everybody. I don't give a damn what it is. You understand me? Right? So, hey, don't just because I might use a reference of a Bible do not mean that I'm advocating anything. But if it touch it, I don't know nothing about it. You understand me? Because I don't know you. Okay? So now, like I was saying, for the ones that are ran away from scriptural things, being able to use the excuse when it says that, hey man, what kind of book gonna tell you to obey your master? I understand that because it does say that. It clear as day, don't it? Yes, it does say that, and I totally agree. Cause who master who? If I gotta believe that part, I can't go with that shit. I can't do it. So what I convinced myself to understand about it is that my flesh is the servant of my spirit. Okay? And to separate that, to make you understand that, right? Is that you know how you had that little voice in your head, right? That one want to do this and one want to do that. One want to get up in the morning on time, as soon as the alarm clock go off, right? And the other one would be like, nah, man, we're gonna hit that snooze button. It's two things going on right there. Okay? One saying no, one saying yeah. So it's being able to discern that. That's the discernment right there. Do you have the ability to just do? Like no thinking, just do. Like when you're late. And I know I'm kind of going off my topic, you know, on that, but I'm gonna keep on rolling with it because it's still a deep analogy I'm trying to give about what I'm saying, right? As far as like willpower and what it really is and what that thing is that they say is in us, that innate thing that we really need to understand how to understand what it is, right? In a most simplistic form that we can, right? So it's like when the alarm clock goes off, right? And you're about to be late for work. You can't be late no more. You can't get no third strike. Boss gonna fire me. Yes, he is. He done told me I've been late too many times already. So when that alarm clock go, all right, what you gonna do? Actually, I'm sorry. What I'm trying to explain is when it passed the time, when it don't go off, right? And you had to jump up real fast, right? When you don't do no thinking, right? You ain't did no thinking, and you ain't take the time to say, "Hey, man, I'm gonna hit that snooze button," because you're not afforded that luxury, right? So you got to get up right then, or when something's coming at your face and you just automatically move, you know what I mean, involuntarily. See, because we think we doing things on our own, but we really not. So to go back to the slave thing, that's what I was going with it. The slave thing in the Bible where it's talking about master and the slave, right? like I did answer already, cover it already, but I want to go back into it a little more. For the ones that, like I said, for the ones that oppose themselves or oppose a book or oppose a people for believing in a thing or whatever the case may be. And like I said, I'm not an advocate of nothing. You know what I mean? I'm not with nothing. I'm not against nothing. Because everything is that zero. Everything is that balance. Everything is that zero. Everything is that balance. Everything is that neutrality. You know what I mean? If you can't respect me, then I can't respect you. You know what I mean? No matter what it is. You know what I mean? Hey, man. This is my lane right here. You know, like what you talking about? Like what you mean? What you doing? You know what I mean? Now, if it seems like I'm fishing, I'm looking for some help, then okay, it's your duty to step in at that point. Right? But then once a person say, hey man, you're pressing, you know what I mean? Now you're overstepping your boundaries. Huh? When somebody say, hey man, go ahead, you know, so anyways, go back. So let me stick on clear the topic about the master and the servant thing, like I was saying though, right? So everybody say they're serving of Christ and all that type of stuff. All the biblical people feel me. All the Hebrew people feel me. Y'all already know you're supposed to be, you know what I mean, a servant for the Most High, for God Almighty, for Jesus, or whatever the case. You're supposed to be a servant for that, right? Now, sound like a slave to me. Off the top. So who is your master? On top of the say you can't even serve too. That's what they say.
Okay.
So it's only gonna be one master we talking about. Like what slave master we talking about? Like, what we talking about? Deuteronomy who? What? When they said if before we explain all that shit, if you do this here, do that there, I might do this here and do that there. When they already said Egyptian mean bondage and all that there, and it mean just basically mean a state of mind, being oppressed, following people rules under a government like we do right now under the United States of A, following Olympian gods from Greek gods and all that type of stuff, got you voting for a smaller deity and unaware and not even knowing it. Same thing, different game, different place, different state, different country, different,
That's real talk.
The book say, well, my people perish because of the lack of knowledge. That's what it say.
True indeed. And we do be perishing for the lack of knowledge, yo.
Every day, Every day. I ain't heard nobody really know nothing yet. Because they missed it, they don't know nothing. You don't know nothing but what you know. That's it. How can I know what Killah Priest know, man? You tell me in a million years, man. You tell me how I'm gonna see anything Killah Priest seen in his life, man, with his eyes. How I'm gonna see that, man? You tell me, man.
Yeah, that's real talk. Same with you.
And I don't care if a person standing right next to you, Killah. They still can't tell you what you saw, man. Like your partner sitting there right there, he got a whole different view, whole different angle, my man.
Yeah, you're drinking.
What did he say?
No, he's been drinking tonight.
No, yeah, what I said is like your partner behind you, he catching a whole different angle from what you catching a different angle from what Killah Priest catching. You see what I'm saying? So nobody can ever see from the same perspective at all.
Perspectives. We see things on different levels. That's what you said.
All the time. You know, and that's why you can't get no understanding. But that's what so-called scholastic stuff supposed to help. Right? Now, tell me, Killah, how is it that everybody can read the same thing
but get different interpretations?
Please explain that to me, man. Somebody ain't go to elementary school, huh?
Yo, you're right about that. I don't know. It's like certain people they listen because they don't want to take control of their own destiny.
What I'm saying is, Killah, right? Is that we're gonna talk about elementary school and you mind if I shout somebody out, man? Because this is gonna be a piece of his shit that like my people with UAP, man. You know what I mean? Elementary, man, right? The word elementary. Because he really into word spell cat. You know what I'm saying? Okay, I even saw some things because how he says some things sometimes. Like, ooh, shit, I didn't see that. Right? But okay, let me get to it though, right? Elementary. First thing you see on that thing is L, huh?
Yep. Yeah, indeed. Talk that talk.
It's serious, man.
Yeah. Indeed. L being a multitude of gods.
Yeah, we talk about the elements, man. Now, to put my sauce back on it, right? Now we understand that the foundation of everything, right? Is the basics, is the elements. That's the foundation of everything. For anything to stand, you got to know the basics first. But boys want to go to the advanced shit. Killah, how they gonna do that? Man, you already go ahead.
Nah, it's like we gotta slow down because we've been moving too quick. Maybe we react off of emotions and not thinking about things before we get into it, but we like jump to conclusions a lot. And maybe that comes from our upbringing or something of that nature. But to grab hold to what we really do, we have to let those things go. Maybe that's the task. Maybe to let certain attributes that we kind of inherit that turned into calluses on us, let it go. But I'm asking you, how do you agree with that?
Yes, to a certain extent, right? Because man, like I'm saying though, right, Killah, right? As far as we know, as far as we've seen, people gonna do what they're gonna do, man. That's off the rip, man. That's just understood. What like I could be all these 1,000 of words I'm saying, man.
Right.
Ain't gonna show a motherfucker nan trick.
Right. I agree with you.
You see? So they're gonna have to go out here and do the tricks on their own. Right? With whatever magic they know, regardless of what I'm saying or what you say or whatever. You know what I mean? Some people might hit, you might be ready for it right now and be like, damn, that's all I need to hear to go do what I'm gonna go do. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm speaking, not oppressing yourself at the end of the day, man. That's what I'm talking about. It's like some kind of way we done find a way to oppress ourselves in every sense of the fucking word. You see? Because this world that we live in is all about consent, dog.
That's all.
Ain't nobody made you do nothing. You sign off on everything you talking about. Even that prison time, man. They made you sign some shit, dog. Hey. Huh? They ain't just sent you nowhere. They made you sign something.
Yeah. That's true.
You see? So now that's going back to the basics like I'm talking about, right? So it's like, okay, what the basis was again? Contract law? Oh. That's the basics. Boys don't even know the basics. Right? Adding. They automatically want to go to algebra and mathematics and over here and over there. And like I say about how a person read the same thing, get something different. And then because they ain't go to elementary school, obviously. And I don't mean no disrespect, because everybody know that the system was designed to fuck us over and not teach us and play us and you know, come on, man, we know what's going on. So we already know this by force and not by choice, by coercion. We already know this here. You know what I mean? So I'll be damned if I cast a stone anywhere. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm that same project kid too. It just happened to know something about something. Come on, man. I ain't nobody fucking special.
You really like the Seahawks, huh?
No, not that particular. Actually, I'm gonna go see my people tomorrow, fam, because I'm really from Pensacola, Florida. That's where I'm really from, right? So I'm gonna go see my people. I ain't no sports fan at all. Actually, to be honest with you, I couldn't even tell you to be. Hey, I'm so thrown with it. Hey, I couldn't tell you damn motherfucker player on that motherfucker. As a matter of fact, I think I'm lying. I think it's a period for a guy play on there because he right. He from my city.
Nah,
But
Gino
I
is
can
cool.
tell you nothing about no
Nah,
Seahawks, period.
Gino is cool. No, but at the end of the day, what you speaking is a real stuff, man. Word. You need to tell him. You see him?
Oh no, he sound like that's your right hand man. Man, don't need to tell him nothing. He already know what to do. When you move left, he gonna move right. You know what I mean? And when you, he the hit man. I say you. I ain't gonna say that too loud, but I say it is. They don't want no smoke when you around.
Sip. You been sipping all night. He the sipper.
Ain't nothing wrong with that, man. You already know that's what we do. What most of Negroes do, man. Aboriginals, goddamn it, and put that in the highs. Us motherfucking indigenous people of this Americas. Y'all already know how we do. We gonna eat good, we gonna drink good, we gonna boat good, we gonna look good. We gonna be good because we already know what that power is in that hour. You understand me? Ain't no motherfucking tomorrow or no yesterdays. When we talk about today and we talk about present time, present time is all the time. I'm talking about right now, not back then or up there. We're going to enjoy it to the fullest right now, every second of the day, because that's what God gave us to do. The God that I believe in, and that God is unknown. That means God mean using lack of better words, unknown, something that can't be named. Because the God I believe in, you can't put a name on it. As soon as you put a name on it, that's when you went wrong. I don't care you call that Allah, Buddha, Jesus, Jesus. All the Celtic ones and all that shit. Y'all know it's thousands of them motherfuckers. But but as soon as you,
Oh, you an Israelite or a Muslim, bro?
I think I don't know. You gotta ask him, but I think he subscribed to all things. And I don't think he all in one. That's what he's
okay. I don't describe to no thing.
Yeah, exactly.
You a whole new form.
I don't subscribe to no thing.
I got you.
Even people that, right? Hey, word game, right? Exactly. Check the word game though.
No. So what I want the audience, I want the audience to get out of this is the science of the knowledge that you're coming with. And let me tell you, and it's a Thanksgiving night. Thanks for what? We gotta give knowledge, wisdom, and understanding instead of the same thing. Now, this is rare form. You see me, and I'm having a good time. I had a little too many drinks, but we had a good time. And the knowledge that you're coming with is beautiful to see you break down these things. And we gotta really think about what he's really saying. Because it comes in a cycle like that. But I want to ask you a couple of things, brother. And like when I first heard you, I was like, oh man, yeah. Everything you was dropping down was right and exact. Could you let us know certain things that we don't know that we should know?
Okay. I don't know if people don't know, right? Because that'd be arrogant of me, right? But I'm gonna say some things that I think most people don't know. You know what I mean? Especially when we talk about these scholarly motherfuckers. I'm gonna give you something so simple to start off with, because to make it ridiculous. Just so everybody know, this straight up off the dawn freestyle, man. You know what I mean? This 8 to 8 don't be late. You know what I'm saying? My man called me out of nowhere and said, hey man, I need you to come through, you know what I'm saying, do your thing. I was like, God damn, how you know about me? But some kind of way he called me, like real players do. And I said, hey man, I'm handling business right now, but I'm gonna get to you as soon as I get free. And that's what we doing, and that's how we rocking right now. You understand? So it ain't no rehearsal. Everything is in me and not on me. You understand me? And you already see how he said, how it come out when it come out. Oh, you can't make this up. You ain't gonna never ever see another kind like me. I'm talking about be serious when I'm playing. You understand? So professional as it get, and even so hood as it get. I'm talking about balance. And I ain't talking about, and I ain't repping no streets and nothing like that there. Because like I said, it is what it is. And I ain't make myself, like I told you once before. So I guess this is how it go. You understand me? You know what I'm saying? So I'm just kicking my flavor, just have a flavor just supposed to get kicked. Because I said, this ain't me. I don't do no TV. I ain't never expect to be on TV. Look at me. Ooh wee. And I'm talking about who I already said I ain't me. So guess who it be? Ooh wee. Huh? But like my man said, try to get us some thunder that they ain't never probably heard before. Like I said, I can't be that arrogant to say I know it or don't know what you heard before, because I don't know how that go. I wish a bitch would try to tell me what I don't know before they even know. Ooh, you gonna have trouble before you even try to even knock on my door. You can't even cross the gun line with that kind of thing.
We gotta get you back on the show with you already know who. You know what I'm saying? So all three of us gonna get on and we're gonna open up the gates. This brother go deep, yo.
Yeah.
No, for real.
Hey, man, I want to give you that though. I'm finna give you that smoke, like you just said. What I probably gave people a whole lot of what they know in my flow just then. But I want to give you something specific, right? So listen, I'm gonna share my screen if I'm allowed to. Cause I had some things, cause like I said, I said all that to say it wasn't all this stuff was unexpected, no rehearsal, right? And I did end up freestyling all this thing y'all just heard. So now I want to try to back up a little bit of this so-called scholastic thing. So we talking about a scholar, that's a student. Understand that. We talking about etymology, scholar means student.
Yes.
Huh?
I agree with you.
That's what it means. So you ain't know you're a student and you think you're a master, calling yourself a scholar. Oh, you a folly is what you is.
You said etymology, right? Correct?
Yes, sir. So, okay, let me just do some things. All right. Because Priest told me to come on and try to give a little breakdown about the etymology shit when it comes to the Bible. You know what I mean? Because he heard me in the pod rapping and, and stuff like that, right?
Hey,
and so,
can I say this?
Go ahead.
Can I say this?
Okay.
Well, we have to know one thing before we go in, that the Hebrew, the Torah, was written in ancient Hebrew, right? Mention that. And then we have the synoptic gospels. Matthew, Mark, Luke, right? You feel me? And John. Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. That's the synoptic gospels. And then you have all of the other books that's incorporated into that from divine inspiration or prophecy, according to their culture. Correct?
Yeah.
All right. So take that into hand. We're gonna go into that. In 2023, we're gonna go into the whole Hebraic doctrine.
That's probably what you can do, but I will not be. I'm sorry, I'm cutting you off. My bad. I apologize.
Since where we're at in 2022, we're gonna keep on going in. But remember, when you're dealing with Rasul, all 7, we deal with language in the Codex Maximum. The Codex. We define the language of the ancient ones that exist 3,000, 5,000, 12,000 years ago. That's what we do. That's what we do. That's what we do. That's what I do. Rasul, that's what I do. So just want to let you know, not saying that you're wrong. You're not wrong. You're right and exact for the time period.
Hey, can't nobody be wrong about what they think. Nobody.
Yeah, well,
your truth will always be your truth, no matter what I say.
To me, I'm an actual I'm a human time. I'm a human time machine.
Yeah.
I'm a human time machine.
That's right. Everybody in their age. That's right. I agree with that.
The age of Aquarius.
That's what they say. That's what they say. Okay, well, I'm about to go ahead and start. I'm sorry. Go ahead, brother. What you about to say?
No, I said you about to go in because I want to. Yeah. At some point, I want to bring you back because we are like impaired, and the knowledge that you're dropping is incredible, bro.
Okay, yes, sir.
And I want
Well,
to.
I guess I don't necessarily have to share nothing you don't need me to, you know what I mean? Because I can just keep kicking it off the dome that what you tell me, you know what I mean? Yeah, or whatever you telling me, you know
Yo,
what I'm
AD,
talking
yo, AD, why you ain't showing me the screen?
about? Okay, I'm about
I
to
could
do it
do
right
that.
now. Then.
No, he's gonna share the screen right now.
Where Mojito at?
Yeah, it ain't gonna be nothing too heavy though. You know, I understand what brother talking about, but I ain't gonna go on all that codexes and all that old shit, man. I'm telling you, man. Hey, listen, hey, anybody that's listening to me, I done told you the game already, man. If you ain't catch it by now, I'm gonna tell you again. The game is you. You're the best game in town. You know what I'm saying? Once you learn how you work, you're gonna know how everything else works, even other people. I'm telling you, man. Hey, things get so deep when you walk by somebody sometime, man. I'm tell you, well, I think this me. You know, I don't think there's no books out here telling nobody this here. Maybe there is, but I ain't seen them. But this is what I think in my mind, right? Sometimes when you walk by a person, and let's say, for instance, y'all know how us brothers we have a tendency to not want to just show nobody no respect, show nobody no love. Sometimes we walk by and we just got that little I ain't don't speak to me, I ain't speaking to you, nigga. I ain't looking at you, don't look at me vibe. You know what I'm saying?
Stop that.
See,
That's bullcrap.
yeah, that's right.
Hey,
And the reason I think, go ahead.
That's why that's how AD be treating me.
See, what the thing about it is, man, sometimes, man, I think like we be catching other people's thoughts sometimes. It's basically what I'm trying to say. You see what I'm saying? I think thoughts are so interchangeable that we catch each other's thought and not even realize it. You know, like because when we talk about science and stuff like that, according to them, or this thing what we call Akashic records and all that type of stuff, we understand that all information comes from the outside of you and it comes into you. Even the things that you speak out or you call yourself want or desire, it goes out into the farthest part of the universe, so to speak, right? That's from the pseudo side of the shit, but this grasp concept of what they're saying happens. It goes out, and from some point, it comes back to you, and you know what I'm saying, as a response. You know what I mean? When you get into what some people would call it, just to give you an idea of what I'm saying, what they call it, the Hermetic principles, something we use, or you would call them the universal laws, as I like to call it. You know what I mean? When I ran across the information, I found it as understanding universal laws, understanding all universal laws too go coincides and correlates with what you would call religions and stuff like that. You know what I mean? From all the ologies, from plants, from the anatomy, like we said, from all the sciences, man. Once you just learn the real shit about things, you know what I mean? Even from law or whatever, you understand that all this shit is intertwined. And it's kind of like can't be explained except to tell a person, hey man, this is the code. The code is you. You know what I mean? Everything is based off you. So just wake up and pay attention to you. You know what I mean? Then everything else, the answers just come. Like the things that you think you know that you don't know. Don't be arrogant enough to say that you do know. And that's how I help myself, to be honest with you. You know what I mean? Once I realized, like, okay, the words I was using every day, I never looked them up. It was all pure what my parents told me, like the word light or something like that. I know what a light is. Don't turn the light on. I never actually looked that word up, or the word he or she or just stupid shit. You know what I mean? Like I never looked it up. But all of us know, okay, that most words have more than one definition. We know this. So when we see a word, we automatically assume that it means this or it means that, and that's where we go wrong. And that's where I was talking about earlier about elementary school or whatever, and the 8 parts of speech. If you ask the average adult today, hey man, what's an adverb? What's its function? What's an adjective? What's a verb? You know, and I'm not trying to insult anyone. I'm just letting us know, hey man, we got to really wake up and pay attention to what's going on. Like people describing words in sacred, what they would call sacred texts or whatever, like Bible, and sacred only mean that a language that don't change. It don't mean like the shit is holier than thou or no bullshit like that. That's not what it means when they say sacred languages, people. It just means a language that don't change from what it meant from when it meant it. You can't use modern definitions for ancient texts. It's not going to work. You can't use a noun definition meaning and give me a verb tense definition and understanding. No, it does not work that way. And that's why if people can't read and stuff like that, you shouldn't read it or whatever. You know what I mean? Because you're gonna get lost in the sauce every time. You know what I mean? And you know, so anyway, let me get a quick filibustering. You know what I mean? 'Cause I can freestyle all motherfucking year, huh?
You're screen sharing right now.
Yes, sir. Let me go ahead and get to something.
All right.
Okay, let's just start with the word Genesis, right? So just so we can get a grasp what's going on. I'm just gonna try to. This stuff might be kind of out of order, y'all. I just put up a whole lot of random stuff on my dome. Like I said, I'm just working on the fly. All right, so when we talk about the word Genesis, we know that's supposed to be the name of the beginning of the Bible. So the things that I do, I just waste time just looking to shit. So the word Genesis, for the ones that never actually looked it up, is the origin or mode, right? The origin or mode of formation of something. So now let's look at some synonyms, okay? That's a very key thing we need to start understanding too. When we see one word, that this one word has synonyms or whatever, so they're basically the same. So once you get get this type of thing understood, they can't run tricks on you by just changing the words and shit. All right, well, my bad about the cussing too, y'all, because I don't know if I'm allowed to even curse. I apologize.
Oh, you good.
Okay, so the word Genesis in itself. First of all, before I even looked at the word, let me just filibuster a little bit more because knowledge comes to me, I'm just going to kick it out to y'all. So before I even look up a word, I just think about what I hear in it. So one of the things I hear in the word Genesis is gene. That's automatic. So we know we're dealing with some type of DNA, birth, stuff like that, right? Automatic. So understanding that, and I think about what the book's supposed to be about, it's supposed to be about sexual reproduction, the creation of man, so to speak. The average Christian will let you know that the book of Genesis is about, the creation of man. Okay, cool. So now how's a man created? A man is created through sexual reproduction. Everyone knows this. Okay, so that means the book of Genesis is obviously speaking about sexual reproduction. So what I couldn't realize, to avoid me having to go to so many details and try to explain, just give y'all the overview of the basic things, some of the basic things I'm kind of show, right, is that I come to the understanding that the entire book of Genesis to me is dealing with different aspects of sexual reproduction, period. You know what I mean? All depending on how far you want to look into it or whatever the case is, you can find correlations, you know what I mean, in many cases. That's what I come to understand. Okay, so now, just dealing with the word Genesis, let's look at some of these synonyms. And for the people who don't understand the mode of formation, that can mean anything, any mode of formation. It could be true, it can be false, or whatever, you know what I mean? Or it could actually be an origin or something. So some of the words that struck me were words like birth, you know what I mean? Because it correlates with what I'm thinking, what I was thinking in my own mind before I even looked the word up. Like I said, I go through this brainstorming process before I even look the word up, just to understand it, to see what I think it means, stuff like that, before I go into what we would call so-called white man's knowledge or whatever the case. You know what I'm saying? But I just call it standard information, general information. So before I go into general information, let me see what my mind brings up itself. And so when I go into it, I'm looking for those things. So boom, genes, DNA, boom, birth. Okay, we talk about creation. Okay, but of course we could be talking about the what they would call surface level aspect you know what I mean, of what people talking about, you know what I'm saying? But we know it can mean, at this point, birth and creation. So that's what kind of stuff we're looking for. So there's just an example of what, okay, now let's go to the etymology of the word. So basically just it tell you, first of all, this is a early 17th century word, okay? And then you know it's taking us right back to the word Genesis, right? But understand this, y'all, that this word they're saying was created in the 1600s. I must point that out. Okay, we really need to understand that because that let you know that this word in itself is very young, you know. And for anybody know anything about history a little bit, we know the so-called King James Bible came out during 1611, stuff like that, you know, stuff like, and then anybody that understand that when we dealing with words, we're dealing with spells, you know what I mean? It was spell casting, you know, the trickery, the magic, you know, stuff like that, you know what I mean? That they got us tricked, you know, where people are blinded, you know, where they would say they told us a lie, but they actually told the truth, but it all depends on how far you look to find the truth type shit. You know what I'm saying? Okay, but I just wanted to point that out. It's a fairly early word, you know, young word, you know what I mean? 1600s actions, you know what I mean? And most of the words biblically is going to be like that when we're talking about the KJV. Okay, so now let me just go to something else. Well, as a matter of fact, let's go ahead and do it. Let's go to birth. Just see what it means right quick. All right, so we already know that the average understanding of what birth means is like, you know, parent giving birth to a child. But I want to tell you that as far as what I understand, when we're talking about, especially when we talk about the Bible or whatever, we're talking about the birth of information, birth of knowledge, birth of like new thoughts, you know what I mean? You know, things like that. You know what I mean? That's what I think it was talking about when it gets to the esoteric aspect. Like my brother, is down. Like, I'm sorry, I got to turn this light down, so shit too bright in my face.
All right. We're gonna see what's up with Priest. Priest dropped out for a second.
Yeah, I apologize about that.
You good?
Okay, but when we talk about birth, okay, so I'm just kind of flowing to y'all. Like I said, this ain't no goddamn script, so just take what you take. And if I be everywhere, hey man, it's gonna be a good everywhere, man. Snip that shit and run into what I'm saying. So when we're talking about birth, the average understanding is we're talking about a mother giving birth to a child. But I want to give you guys the idea or the thought of the people that really like this deep into study and stuff like that. We talk about birth of children, sons, daughters, stuff like that. We're talking about states of mind. That's what we're talking about, not physical, literal people. You know what I mean? It's a different thought process, different understanding, different belief, or whatever the case. Okay? So that's what's going on when we're talking about childbirth or whatever. Even the marriages and things like that. We're talking about a mother, a wife and a husband. We're talking about the consciousness and all that, you know what I mean? Or the lack thereof when we're talking about so-called following pagan gods or whatever the case. And to keep it even 101K when it comes to that. Don't quote me on the scripture, but I want to say it somewhere in Corinthians. It was so deep because, like I'm saying, that the whole book is basically a spell, it's a paradox, I should say. You know what I mean? Something that seemingly it seems like it's not true, but it's some kind of way it is type shit. So that's basically what it is. So in one of the stories in the book, it was these so-called high priests or whatever, and they was praying to these idols or whatever the case. And the so-called God of the book got on them about this here, letting them know, hey man, what you doing? You tripping? You know what it means, but the people don't know what it means. The ones that's watching you, the ones that looking up to you, they're gonna really think that they need to be worshiping these gods. So, like, say for instance, you know that this symbol don't really mean that you worship the symbol, even though you like, I get thanks to the symbol, but you know this symbol is really talking about something else that's way more relevant than it's just a symbol, because a symbol just symbolizing a real thing or something. So you know the real thing, but they don't, and they think and they misconstrue you worshiping a symbol, and they following you, so you leading them astray by them doing this. So this was the basic concept that was in that story that I'm telling you about, in the book. And I just threw that out there to give you guys an understanding of the wittiness of the book and how everything is a paradox in what I'm trying to explain. So it's no wrong or right in particular. You know what I mean? So that's why you have secret societies. If you know, you're in the know, right? So to someone else that's not so-called initiated, yes, it's spooky to you or whatever the case, you know what I mean? Because you're not in the fold. And that's kind of what they did with the Bible or whatever. They kind of cloaked it with a shadow of God, with the rituals and all this type of thing. And really, and this is basically the veil or the covering, like the Moses or whatever. Moses was a veil for the Hebrew Israelites or whatever, according to the book, so that they couldn't get the understanding. You know what I mean? Because they didn't want to see God face to face. They didn't want to see God. They were scared as hell. They were like, hell no, good Moses, we're gonna go through you. We rock with you, man. And so even the book even says that he was a veil to them and this and that, so they couldn't see past Moses' eyes, and so they kind of let you know that hey, they start worshiping the man, like a person worship a pastor or something like that. They call him the man of God. What the hell? The man of God? Are you standing on the altar, sir? Hold on, are you trying to alter my mind, sir? Like, what are you doing? Like, come on, what's really going on? Are you elevated, sir? Are you standing on some? Are you elevated, or am I playing the role to be below and you above? Oh, what the hell is going on here, sir? Somebody explain me this. So it'd be those types of little things. But okay, let me get back on topic about the birth, right?
Yeah.
So now, I'll give y'all guys a good preface of what it all means, so everything should just kind of fall into place. I'm trying to see if I can find some definitions in the birth that will kind of correlate with the mental birth versus a real one.
Yeah.
All right. So now this definition says the beginning or coming into existence of something. Okay. Now, right here. So even this definition in itself, it says the beginning or coming into existence of something, which we already know, like the birth of something, right? So now, what's strikingly, I should say, what became strikingly profound to me when I was looking at this type of stuff up is how everything correlates when you're on the right track. Okay, so now under these synonyms, what word do you see? You see the word Genesis, right? Isn't that something?
Yeah.
So now, so let me see in this first set of synonyms, according to this first definition, right? Like I say, okay, and I want to tell people this too, the ones that do look up words and stuff like that. The first definition is the most common or modern definition. That's why it's first, not because it's the most prevalent or the most accurate one. No, that's no. It's the most commonly used one. Okay. So don't think that right is the top one. No, that's not. That's I'm telling y'all, it's not true. All right. And so, all right. So now we come to the first definition. We're going to read this one because most people are just going to read this one off top. It says the emergence of a baby or other young from the body of his mother, right? Semicolon, which most people don't even know what that means, right? The start of life as a physically separate being. Okay? A physically separate being. All right. So now we just look at different synonyms for this. I just like to do this just for my own food for thought, y'all.
Yeah.
So follow us. So now when we talk about this type of birth, we talk about childbirth, delivery. Okay, we know that the word delivery is spoken so many times in the Bible until it's ridiculous. But understanding, y'all, what I'm trying to tell y'all about how they're talking about a mental birth or a state of mind or something like that. We're not talking about a real physical birth. And I know this is contrary to popular belief that you probably have never heard nobody else say that. It's retarded, stupid, yet but me. You know what I mean? But I'm telling you, if you have the wisdom to look into it from that aspect, you will be pleasantly surprised. Okay, so we talk about childbirth, deliveries. You know what I mean? These are what you would call, I think they call transitional phrases. You know what I mean? Like things, like and so be it, and so it was done, it's other transitional phrases I can't remember now. But anyway, I don't want to get too thrown off track, but you have different transitional phrases or whatever, you catch on to those, catch on to rhythms and patterns, things like that. You know what I mean? And then you'll have a better understanding of what the hell is going on. You're like, what the fuck? You know, so this theme is running throughout the whole book, but just using different characters and different circumstances and situations to, you know what I'm saying, to say the same thing. Right? Because when it's, you know, since he told me to break down esoteric shit about the Bible, like how I see the book, how I see the New Testament, Old Testament. To me, the Old Testament is talking about the flesh, the body, and the New Testament is talking about the spirit. You know what I mean? So once you look at it like that, they kind of give you a different understanding too. Because you notice so many motherfuckers were getting killed and stuff all the time in the Old Testament and all that. You know what I mean? People were wicked, super duper wicked, all kind of shit was going on. And it's kind of like cleaning up the mess in the New Testament. So I kind of looked at it at the spiritual side. You know, people telling you that it's really about the inside and about you, about the kingdom being within and all that type of stuff. You know what I mean? So, okay. So we talk about delivery, nativity, birthing, you know, say the pattern of the tiny feet, or parturition, confinement, right? That caught my attention. Confinement. Okay. So like, damn, what the hell? Birth, confinement. What the hell going on here? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's just like small things like that. You know what I mean? It's like, damn, okay, what kind of birth is it now? What type of birth is it? Birth is understanding, like I'm saying, from the mental aspect of all times, like I was talking about the trunk of the tree. Like my trunk of the tree, it's always talking about something that's not literal. That's just how I look at the book. You know what I mean? I don't look at the trunk of the tree being it's all literal and it might be some spiritual shit. No, I look at it the other way around. So the whole time I always be able to come back home. So when I hear certain, I'm like, oh, whoa, wait a minute, confine, what you mean? You know what I mean? That my brain gets start working on that train of thought. Now it took practice because you always go in and out, you know, thinking that, you know, it's literal at some points, but it's always some type of mystery within it. You know what I mean? Because it said it's the mystery of God. And, you know, and a mystery is something that's hidden and not plain to understand. So when people say lean not on your own understanding, so if it says the house is blue, you leaning on your own understanding when you think the house is literally blue. That's what it means. Don't do that shit. That's what it means. So that's another esoteric like drop I'm giving y'all, in the way you see things and hear things, to hold the fuck up, you know, because like I say, I ain't get this information on my own. It came with downloaded to, or whatever you want to call the shit, because I told you I don't exist. So when my brain kicked that kind of shit to me, I like, oh, whoa, wait a minute, what you say, huh? You know, so that's how I get to get these understandings for the people that be like, damn, where you get this shit from? I'm telling you. I'm really just keeping it real as I can get. And I ain't special, like I say. You know what I mean? But you just gotta understand the game being played. Like we talking spells or whatever. We talking about wittiness. Gotta think about it. Wasn't no entertainment at the time. It's probably the biggest game in town. You know what I mean? These doctors and stuff like that. See how smart you really are, and see the ones that's gonna really go for it and the ones that's not gonna go for it. Because when you talk about the word Christianity and we talk about the Cretan people, which that's another tab that I got pulled up. I hope that I can quit ad-libbing so fucking much to get to what I got pulled up. But that's another thing I have pulled up about Cretans or whatever, right? And that's where the word Christianity comes from. And they was talking about people that's mentally retarded, man, and stuff like that. It's so cold-blooded, bro, when it showed this. And then it took me on into some science or whatever, talking about iodine and about the thyroid function being off. Man, it's just so deep how you find certain things. But I'm gonna keep on rocking with y'all though, man. I think I pretty okay. Now let's keep on going with birth.
Yeah,
right?
I know about that iodine. I follow a lot of that health stuff. You know what I'm saying? So
wow, bro.
Yeah.
So you know I'm kicking that shit, right? Because that deal with the thyroid, right?
Yeah, it's a real important system in the body. People need to pay more attention to it,
brother.
Yeah.
Yes. So to me, what I kind of understood about the iodine, bro, you know how you had like the fumes that's coming from light. You see what I'm saying? Like the fermentation aspect of light. you know what I'm saying? Like I was like, oh, whoa, wait a minute, man. But anyway, okay. Let me just keep on going, man. I got a lot of tabs open. Let me just go to another tab, see what I got open. But like I say, man, cause I could reach y'all all night just on this one word. I need y'all to really understand how important it is just to go through these words and just really look at all these synonyms and shit and just really, when you ain't doing nothing. You know what I'm saying? You're like, man, you know what? Let me just check this out and see something real quick. Let me think, because I used to think I knew something, y'all. And then when I looked up the word, I was like, hold up, I don't know as much as I thought I knew. You know what I mean? Like, I was like, oh, I ain't know nothing at all. You know what I mean? Because like I say, we only like gave one meaning of a word for the most part. And then we don't even have the what you would call formal definition of that. You know what I mean? I used to run for spell word shit when I was a kid and definitions of shit. I didn't want to do that shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so, okay, let me see what I got open right here, man. All right. So let's see what this is. Okay. So for the people that's into the scriptures, right? They're really, really trying to get it. This is what you would call. I don't know if you think I need to make my screen the words bigger, brother. You think?
Oh no, I got it. I got it pretty big on screen over here.
Okay, cool. So we're in John 1, right? So everybody like to pick this scripture right here. Where it say, in the beginning was the word, and the word was with God, and the word was God, right? It say the same was in the beginning with God. Like, first of all, like anybody that really want to know anything about God. Okay, first of all, y'all, the reason why I really started understanding this shit the way I understood it, you know what I mean? Because I was like, man, hold on, man, what is it that I actually believe? Just keep it real with you. I know I'm doing my so-called righteous thing, trying to, actually doing my thing, raising my family, stuff like that. And I ended up getting fired one time. Okay? I'm just keeping the gangster with y'all. I ended up getting fired, man. After like 9 years, getting paid good. You know what I mean? Working at a little Mexican spot, learning a little Espanol, all kind of stuff. Hola, baby. Ooh, hola, mama. Ooh, la, la. So, yeah. So I gained a lot of experience, right? And so, but I ended up getting fired out of nowhere. So I was like, oh, man, hell nah, Yeah. And so my mind was like, man, what I need to do right now? The only thing was holding me back from going to the streets with this so-called religion. You know what I mean? Like, man, it's not righteous to go out there and do this here and do that there. You jeopardize your family and this and that. You don't need to do that, player. You know what I mean? So I'm like, man, like, what's holding me back type shit? You're like, man, fuck all that. I'm talking to myself now. Some people may call it crazy, but I don't know. I talk to myself all the time. I don't know about y'all. But my mind was saying, man, but fuck all that. Because you need to get this money with walk. And so my mind was like, man, what's up with all this goddamn religious shit? You know what I'm saying? And I was just talking shit, right? And so I thought about the word. Then for some reason, some said, I was like, man, you all talking about light and darkness and this and this and that. And I was just going off. And then he say, motherfucker, do you know what light mean? That's what my me said now to myself. Do you know what light mean? I say, man, what the fuck you mean? I'll tell you, I'll call it credit what the fuck you want. I'll tell you what happened to me. Call it what the fuck you want. Hey, I say, hey, look, I said, man, what the fuck you mean? Do I know what light mean? Hell yeah, I know what light mean. Don't you saw the light when you turn on the light switch or something like that? What kind of stupid that question that is? This is how I'm talking to my enemy, not knowing that this show no God I'm talking to that I would call God. That my inner understanding, my consciousness, my being, the one that I say that, hey man, who talking when you ain't talking, who listening when you ain't listening, who touching and tasting, and who make everything existence, and what the thing called light. Yeah, that person. So could I couldn't understand that. But I ain't know at the time what the fuck I was doing. I was just talking to myself, like, what the fuck you kind of what shit? Just ask me what the fuck do I know what light mean? But it made me think. I was like, what you mean? And then it say, light. Have you ever looked the word up? That's what it asked me, just like that. That's what kind of got me on my mission of looking up shit. All right, but I just wanted to say that. I don't want to throw that in there for the people that don't understand, like, why the fuck this nigga talking about shit or whatever we talking about, period. How I even got on this path. That's how I got my motherfucking path. Understand they ain't know what the fuck half of the words I was using, I ain't never looked them up in my life, and I ain't know what they actually meant. And when I started looking them up, I got started learning. But when I started with light, I started learning about frequencies and sounds, vibrations, and so on and so forth, and all that type of shit and whatever. So that's how I kind of got on my path for real. You know what I'm saying? But even though I was already touched in light and whatever you want to call that shit. All right. You know what I mean? Because you ain't got to know none of this shit, right? To be doing your thing and be connected to what they would call God or power or source or whatever you want to call it, or weird ass name they want to put on nowadays. You know, you got it, you know, you don't need no book to do it. Okay? I don't want none of the information I'm saying, no, none of that shit. I'm just telling y'all right now, it's just doing you. They be thankful that you got breath to breathe and that you can move your body and that you got all your limbs or whatever, and you got a mental function to be able to discern shit, discern right from wrong. The better you can discern right from wrong and make good decisions, the more chance you're going to have a heavenly life on earth. As is on earth, what it say, on earth as it is in heaven. You'll be able to live that out right here, right now, today. And if you don't utilize your faculties to the best of your ability, your ass gonna be creating a living hell for yourself as well. That we see every day. Look at them people out there. Can't you see them?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'm just saying. I had to always try to bring y'all back to the tree of where I'm at. Since y'all see this goddamn scripture, y'all get lost in some kind of fucking God's spell, because that's what gospel actually means. God's spell. Okay. So understand, it's a trick, but the trick is to show you don't get caught in the trick. That's what the damn book trying to show you. Like, look, man, look at all the shit around you. All of it is bullshit. All of it's fake. All this shit is manifest destiny. See? Can't you see? Hey, you born just like everybody else. Hey, you're a child of God just like everybody else. You're a son of God just like everybody else. You can do even greater things than me around this motherfucker. Don't you go over that government shit. Okay. All right. I'm telling y'all that what the shit is actually saying, ironic, paradoxically, like I'm trying to tell y'all. It's a paradox. Look up what the damn word paradox means. You'll be pleasantly surprised. Well, strikingly surprised, I should say. But yeah, hold on, y'all. I'm about to get into it. Like I said, just letting this shit flow, letting it kick. You know what I mean? I just hope it all makes sense, you know, at the end of the day. Because I'm just kicking what I'm kicking. When I wake up tomorrow, I ain't gonna remember nothing I said. All right, so listen. So it's in the beginning, right? What's the word? And the word is with God, and God was, and the word was God, and the same was in the beginning with God. Okay, understand that already off the rip. We already know God is everything. The word is everything. Actually, you know what I mean. So how you want to look at it? Like, damn, what word that is? I guess it's the word everybody thinking in their mind. Like I said before, you even got them know how to say any motherfucking thing, whatever language you speak. But anyway. Let me just keep it running, and so keep it in context. I'm trying not to add a little too much.
It's
like
a paradox in one sentence.
Goddamn right, bro. Goddamn right. You see what I'm saying? It's gonna be sick. Because the reason why I'm reading this, to be honest with you, because everybody would assume that this person that's being talked about here is Jesus, right? What they would call Jesus. But this is not Jesus that's being talked about. It's John. So I'm gonna show y'all how it's John related to Revelations, just to get y'all synopsis of why I'm reading this. Okay. So it says, I'm gonna start from the beginning. I'm gonna try to run it all the way down to get to my point right quick. All right. So it says, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. The same was in the beginning with God. All things were made by Him, and without Him was not anything made that was made. Right?
Wow.
It says, in Him was life. First of all, now it says, and the life was the light of men. Y'all catch that shit? And first of all, I want y'all to understand that it has a semicolon after life.
Yeah.
Okay? Most people don't really understand what semicolons mean. You know what I mean? They're basically saying the same damn thing on the other side of the sentence, no matter how retarded it might sound or whatever the case. This and this is exactly the same, people. Okay? So it says, in Him was life. Okay? In who? Right? And it say, and the life was the light of men, plural. So they're telling you life is light. Light is life. Okay? So now you understand how serious that word was when I end up looking that motherfucker up. You understand? Because this is like the shit. It's gonna let you know about life. Like looking into light will let you know everything about life, ironically.
Now, light can also be interpreted as knowledge.
That's exactly, brother. That's one of the definitions. My point exactly, brother. My point exactly. Shit like that. Shit like that right there. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's like, okay, so we talk about a light in the sky. Oh man, look at my damn lighter. They don't even swing the damn shit. But we talking about like a light in the sky or whatever. No, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about like your consciousness, everything. That's basically what it's talking about. This light, you know what I mean? The light that moved upon the face of the deep or the waters.
Mm-hmm.
I had 2 motherfucking lighters. I'm at the center of this.
All this talk about light, and you gotta find that lighter.
Hey, that's it. Now, I'm glad you caught that, bro, because you know what that's called? That's called synchronization.
That's right, synchronicity.
That's called synchronicity, exactly, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. You know what I mean? And most of the time, I don't miss it. You know what I mean? But you was able to catch it for me. You know what I mean? Ain't that some shit? I'm really looking at that motherfucker too, ain't I? And I don't see that no light, bro.
It always falls between. It always falls between the couch.
That's what I was thinking it was, but I'm sticking my hand between this motherfucker.
You gotta check the pockets.
In my mind saying, fuck it. Override that shit. You know what I mean? Fuck the lighter, man. Keep going in.
It's gotta
you
be
know
in
what I mean?
You gotta check the
I can't
pockets.
fucking believe it, bro. I had 2. I had 2 of them bitches, and I got it in my pocket. I ain't got it on the motherfucker.
Check back pockets.
That shit crazy.
Under the
I'm
couch.
glad you're being patient with me to try to find that motherfucker.
Oh, I know what it's like. Trust me, I used to smoke a lot. I was like, no, everything has to stop. We gotta find that lighter.
I'm tripping.
Yeah.
I really don't know where that bitch at. It really made me think that that's some magic motherfucking spell just happened. Like, oh, there it is.
Got it?
Hanging off the end. Yep, my goddamn cup was covering that bitch from the angle on shit. Yeah, okay. All right. God damn.
Now the light is with you.
Yes, the light is with me. You know what I mean? And I'm smoking the motherfucking tobacco. I want to be rolling up another one. I ran through 2 goddamn loud. Ooh, I want to roll another one, but I want to keep rolling. Boy, the juice is on.
Yeah.
I appreciate y'all for allowing me to goddamn kick this shit, man. Like I'm kicking it, man.
Oh, for
real,
sure.
in my organic self. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Hold on. Let's say the day before Thanksgiving.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, hell a motherfucking treat. Like I said, I was in there getting to my motherfucking guala, boy called. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, what? Who you want to talk to me? Okay. Here we go. Let's not forget the concept that I'm talking about, right?
Mm-hmm.
That we trying to my idea in showing this here that first of all people get it misconstrued. Whatever scholar you want, well, I can't say whatever scholar, right? Because I ain't looking to what the fuck the scholars say, peer review and all that dumbass shit. All right, but most of them I would think they would say that this is Jesus talking here. Okay. All right, and then we talk about Jesus. All right, so it says in him was life, and life was the light of men. That's just so big to me. Like little shit like that, I be stopping this. Pondering on that shit all damn day, can't even go no farther. You know what I'm saying? It's like, are we using this shit in similitude, life and light? You see what I'm saying? Like to me, that's I don't think y'all understand for a person like me how heavy that is. You know what I mean? And to say the light of men, because like I'm saying, it's pluralizing everything. Because you know, in my belief, you don't bow down to no motherfucker, man. I don't give a fuck no Jesus, no none. Because the book say you don't bow down no motherfucker. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know why the hell he need to be in deception. You know, so when I see stuff like this, it just be double it down and confirming it for me, my man. You know, so okay, let's go. Because it's gonna get worse. That's why I'm speaking the way I'm speaking so boldly, like the book says, speak, because it's gonna get worse. You know what I mean? Believe me. And these ain't my words now. You know what I'm saying? Hey, let's get this understood. Like I already say, I'm just reading this shit. You know what I mean? Say, so let's go. It say and the light shineth in the darkness, huh? And it say, and the darkness comprehended it not. What the fuck is that supposed to mean? How can the light be shining in something and the darkness don't comprehend it, man? And peep the words, because I want y'all to understand. I'm slowing this shit down for a reason, because how this God spell is serious. Because remember, I'm telling y'all about how words don't change from what their original meanings and things like that. You can put your own interpretation on things, and you can mess up, right? But when you just actually looking at like the brother just said, I'm glad he slid that in there for me. That he confirmed that the word light is dealing with consciousness and what they would call illuminated or enlightenment and all that shit, woke, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Awake, all these cliche terms that don't have nothing to do with the real deal. Like I'm saying, shadow of it, you know what I mean? People knowing about it, but ain't really like grasping, like, yo, what's really going on here? You know what I mean? Okay, so he just mentioned the word light being in consciousness. And I'm telling y'all that we talking about consciousness, we talking about in the mind, in the body, and all that type of stuff. We talk about the light within the man, like I said, the light of all men. It just said in the scripture form. It just told you what kind of light we're talking about. So keeping the shit together. Don't be one of those people to where, you know how a person give a person a message, by the time it get to the 10th person, and this is a reputation of being the first person, being the first verse, and by the time you get to verse 10, you forgot what the hell you even reading it from the beginning. Don't do that. You got to be able to keep it together and keep the understanding, keep the comprehension game up. You know what I mean? That's how you know about the context, right? So we got to follow what they've been saying. So now it says in him, right? First of all, let's go back to 4 so y'all can grasp what was being talked about. It says in him was life, and the life was the light of men, and the light shineth in darkness, and the darkness comprehended it not. There was a man sent from God whose name was who? John. So anybody who got comprehension skill, like, hold the fuck up. You talking about John the whole time?
Wow.
It's right there. It's right there. But like I say, people have that cognitive dissonance thinking they already know what the shit's saying and what it means and what it's, you know what I mean? So they ain't even thinking to even think about that. You understand?
Yeah.
Okay. Because people like, damn, man, why the fuck you reading so slow? And shit, you need to be there reading that shit. And, come on, man. You don't understand the motherfucking thing. We call that fast talk or city slick talk. That's what we call that where I'm from. Oh, that city slick. You just slow that down, player. You speaking too fast. You understand? So now, so that gave me the understanding that we're talking about John, right? So, like, and a lot of people might still disagree, but this is what I get out of it when I'm reading. I'm like, hold up, they're talking about John. So I'm reading it from that aspect, okay? So it say, the same came, we're talking about John to me, the same came for a witness, to bear witness of the light, that all men through him might believe. Hold the fuck up. I thought that's why people think of Jesus. But hold up, people coming to believe through what you would call John. So he is the main man. Ain't no such thing as no motherfucking Jesus or no John. First of all, let me tell you, okay? It's all mythology.
Yeah.
But what I kind of understand is that the truth that John was spitting and speaking was so-called Jesus. Right?
Yeah.
See, because it's like once a man die, another man comes, right? It's like it gets better and an advancement type shit. So when John the Baptist got his head cut off, that's when like what I said, I don't exist. That's when he understood, hey man, I do nothing without God or whatever the case. That's when God take over type shit. You know what I mean? So it's still John, right? But it's an advanced John. I don't want to sound too weird, but I'm going to stick with the scripture for now. All right, because that might be a little too much of what I'm saying. I had to show y'all what I'm saying, but not to tell you on that. Okay. So it says, we're talking about John. It says the same came for a witness, to bear witness, right? Even like the word bear.
Yeah.
The word bear comes back to birth and shit like that. Okay, y'all? So, that's what I wanted to say earlier about the comprehend part, right? When we're talking about the light, when I said the brother had let us know that about mentality, right? About the light, right? Now, it correlates when we're talking about comprehended. So we know we're talking about a mentality here. So when we talk about light and darkness and all that type of shit, we won't need to be confused about what he's talking about now. Okay, we talking about people that slow, don't know nothing. They're in the darkness. They're blind or whatever, lame, whatever ailment you want to put on it. That's what they are, right? So it's like in the mental, in the mind. That's what we talk. That's what we're speaking of. So now it says there was a man sent from God whose name was John, and it says the same came for a witness. Like say, can I get a witness, right? So now John is the witness. Then he is the witness. He is trying to bear witness of consciousness, trying to teach us about our consciousness that, like I was saying, the one that that do what they want to do, to say what they want to say, the thoughts that you cannot turn off. No one can stop thinking, no matter how hard you try. Right. And the harder you try, the more you'll realize that you are not yourself. Let that sink in. I'm saying it again for you, for the one that ain't really catch what I was saying. When you realize you can't stop thinking, okay, the harder you try not to think, you will come to understand how you do not exist. Because if that's the case, you can control your thoughts.
True, and that's the basis of meditation, right? Meditation, it's all about like releasing thoughts and just trying to be. That's right.
Trying to be, but the understanding of that, right? Because that's still a shadow of the thing, right? Still a veiling of it. You know what I mean? The idea is for you to tap into how to be still and know that I am God type shit. Right? Yeah. Because no matter how serene you are in your meditation poses and stuff like that, you know what I mean? You're still gonna have those thoughts, but you try to think about pleasant thoughts, happy thoughts, affirmations and all that bullshit they tell you to do, right?
Yeah,
all
they
that
say
witchcraft.
Concentrate on your heartbeat.
See, even like things like that, when they talk about the heartbeat, because the heartbeat is according to the rhythm of the earth, you know what I mean, and things like that. So still in all, they're trying to teach you about frequencies and sounds will still lead back to light. And then light is physical and non-physical, you know what I mean? And that's when you get into metaphysics and all that, and sine waves and the earth grid, and you know what I mean, the note, what they call them, nodal points. And all that type of stuff, ley lines, and you know what I mean, the web, the spider web, and you know what I mean, man, bro, you know what I mean. It's like once you got the code, you got the code. These are the Fibonacci principles and the phi and the pi and oh man, bro, talking about the square and the circle, the 360. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Hey man, you know what I mean? How the triangle, the square, and the circle, all 360 degrees. And how I see it, I ain't heard nobody say, you know what I mean, that it ain't no degrees in no circle. You know what I mean? Every point is a 0 point, because you can't never know what point where you start at with a 0. You tell me the starting point of the circumference of a 0. You tell me where it start at.
In the beginning.
That's right. So once you know everything is 0 off the top,
0
you know
point.
what I mean? Everything else is digitalized. That's right, 0 point.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah. That's why I say ain't nothing but 1 and 0s. You know what I mean? Because once you take that one step, you know what I mean, you got to take a pause for another 0. Then you take another step for 1. Then you still gonna have that stop point. And everything moves that way. From the wind to the atmosphere, everything moves in that way. You see what I'm saying? Everything had that pulsation aspect. They would call radiation. You know. Even like waves, right? People think that waves actually travel. The waves don't travel, they just move. It's like one person holding one end of the rope and I'm holding another end of the rope and we just moving it back and forward. You know what I mean? But the rope is not actually traveling anywhere per se.
Yeah.
So that's how you understand. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Creating a frequency.
That's right. Creating the vibration, creating energy, right? Because energy is movement. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then we know all movement generates heat, generates light, generates, yeah, man. It's all about activity, everything is always moving. Yeah. And for the people that don't know, nothing is actually physical. How crazy that may sound, but it's not.
Yeah.
The things they tell you about atoms and all this type of stuff, they even know they let you know even the minute aspect of that. They don't even know what that is. They can't even actually see it for real, to be honest.
Yeah, that's that quantum physics.
Exactly. You know what I mean? So that's why I go back to saying that don't nobody know shit. But the shit that you do understand, like, oh goddamn, don't nobody know shit around this bitch, huh? oh, you know what I mean? So nothing really exists for real. It's all my perception about what's going on, huh? Oh, damn, I got my own eyeballs. You know,
Mhm.
even, you know, shout out to my brother Sanchez, you know what I mean? You know, because, you know, that's one of my brothers, man, that one of the first people that I would begin on the podcast with or whatever on a grand scale like you
Yeah.
guys or whatever, you know?
Yeah, he's cool. I
And
follow his show too.
so I ended up being what you would call like a so-called devil advocate sometimes, you know what I mean? And so I had a witty aspect of looking at it, but not witty, but dead ass serious, but witty at the same time. Cause I ain't trying to shit on my man how you think, cause I feel him. You know what I mean? Goddamn right. You know, I get like he always say, I don't give a damn what's on top of this motherfucker. It's a level playing field, no matter what's popping off of it.
Yeah.
You know, and that's fucking, you got that right. That sounded in a motherfucker. You know what I mean? But I decided to look a little deeper into it, you know what I mean, as far as like the trickery, as far as like Gnosticism and all that, right?
Yeah.
So we even talk about the word globe. You know what I mean? I ended up coming to realize that globe can actually be a flat, round, a circle, round thing. You know what I mean? Which, you know what I mean, is considered to be, you know what I mean, a circle, you know, just a circle period. You know what I mean? It could be flat though, but round. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like a circle. And I was like, damn, they playing mind games with us. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
With these damn words, you know? So I was like, shit, that's crazy, you know?
Mhm.
But so that's what I ended up saying one day. Well, actually, I was saying that to lead to the eyeball part. See, because when you look into the etymology of the word "I," if I'm not mistaken, I could be dead as wrong, but I want to say for sure it could be a different aspect of the word. But the word "I" etymology is globe or global or some shit like that. You know what I'm saying? So I was like, hold the fuck up.
The I.
Right. See, because as you and I may understand, right, is that when we're talking about things per se that's supposed to be matter, right? They say there are a whole bunch of protons. I mean, I'm sorry, not protons, but photons. You see what I'm saying? And these photons are vibrating at a high rate, you know, and it seems to be an image, right? That first of all is in our mind first, in the back of our mind, flipped upside down, and then is refracted back out of our eyes to give us what we would call vision.
Yeah.
Okay. So they're telling you everything that you're seeing is really just a figment of your imagination. Okay. So I was like, holy shit. You know what I mean? Then when you really think about it, it's like, damn, that is fucking true.
Yeah.
You know? And so once you really keep this concept in your mind, knowing that, damn, you're in so-called, what they would call matrix, right?
Yeah.
Would just mean mother or matter or something like that. The word matter in etymology or mother comes back to matrix or womb. I think womb, if I'm not mistaken. Womb means matrix in its etymology.
Yeah.
Okay, man, I want to kick some shit, man. So let me just keep going, man. I got some shit.
You got it. You on a roll right now. Matter,
yeah, man.
Mother Earth, matter Earth.
Hell yeah.
Material world.
So that's right. Cause hey, man, like I said, y'all just kicking the shit the way I'm kicking it. You know what I mean? Just so y'all don't have to go get it the way I got it. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
so yeah, it's a whole bunch of shit jammed in, but
just to remind people out there, you have your own YouTube channel. It's called Wisdom Show. We got the link in the description. You can follow Wisdom Show on YouTube. Make sure you hit the subscribe. But you have quite a few videos on your channel.
Yeah.
Talking about all kinds of things.
I appreciate that, man. Yeah, I made y'all for real. Now, the reason why I made that my little channel, man, is because I have all this shit in my mind, like I got right now. How I'm just kicking it. So I was like, damn, man, what's a way that I can kind of capture the idea, whatever, so I have to kind of remember this shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so that's the only reason why I really developed a page before I realized that people would take this shit serious or whatever. You know what I mean? So, but if y'all want to subscribe to me and stuff like that, and I have a nice amount of subscribers, then I probably take it more serious, you know, and really to go in. If anybody want to come chop it up, whatever, do whatever, man. You know what I mean? Hey, cause I don't give a fuck about that shit. I'm just being dead ass serious. You know what I mean? But y'all be like, yo, bro, we fucking with you, and hey, we gonna subscribe to your shit, and then I see y'all run that shit up, man. You know, I take, like I said, I take that shit more serious. You know what I'm saying? We just really get to some sound knowledge about some shit. You know what I'm saying? Just really just move forward, man. To this Aquarius age, we're going already, no matter what.
Yep.
That is destined to be. But so that's why everybody coming out, everybody getting the understanding. So hopefully that people can really grasp what's going on and be able to have that what they would call that universal love, to where love just means charity, not on the sucker sauce shit. Love means charity. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And they say God is love. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like, hey man, if you can, do it. If you can't, don't. You know what I'm saying? That's how I see it, bro. I don't know, man, but I don't want to get too off track, y'all, because
For sure.
I really appreciate these boys. Like I
Yeah.
really just feel like, goddamn, I can't believe that I'm on here kicking this shit and it just coming like it's coming. Because really, I stutter and shit a lot, but nigga, I ain't been stuttering or none of that shit. Boy, I been You understand
Smooth.
me? And boy, I'm trying to tell you, you know what I mean? I'm trying to tell you, man, the whole world gonna change.
Yeah.
See, because listen, like I say, man, I want to kick this here. Not like I say, this ain't me that I'm speaking, because I don't know what I'm saying before I said. I ain't know I was gonna be. I ain't know I was gonna be saying what I'm saying. I'm just saying what I'm saying. It ain't no plan in front of me while I'm saying what I'm saying. So it can't be me. It just is. You understand me?
Mm-hmm.
You know. So hey, so when you put something into the atmosphere, right? All I'm saying is that it don't never stop, dog. So when you put something out there, like I say, how you be catching other people's ideas, how the little mundane examples that they'll give in a situation like that, when they say that, hey man, no, don't tell your plans to nobody out loud, because somebody's in there doing your shit. And then as soon as you say it out loud, then you see somebody doing it, you be like, damn man, what the fuck? They stole my idea, but you don't know them from a can of paint. All right, we like how they did that, how they grabbed, because you put it into the atmosphere and it's all interconnected. Like I think it's what one brother said earlier about the one consciousness, universal consciousness. You know what I'm saying? That's what they would call the age of Aquarius. It's all interconnected, man. So you can't take your words for granted, good or bad. You know what I mean? So you got to really be aware and conscious, even your own thoughts in within your own mind. Because you can't lie to yourself. You know what I'm saying? You can tell me anything, but you can't never lie to yourself,
True.
So yeah, let me keep on running through this here.
All right.
I appreciate y'all, man, for real.
Yes, sir.
So it says, there was a man sent from God, right, whose name was John.
Mm-hmm.
It said the same came for a witness. Like I said, can I get a witness, John? What they call that boy, that Kirkland boy? You know what I'm saying? It said, to bear witness of the light. Like I told y'all, Bear is dealing with the word born and birth and stuff like that too. You know what I mean? Go follow the word back, and y'all see that I ain't lying to you, right? So it say bear witness of the light, and we already explained to you. We talking about the mental now, so don't forget that we talking about the mental. Don't get lost into that flesh shit. Like, they talking about the real John, and they walk with the motherfucking shit on his foot and all that retarded shit, man. Get the real stuff that we really trying to. I think the book is really trying to get to you is with your inner being, your consciousness. You know what I mean? That shit that's kicking up at you, that's coming at you. You know what I mean? It wasn't out in the world until you put it out there. That word of God they're talking about. You know what I mean? That anyway, okay. It say to bear witness of the light, that all men, how many men say all men through him might believe. You say, hey man, it said the kingdom is at hand. That was John screaming the whole time. The kingdom is at hand. We talking about the right hand of God. The kingdom is at hand. The kingdom is at hand. Telling you the whole time, man. The shit is in you, man. It's you, cuz. Hey man, what's happening? Y'all need to baptize yourself in the mind, not the water you laying down in. Talking about, hey man, all this ritualistic ass. No, man, we talking about baptism of the mind. That's what we talking about. Wash all that bullshit up out of there. That's what we talking about. You know what I mean? To keep it well straight. Facts. I ain't never saw most of these killers around here, they all of them been baptized before. So that can't be the truth. All right. So listen here. See, how I see it, because if it can't go all the way across the board, it got to be a lie somewhere in there, unless you can explain to me otherwise. That's how I see shit. If I can't find the 100 all the way down the line, where I'm like, damn, boy, you can't debate yourself on this one, because I debate my motherfucking self. I study to show myself approved. I write to divide the word for my own self, or whatever it is. You know what I'm saying? I question my damn self. So when another motherfucker asks me questions, I got an answer for him. Hey, I already thought about that same question too. Like, you sure right, bro. I understand why you're thinking like that, because I thought about the same thing, and here goes my answer. And here you go. You You know what I mean? The problem is most people run out of answers, you know, when they think they know something. As soon as you get to question them, here come the frustration. Like, bro, I'm just asking you a question about what you said. You can't answer about what you said? Oh man, you ran out of answers, huh? So that way you gotta turn to a teacher and let that shit go. But anyway, let me keep going. I mean, you gotta turn to a student, let that shit go, my bad. When you know you ran out of answers, it's time to shut the fuck up. Hold on.
Mm-hmm. So he said the same came for a witness.
Yes, sir. The same came for a witness, right? It's like, hold on, the same came for a witness. I mean, when we read Revelation, bro, it's gonna blow your fucking mind. You be like, you're gonna see why it's saying that. You see what I'm saying? And I should have read Revelation first, to be quite frank with you, because Revelation is basically revealing everything that already happened, not what the fuck gonna happen. You know how people say, oh, Revelation, it ain't happening yet. No, this dumbass shit. No, man, it's called Revelation. Revelation means revealing some shit. That means telling you what the hell actually happened. It's telling you, like, hey, man, aha, it was all some bullshit. Hey, man, this is what it really is. All that shit you just read from Genesis all the way up to now, yeah, man, this is what it is for real. This is the revealing of it. You know what I mean? But if you ain't reading it from the revealing of it and you're reading it from doomsday, you know what I mean? What they call that shit? I forget what they call that shit. Armageddon and all that there. If you think somebody finna come up out of an ocean and with all these heads of the beasts and Yahweh Shah, whatever they want to call them nowadays, you know, we're gonna come from, man, y'all tripping.
Yeah.
When the whole damn thing is allegory and stuff like that from the beginning, or vision rather, you know what I mean, from the damn beginning, that should tell you. But anyway, we'll try to get to it. All right. So it say, the same came for a witness to bear witness of the light, and that all men through him might believe. It said he was not that light, but was sent to bear witness of that light. Okay. It's all key because we all share that light, right? Like I said earlier, right? And all men, right? Say light is life, right? Didn't it say that?
Yeah.
Let's not forget. It say that was the true light, which lighteth every man, tell you again, right? That cometh into the world, just in case people don't understand. They make it simple and plain for you. And I want to point something else out to you, right? How deep and how coded this shit get. Because we talk about esoteric, like my brother told me to come on. He said, everybody got that basic shit. Hit them with some esoteric shit. So I want y'all to peep the game now. Is that in every number means something, each verse. Okay. So understanding what it said, that the number 9 is right there, right? That's the 9th verse.
Yeah.
And understand what the number 9 means for the people that know, you know what I'm saying? We talking about the feminine, all that shit, you know what I mean? Feminine principle, which is not a female per se, a physical female. We talking about wisdom and understanding, knowledge, all that shit. That's what we really talking about. You know what I'm saying? What people will call the subconscious or whatever, but I don't know why they call it sub, because it's like under, but I guess they're saying under the consciousness because it's behind your flesh, so it's under your flesh. So I guess that's why it's subconscious. I don't know. But yeah, but we talking about that. We talking about women, we talking about witnesses and all that, right? So when it said he was not that light, but was sent to bear witness of the light, it said that was true light, that was light that coming to the world. It say the light of every man that coming to the world. Okay, and they say he was in the world. Yeah, my bad, y'all. I had forgot where I was going with that last part when I was talking about the women and shit. Now I had to drop that gangster shit off, but I forgot. So I'm just proceeding. Okay, so it say he was in the world, and the world was made by him, and the world knew him not. So now we talking about light, y'all. Don't think we talking about John or some shit like, oh, you supposed to follow John, by John. No, man. Y'all gotta follow the fucking subject. You know, they got them couple ass letters. Then you know the man I did it talking about light around this motherfucker. And light is life. You know what I mean? So that's basically what it's saying. And it says, and the world knew him not. It say he came into his own, and his own received him not. He's talking about light that he said, remember how it started off when he was talking about a light in the darkness, and the light in the darkness couldn't comprehend the light. I remember all that, right? Okay. Yeah. That's what they're still talking about. You know, even though y'all can see how they add he into it and stuff like this now, and this is convoluting the story, and this is where the God spell come in at. So if you ain't on your comprehension game, you're gonna be thinking he is Jesus and all other kind of shit. You see what I'm saying? You ain't gonna keep up with the you understand what I'm saying? Playing word games, brother.
Yeah.
Right? So hold on. So it say, but as many as received him to give them gave he power to become what? The sons of God. Okay, so hold on now. I thought it was only one son of God everybody always talking about. So now it could be many sons of God now.
Mm-hmm.
And that kind of cleared up the idea of what people talking about, hey, that we gods. No, it's not necessarily saying that. It's saying when they say you are gods, it's saying you are a son of God. So if my child, and hey, yeah, that's my child. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, so that's what it's saying, that you belong to him. So it's possession. It's possession, even though it, technically you're supposed to have the parentheses or whatever to show the possession, but hey man, sue them. God damn it, they ain't put the fucking punctuation, but I'm telling you how they really trying to tell you when they say, don't you know that we are gods? And they say the children of the Most High. So it's letting you know in what rare way they're trying to say it. That you are a son, you're a child of it, so you're a possession of, you are God's. And you know that God ain't no physical thing, none of that shit, because I already explained to y'all that we talking about sperm and egg. Well, I ain't tell y'all that. What we talking about in Genesis or whatever, we talking about when we talk about Adam and Eve. And for us, what I understand, we talk about the sperm and the egg. And I got those kind of tabs open, you know what I mean? Just kind of show y'all these type of things, man. Shit finna get more heavy than I ever thought it could have been. You know what I mean? As long as y'all want to rock out with me. And as a matter of fact, I'm gonna be catching a motherfucking flight in the morning around this motherfucker. Like I told you, I'm gonna be going to holler at my people down in Florida. So I'm gonna love to show them this here. Be like, hey man, look here, man, look how I was kicking this flavor to these grateful people, man. You know what I'm saying? So hey, I'm telling y'all, you know what I'm saying? I damn near missed my flight to finish kicking this shit. I'm trying to tell y'all. Like I said, I ain't know I was gonna do so much ad lib. I can have my shit all lined up for the most part, even though it's misconstrued. You know, I mean, not misconstrued, but discombobulated or whatever. But hey man, you know. So listen, here we go. I'm gonna try to keep going, y'all. This should be hard for me, you know what I mean? Cause it be so much shit. Like I said, I was like, damn man, just go ahead and get to them and goddamn quit trying to break it down to them type shit. And that's why I'm stopping like I'm stopping. Giving you more shit that I can possibly give you anyway, fuck it. Let me keep going. All right. So like I was just telling y'all about the number game. So anybody want to call me out about it? Hey man, go see what the number 1 mean. Go see what the number 4 mean. See what number 5 mean. 2, 3, 4. Go see what these numbers mean, and then read it in correlation with what they say the number mean, and see the relevancy that it that applies to it. You know what I mean? So, like for instance, we know that 6 is the number of a man, right? We know that 6 that basically mean man, like some material shit, basically, right? And they say there was a man sent from God whose name was John, right?
Yeah.
So you see how they trying to start showing you that right there?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Ain't Mr. John no other motherfucking time. So right now, you know what I mean? And they haven't had a number 6 with a man, you see?
Okay.
So it's just like little stuff like that, man. The shit is deep as fuck. So like when we dealing with number 5, we know we talking about chakras and shit like that. I want to say that's like the that's what you would call like the third eye down there. You know what I'm saying? The 5th chakra or whatever. No, that's a 6th or whatever. But y'all, you know what I'm saying? That would kind of like words and shit like that, and understanding and comprehension. We talk communication, right? So it says, and the light shined in the darkness, and the darkness comprehended it not. We talk about comprehension, and understanding. We talk understanding and knowledge. And so it's dealing with number 5 still. You understand me? So when we talk about number 4, we talk about some shit that's squared up to all 4 corners boxed in. You know what I mean? Some material shit, right? So it say, in him, right, was life, and the life was the light of men. Still talking about men again. And see what I'm saying? See how it's cornering up? I just had to show y'all that right quick, that y'all know I ain't bullshitting. You know what I mean? So y'all go into the rest of the words on your own and see what the fuck going on, and really know that nigga ain't just capping. You know what I mean? But I ain't got time to be
because
rapping.
you said the number 4. The 4th chakra is the heart.
Ain't
and
that something?
The number 4 is talking about in him was life, and the life was the light of men.
Come on, man.
So that can correlate with the heart.
Come on, man. That synchronization again, right? For you, right?
Yeah.
Because I don't know what other way that you know, other thing that you know to correlate it. You see what I'm saying? That's how you know there's some shit that's true to you. That's how you make it true to yourself, right? It's like when you can look at it, hear my example, then you like, you know what? I think that's right because my example, I'm using the fourth chakra and I'm using this or I'm using that. You see what I'm saying? So that's how you make it your own and make it your truth. You understand? That's how you know if somebody telling you the truth or not. If you ain't got nothing else to correlate that shit with, you can't even know if mother telling the truth or not. They could be telling you any damn thing.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? If you don't know nothing about your leg and the doctor telling you about your leg, you ain't got no choice but to believe what he's saying. You ain't got no choice. But if you already know about it, you like, hold up, man. You telling me that this ligament right here messed up? Nah, man, I feel it right here, man. This sound like my such and such. This sound like my, you know what I mean? You can get into details of what the hell you talking about. You know what you feel. You know what I mean? To, you know, instead of letting them guess for the shit because they don't nobody know shit. Don't forget that, y'all. They practicing medicine, man. The shit goes so deep, man. You know, so okay, now okay. So I ran the number again to y'all to show y'all that right quick. I'm glad that just popped up in my head to tell y'all. You know what I mean? For the people that like all that what you call that shit, gematria and all that shit, numerology and shit, you know?
Yeah, let's do it. I think we got another 10 or 15 minutes to go here, so this is good stuff.
Shit, I need to really hurry up then, man. You know what I mean? So I'm gonna have to skip on past this shit then.
Yeah, no doubt.
But okay, so it say he came into his own and his own received him not. It say, but as many as received him, to them gave he power to become the son of God, even to them that believe on his name, right? So it says, so you know, name is basically like a no identity, just a name, can't anyway. I don't need to explain all that. I need to hurry up. Okay. So it say, which were born not of blood, not of the will of the flesh, not of the will of man, but of God. Say, and the word was made flesh, right, and dwelt among us, and we beheld his glory. But anyway, you see when they came down, they was talking about John. Well, okay, let me keep going because they're gonna mention John again. That y'all know they're still talking about John. They don't go to Revelation, show the equivalent, and I'm gonna show y'all some other definitions about how Adam and Eve is the motherfucking sperm and the egg. You know what I'm saying? Okay. So it say, and the word of God, it say, and the word was made flesh and dwelt among us, and we beheld his glory, and the glory as the only begotten of the Father, full of grace and truth. It say, John bear witness of him, right, and cried, saying, this is he whom I spake of. Remember, he came to bear witness of the motherfucker. So everybody thinking like, oh, that's when he was walking and he saw Jesus and he pointed out to him and said this. Yeah, man, that's kind of what they want you to think on a surface level. But understand what we're talking about mental consciousness and shit like that. He bearing witness of the truth within himself, you know, or what they would call the Holy Spirit or some shit. You know what I'm saying? He got that awakening, like, hold the fuck up. I figured it out type thing. You know what I'm saying? That's, to me, that's what, you know, that's what the understanding is. Okay. So now let me just go ahead and go to Revelation right quick. Y'all had to keep reading it to kind of get what I'm saying, but I just want to show y'all how I'm making this understanding. So now in Revelation, right, it say the revelation of Jesus Christ, which God gave unto him to show unto his servants, right, slaves, right, things which must shortly come to pass. And he sent and signified it by his angel unto his servant John. Repeat that now. So understand what's going on here, y'all. It says the revelation. First of all, I should have showed y'all what definition of revelation means. It said the revelation of Jesus Christ, which God gave unto him. So who gave Jesus this revelation? God did, right? Just understand how they talk, how they're saying this. And it says to show unto his servants things which must shortly come to pass. And he sent and signified it, right? Signified it, that's this ritual shit, signification, right? By his angel, right? So his angel did this. His angel sent the message to John, okay? To his servant John. So see, they said he said that he was going to show it to his servants, right? And then they even saying his servant John. So understand how they work and shit and how they doing it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So they let you know who they actually talking about if you're really keeping it together. Okay. Now it says who bear record. Now you understand that this type of bear, right? See how it's different from the other word bear, right? BEAR versus BARE. Okay, but these are the same words though. You understand? So like these kind of switch rules I'm telling you about how they try to throw you off if you're not paying attention to God's spell. Okay. So it say who bear record of the word of God and of the testimony of Jesus Christ and of all things that he saw. Okay. So now we're talking about a vision and shit. Okay. Now you know this off the top. And they already let you know. That's why when you go to John, then you see that, okay, he came to bear witness and so on and so forth. You know that they're talking about right here when he's supposed to already be doing this here. You see what I'm saying? They took this is the revelation, giving you the game, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we go to John, you know what I mean? This something, so they let you know this part is already happened. And that's why they end up having the book of John explaining to you what happened. You understand what I'm saying? So it ain't no future shit that's going in the revelation. You understand what I'm trying to say? Okay.
Yeah.
So it says, blessed is he that readeth, right? See, even like this, these kind of things to let you know, like the kind of stuff that I'm saying, it's like, damn, if you catch what the hell was said in this, then you really paying attention. That's why I get these kind of phrases, right? So understand what this phrase is said in 3. Well, first of all, let me read to again. It say, who bear record of the word of God and of his and of the testimony of Jesus Christ and of all things that he saw. Blessed is he that readeth, and they that hear the words of this prophecy and keep those things which are written therein, for the time is at hand, right?
Mm-hmm.
So because then you know what the game about. And then it said, John to the 7 churches which are in Asia, right?
Okay.
It said, grace be unto you and peace from him which is and which was and which is to come, and from the 7 spirits which are before his throne. So we already know about 7 spirits, 7 lights, 7. We understand about this type of stuff before.
It's a lot of
more
sevens.
knowledgeable. There we go. And so I say, and from Jesus Christ, who is the faithful witness, right?
Mm-hmm.
And see, because he came to bear a witness of Jesus, right?
Mm-hmm.
And remember, he was saying, okay, he said, and the first begotten of another word begotten, that means birth, shit like that, right? Of the dead. Okay, so like when you born into this earth, you are considered a person that was born from the dead. Okay, every person that born into the earth, you are born from the dead people. Okay.
That could be speaking on
that.
That could be speaking on reincarnation in a way.
See, but okay, it may be, and it could be, right? Because I mean, what else could we think, right? It's like, hey, we just knew we just existed one day, so who knows? Maybe you died one day, you woke up the next day. Like who knows? You understand what I'm saying? So hey, that could be definitely possible. See what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But if you keep it with the context for like the witnesses and the mentality and mental state and stuff like that, we talking about consciousness or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's when a person comes into existence. You know what I mean? You was at a dead state before you became conscious of who you are, type thing. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So to me, I think they're wittily putting it in that way, in that aspect. You know, as far as like the scripture wise.
Yeah.
Okay. And say, it say, and the priests are the kings of the earth unto him that loved us. Watch. Okay, so on and so forth. But like I'm saying, y'all understand when we keep reading this shit, it let y'all know that John is going to talk to all the 7 churches and all this shit. You know what I mean? Same stuff that was going on through the scriptures, where all these people was going to be taught to the Galatians, the Corinthians, and this and that, or whatever. These same 7 churches or whatever, and all this type of stuff. They're trying to get them to understand, to bear witness in their own mind that the God is within in them, and that the kingdom is in their hand, and it's not in these idols and this idol worship and all this type of stuff that they were into back then during this time, where they were saying that according to scripture that was being perpetuated by the Canaanites and all these different people that ended up becoming all the 12 tribes and all this type of stuff. You know what I mean? That technically come from Noah, where they would say Ham, Shem, and Japhet. And these things, when you look up them etymologically, are only languages. So these people are they're not even people, they're languages, first of all. And anyway, and when you get the cultures and stuff like that. So I'm just skipping on, y'all. You know what I mean? So y'all read John first and read Revelation if you want to understand what I'm saying even more under the context. I'm trying to give it to you so y'all kind of catch what that's saying. Right. So I'm just keep on going down, because I got a lot of good shit on these tabs. So I could probably run through them real quick. I'll hurry up. All right, so this is another scripture that's in Genesis 2:24. It say, therefore shall a man leave his father and his mother, and shall cleave unto his wife, and they shall be one flesh, right? Most people in general consensus, right? They say this means that you leave your mother's house, your dad's house, or whatever, then you find your wife to be with, y'all come together, y'all get married, and then y'all, and now you guys are one flesh. That's the typical understanding of it, right?
Yeah.
So now the only problem with that is when it comes to 100% understanding, we know that not every person dies and get married. Have been married before they died, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's not for everybody. So that can't be an absolute truth. We're talking about the word, so-called word of God, and
That's
100%
true.
truth. You understand?
Yep.
So that leaves a room for error for me, right? So I was like, damn, let me look into this shit and understand how it can be a 100% truth type shit. Like, what the fuck going on here? Because, you know, because my mom was telling me, hey, people, everybody don't get married, right? So the word cleave is what caught me, brother. What's your name, brother? My
AD.
bad. I know, AD, Mr. AD.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So the cleave part is what caught my attention, AD, right?
Like the cleavers.
Hell yeah. So when you think about even about a cleaver, that's separating something, right? That's splitting some shit. That's a cleaver chops something and have it breaks something up.
Cleave.
So that fucked me up in itself, right? But the understanding now, I'm not looking at to see it. I wasn't looking to see it like that when I actually looked at the word, because like I said, I take nothing for granted. You know what I mean? Because I was like, hold the fuck up. I must be missing something here. So I just followed the main word, which is cleave, the action word.
Yeah, it seems like to separate in order to cut and split and sever the tie between father and mother, and cleave and then fall onto the wife, and they shall be one flesh. There should be in parentheses though, if one so chooses. You know what I mean?
That's right. If that's what they were trying to implicate,
Yeah.
right? See now, but I'm coming from the understanding now. This is where I get the understanding about Adam and Eve being the sperm and the egg. This is what this scripture is leading to. This is how I end up figuring this out, AD.
Okay.
So I was like, hold the fuck up. So my curious mind was like, this shit not going right. You know what I mean? Let me look at this word cleave, because I know I don't know what it. I know I never looked it up, rather, right? So I was like, let me check this word out. Let me see if I got to pull it up right here. Let me go ahead and pull up cleave first. I know I got to put up one of these tabs, but I can just do it right here. So now check this out.
Somebody in the chat put the Cleveland Cleavers.
That's what they actually call. Who the fucking Cleveland?
I don't even know.
So check this out. Like you talk about a Cleve, like a Cleveland. Yeah, I feel that. So right, it says split or sever something, especially along a natural line of grain, just like as you said, right? So, but check out this other definition, AD. It's a split a molecule by breaking a particular chemical bond. Now, that's not the main one. Now we get into biology.
Yeah.
So now y'all see how these simple words can end up making you a genius in itself. You know what I mean? I don't necessarily say a scholar, because once you know, you know. You know what I mean? So, you know, a genius only mean that innate spirit in you or whatever. You know what I'm saying? What people call your God, spirit or whatever, all that shit. You see what I'm saying? Your intelligence, basically, what I'm trying to say when I say genius, not on no cocky shit. You see what I'm saying? Okay. I'm just saying I ain't smart enough to figure this shit out on my own unless I look the damn word up, is what the fuck I'm trying to say. You know what I'm saying? So in biology, okay, it says of a cell divide, okay? Now, mind you, now, AD, when I'm looking this shit up, I don't really know nothing about no sexual reproduction and all this stuff now. You know what I mean? I don't know nothing about this. I'm just following my leads, right? So I just happened to read this sentence, and I don't normally read the sentences at the bottom, and look what this sentence says. AD, can you read that?
The egg,
What it say?
The egg cleaves to form a mulberry-shaped cluster of cells.
Now, are you familiar with mulberry and the worship of mulberry seeds and all that shit?
I'm not familiar with that, but I can see what it's trying to say.
Okay, but that's one of those goddesses or whatever, right? Like you'll kind of understand that most of these women and stuff are different goddesses or whatever. All these so-called wives, from the Sarahs to the Rebeccas to all of them, there are different aspects of a goddess. Okay, whether it's from the land they were from or whatever the case, who their dad was, who their mother was, somewhere somehow it's going to trace back to some type of goddess. Okay, and this is one of the things they were using a mulberry seed to represent. Sexual reproduction and childbirth, okay, because it's familiar with it's similar in form or similitude to a mitosing, if that's the right word to say, or whatever cell when we reproducing ourselves. You know what I mean? In the sexual reproduction, which I better show a little bit. My bad, but I'll ad lib and I gotta keep going. Okay. So of a cell divide, right? So now the mulberry seed caught my attention. Okay, So I was like, okay, let me go to the mulberry seed and shit and like that or whatever. But let me just keep going though, because like I said, it led me to gametes, right?
Okay.
Gametes is a sperm and an egg. So understanding, I was trying to, I end up covering different bases in what I'm doing, so I can go to the mulberry seed and show you the sexual reproduction, how that shit look, how that matches up, right? And I can also show how when they're talking about when you think about leave a mother and a father, you would assume that by they having children, according to biblically, they were already married. So we're talking about interchangeably a husband and a wife and things like that. You know what I mean? But then you got to deal with the idea of that. Okay, every person comes from Adam and Eve. I couldn't really wrap my mind around that to believe that. You know what I mean? So I'm glad I found this. You know what I mean? To give me a more realistic understanding of what's going on, besides having to believe in Noah's son and Adam and Eve and all that shit that we all come from these people. That's why I kind of like start realizing that these people not as real as I thought, right? So when we talk about a gamete is you have a gamete and you have gametes. And it's just saying the sperm and the egg. So I'm just gonna read the definition to y'all get. This is a scientific understanding of whatever it is, the medical definition of the medical word of the word sperm, or whatever. So it's a mature hyploid, male or female germ cell, right? First of all, germ cell. So we are made up of germ cells, y'all. Don't forget it. So when they call it germs or germans, that's what they're talking about. Okay. It's which is able to unite. Keyword unite is talking about a marriage with another of the opposite sex and sexual reproduction to form a zygote, another key word. So a zygote comes along once the egg, the sperm actually hits the egg, then it becomes a zygote. Okay, just so y'all know what I'm saying. All right, so now when you get to the etymology of the word, see how I clicked at the bottom for the people that want to do what I'm doing. I just clicked on the shit that says, let me go back, click it up. So, because they hide shit, right? If you don't know to click on it, you won't know. So it says translation and translations and more definitions, right? That's when you click on that and you get more, they get etymology or even more definition that they hide that they don't want the common person, that I realize that they don't want the common person to even know. Okay. So that's why they do that shit. So when you get to the etymology of the word, this is where it gets deep. It says late 19th century, first of all. So it's 1800s, right? It says from modern Latin, gameta, from Greek, gamete, and it means what, y'all? It means wife. And they say the word gametes means husband. Okay, and it says it's from the word gamos, and it means marriage. Can't get more simple and plain than that.
Got you.
So we talking about leaving a father, and the man leaving his father. I'm saying that's a sperm leaving a man, right? And it's going to the egg, the mother, and they are joining together, and they are becoming one flesh. They're talking about you are becoming one flesh, is what they're saying. Not you being with a wife and y'all becoming one flesh in a symbolic way, even though that's symbolic, you know what I mean? But you becoming one flesh, so you are the marriage.
That's an anatomical interpretation.
Hell yes. Hell yes. You know what I mean? That's exactly what it is, my brother. That's exactly why I'm showing you this, bro, because it's deeper than life. You know what I mean? Well,
it's the egg,
don't get no deeper than life.
The egg and the sperm coming together.
Yeah, exactly, sir. And
to create,
it's gonna get deeper.
To become one.
So, that's right. That's right. So you know that scripture where it says be equally yoked and all that shit?
Oh.
Okay, now watch this. You got the word zygote, right?
I already know
remember how they said, yeah, but check it out. It's so ironic that they even tell us this. So that's what I'm saying. I'm like, damn, ain't nobody lied to nobody. We
equally
just ain't
yoked.
into it. Yes. Now, so it says zygote is a diploid cell resulting from a fusion. That's your radiation and all that stuff. That's your Big Bang and all that to me, in my mind, right? It says two haploid gametes, a fertilized ovum, okay? So now what did this etymology mean? I'm gonna give you the honor to read it, AD, since you said yoked.
Late 19th century, from Greek, zugotos, yoked, from zugon to yoke.
Okay, so now another etymological example. So when they say be equally yoked, this is what they're talking about still, brother. They're talking about the zygote aspect. You see?
Yeah.
So the shit, I'd be like, oh, whoa, wait a minute. You know what I mean? So now you got a thing called a Lyra Davidus, right? So everybody know about David and all this type of stuff, and how some people know about how he played his harp and healed Saul or whatever and all that, right? But it's an actual piece in your brain called a Lyra Davidus. Okay, just so y'all know that. So look more into a Lyra Davidus, and it's representative of Saul. Okay, so now you look at the word Lyri. Well, as a matter of fact, let me go to some images so y'all just see a few of them or whatever. Now peep this right here. I don't know if y'all can see this here. Let's see if I can make this a little bigger.
Oh, you going in?
Hell yeah, man. Look at this shit here, bro. So now y'all see what word I just came from, right? And I showed y'all it was a piece of the goddamn brain, but I'm trying to show y'all how it correlates. Like, and shout out to Sister Nepal, you know what I mean, for
Yeah.
hooking this up for me, bro. You know, that's kind of stuff. So we was things we were talking about how science correlates with the scriptures to a certain extent, right? Well, to me, to a full extent, but you know, to a certain extent, because I haven't actually looked through all of it. Once I understood it's just code, I just let the shit alone. Like, I just get it, and I, you know, but the shit just get deeper and deeper. Y'all can probably find way more things than I ever took the time to find. You okay? So with this Lyra David's deal, though, let you know you talk about the aspect of the brain, and so it's showing y'all how this shit is related. You know what I mean, to different things. So you see, you got to start David on this thing. You know what I mean? Then y'all know what's going on. So you see, it's showing you this part of your brain is even, you know, dealing with the constellations or whatever, and it's dealing with your C-shaped harp or whatnot. So that's when you're getting into almond and you know I don't know if y'all know about what I'm talking about, but in Greek mythology they got this picture of almond and it got his fucking ears looking like it's curled up horns and shit. So all this like basically representation of the same type thing. So this is the Bible scripture that they give for this aspect, you know what I mean? So now mind y'all, now I just looked at the word Lyra and shit like that and went to images and they just started showing me all this shit. So I don't hold the fuck up. You know what I'm saying? So this ain't me, right? So as a matter of fact, y'all, this shit say University like and share, hit that subscribe button. Guess what, y'all? This is my motherfucking shit right here. I used to call my channel Wisdom Seeker, y'all. And my shit is called Wisdom Show. This is my shit that was scrolling at the bottom. I don't know how the shit just popped up in the images now. They got my shit in images. Ain't that some shit? But that's my shit right here at the bottom. Ain't that something?
Oh, they took
See
it from your channel?
Obviously they did, brother. Ain't that some shit? Cause that's my shit at the bottom. It
That's
say University like a share. Hit that subscribe button and hit the bell with the secret. That's me.
Oh man,
bro, ain't that some shit? So somebody must have caught that shit. Like, hell no, I'm finna share this shit. So I put this collage together as a matter of fact, my dumb ass. I knew the shit for me, but I was like, oh the fuck up, this familiar. So I hit it. This is my collage, y'all. I created this shit. Okay. So it says, and Saul's servant said unto him, behold now, an evil spirit from God troubled thee. 23, and it came to pass when the evil spirit from God was upon Saul, that David took an harp and played with his hand. So Saul was refreshed and was well, and the evil spirit departed from him, y'all. So when we're looking at it scientifically wise, it's explaining to y'all, man, that how sounds and frequencies, they heal you. That's what they're trying to tell you in the damn story, but they ain't keeping it real. They're covering the shit up instead of giving you the signs of what's actually going on. You understand what I'm trying to say, y'all? So when they play these harps and stuff in these temples, which they were healing centers, basically they were originally designed for, and they became slave ships. You know what I mean? Which the word Navi is dealing with a church, part of a church, and a Navi means a ship. So we talk about the slave ships, we talk about the damn churches. Oh shit! But yeah, yeah, man. But this my collage, whatever. I just want to show y'all that part. All right. Damn, that's weird. That's ironic as fuck. I put on my own image. That's crazy. Okay, so it says Lyra, right? It says etymology from ancient Greek, lyra, lyre, a stringed instrument, okay, with a sounding board formed of the shell of a tortoise. All right, so when you look into certain things they tell y'all just gotta look into it and just peep game, because like I'm telling y'all, everything is an image. Everything under the sun was made into a god in one way or another, y'all. Down there, every animal you pull up, you be like a frog god or fucking grasshopper god or shit, a shell god.
Yeah.
Anything you pull up, you can find a God for it, y'all. Shit is sick. You know what I mean? So understanding that, you know, that everything you see is some kind of symbol for something. You know what I mean? Shit is deep. Okay. So now y'all see that, right? So let me just keep going with it. I got to pull it up. Okay, yeah, the same thing scripture I just read with on that. Okay. So now I'm gonna give y'all a good word, the word he. So you remember brother earlier asked me again some profound shit that most people I don't think of, but this shit's simple, right? But it's profound at the same time, right? So I'm trying to show you God's spell again. Because you know how most people assume that the female is not in the Bible, right? Because they always say he, right? So to the average person, that's okay, maybe. Yeah, you might be on to something, right?
Yeah.
Until I decided to look up the word and quit thinking I knew what he meant. Because I never looked the word up. Have you?
No.
Okay. So watch this shit, bro. This finna fuck you up, bro. You're gonna be like, hold the fuck up, man. And it's like so that you want to talk to anybody that think they know anything about the Bible or whatever, any pastor or whatever, you just want to be a smart ass, right? You just want to fuck with them, right? Just ask them what is God a man, right? You know they're arrogant, they're probably gonna say he's a man and all this shit, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And you're gonna bust their bubble with this shit because he don't have to mean just a man, bro. Check this out. So remember how I told y'all, right? Y'all got to hit on the little translations and more definition and shit. Because listen now, they ain't show this shit at first. Let me show y'all how they do it. That's why I say y'all got to hit that shit. Look, it's the only two definitions they're showing so far, right? Because they don't want y'all to see the shit I'm about to show you. So it's a used to refer to a man, boy, or male animal previously mentioned or easily identified. Okay, cool. And they say male, a man. Okay, that's typical. Okay, yeah, you know what the fuck he is. That's what it is. Why the fuck I had to look that up? Type shit, right? So now we hit more translation and definitions, right? So now y'all see these other shits that pop up now. Okay, you see some more shit. Like, hold up, why y'all didn't show this the first time? Why you hiding shit? So now watch this. It said used to refer to a man, boy, or male. Previously, we already read that one, right? So now, what this one they ain't had this one right here. Look what this shit say. This say used to refer to a person or animal of unspecified sex. It's a in modern use, right? Now chiefly replaced by he or she or they. So it lets you know that she and they came later. At first, it was only he, y'all.
Yeah, I could see that because we use the word human, whether we're talking about a male or a female. You know, no one really uses the word woman. You know, so that word man would be considered to be the general term. So I could see how he could be used. You know, nowadays to be politically correct, people put he or she.
That's right.
He/she.
Exactly.
That way there's
he/she to make the, that's the modern shit. You know what I mean? But when
back
people
then,
didn't know, like, damn, it was just he. You know, anybody could be a he, but then until people was like, what he you talking about?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? To had to develop, okay, she, you know what I mean? And then it's ironic that they put an S on it, right? Knowing the symbolic of the S and the serpent, shit like that. You see what I'm saying? So you see how that can even get deep too. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Even because they ain't doing it because all letters are symbols. So now this is the word lady, y'all. This is gonna fuck y'all up because this is gonna show that the lady is actually the Lord. You let me tell it, okay? A female is the God, right? According to the book. So listen, this word lady, y'all, the simple definition, define lady in Google. And I hit the more translation definition or whatever, we went down to the etymology, okay? So it says Old English, denoting a woman to whom homage or obedience is due, such as the wife of a lord, also specifically the Virgin Mary. What the fuck? This is just the word lady, y'all. Etymology of the simple word lady. And it says meaning loaf or Germanic base meaning need, relating to dough, compare with Lord. Why in the fuck are they telling you to compare the word lady to the word Lord? Somebody please explain that to me.
Maybe that's why they say Lordy.
Huh? And then it say in Lady Day, right? And other components where it signifies possession. It represents the Old English genitive, our ladies. So they got a thing called our ladies and shit like that. And then when you look into the word loaf, hold on, let me see what we pull up right quick with the word loaf.
It's like bread.
Heavy, man. Yes, sir. But people game, what they gonna do to you though? Watch this here.
That's why when she's pregnant, she got a bun in the oven.
There you see, now you already catching the point. So I ain't even gotta even do what I'm finna try to do, bro. You get what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Hell yes, AD. Now yes, brother. That's
She
what
got
I'm
a
trying
bun
to
in
say.
the oven.
There you go. They talking about you, right?
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? It's weird, but it's like, whoa, I get it. And
Women are
right?
some bakeries.
There you go. There you go. Hell yes. I love it, man. I love when you get it, man.
Yeah.
So now, we talk about the bread keeper and stuff like you said, because they said go to the word Lord, right? You know what I mean, or whatever. So we talk about the word Lord, the etymology of the word Lord. Just y'all see it in no cap gang. See, this is the word Lord right here. So we went down to the etymology of the word Lord, and it says Old English, holler for, I guess that's how you say that, from holler for weird or some shit, bread keeper, and it says from a Germanic origin base, and then it says sea loaf, ward, compared with lady. Okay, so then y'all know this shit is one and the same type shit, man. I just want to point this kind of stuff out to y'all.
Yeah.
Well, everybody be like, hey, man, what a woman at in the Bible and shit. Nigga, it's your Lord you talking about, motherfucker. You know what the fuck? Your brain cells, bitch. Your right brain, they tell you about. You know what I mean? The mental state of you. You know what I mean? Where you at? Boy, you in peace and harmony and good faith and you know, like what you dealing with? Or you just in the struggle of every day in your left brain, just trying to survive and just trying to, rob people to pay Paul or whatever, you know what I mean? Ain't no love and peace in you, like what you're dealing with. You're dealing with all logic, or you're mixing it in, you know what I'm saying, with some motherfucking intuition or something, or they're just a woman trait, or woman just had intuition, and man just had the logic and all that kind of crazy shit. So now you're kicking yourself from both sides, because you're supposed to bring things together to a point to where it mixed, you know what I mean? So okay, so let me keep on moving.
Someone in the chat, Charles Martinez, said patty cake.
Patty cake, baker man, huh? Roll them up, throw them in the pan. I remember that shit. My sister was saying that shit.
Right.
Hell yeah. They be playing that with the hands game. I think that's what it was. Yeah. All right. So now Isaiah 9:6. I'm just going through this shit, y'all. I don't remember half of the shit I pulled up. I'm just going through it real quick. I'm almost through with it too. I'm glad my brother being patient with me.
It's all good.
So Isaiah 9:6, right? It say, for unto us a child is born. Unto us a son is given, and the government shall be upon his shoulder, and his name shall be called Wonderful Counselor, the Mighty God, the Everlasting Father, the Prince of Peace. Now understand what really caught me about this here. And like I said, y'all, I ain't trying to kick no fucking going to goddamn church and read Bible ass shit, man. I'm just trying to kick shit that people just ain't kicking. That's all. To stand on the shit that we already know. For one, that's already out there shit, don't fuck with it like that. I'm trying to tell you why you don't have to, and I'm trying to let you know I understand what the people reading, and when they reading it, the one just kicking it to us, you understand, or kicking it to the average person, because they ain't kicking shit to me, you know what I'm saying, for the ones that don't know. I'm trying to help those not opposed of themselves, right? The book said, what it say? Who is your government? It said the government is upon your shoulder. That's your head, ladies and gentlemen.
The head is
that's
the
your government. Yes, bro.
Because that's governing the mind.
The governing the mental, which we already know that, right? So when you put two and two together, you're like, what they telling us? And then they double down, right? Because they hit you with the colon, right? You're an intelligent man, so you're on the colon and semicolon. Hey, they doubling down on what they saying. You see what I'm saying? And that's why it said, and his name, right? Remember they was talking about the name earlier, even though they calling his name ass shit. Remember they said that shit earlier? And what they calling the name, Wonderful and Counselor. You know what I mean? What does a counselor do? You see what I'm saying? Teach you, it guides you. You understand what they're trying to tell you? And then with Wonderful, that bring you into joy, the peace, the John the Baptist ass shit. You know what I mean? John mean joy and all this shit. And you know, when you get into all the etymology, you'll see how all that shit connect. You know, oh man, what the hell going on, right?
Yeah.
So it says, and then it will hit you with a comma, and then it said the mighty God. So you want to know who God is? It's telling you the God is the government that's on your shoulders, right? And you call him the Wonderful, the Counselor, and that is the mighty God. That's what they're telling you. You know what I'm saying? So it says the everlasting Father, they hit you with more shit. The everlasting Father, the Prince of Peace. So that's what going to the wonderful part. You know what I mean? The peace part, you know? Yeah. So, man, the shit like Kai asked me writing and shit. I just want to point that one out, right?
Yeah.
So now we get to the tender mother, you know, but they go into some other little shit about tender mother and all that type of shit. Okay. But I'm going to Navi right quick, right? when I telling y'all about the church and how that's the ship and all that shit. You know what I mean? The reason why I'm saying all the stuff I'm saying, I'm trying to get y'all prepared what I'm showing y'all already, so y'all already know by me telling you. But then when I show y'all, I'm gonna be like, hold the fuck up. This nigga ain't even playing what he's saying. He ain't just talking outside his goddamn neck. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Okay. So boom, we got the Navi word I was telling y'all about, right? So we're gonna click on some images right quick, show y'all what Navi is. Look at here. Look at that now, y'all. Look at the setup of a church. This is the setup of churches, y'all. Don't this look like a ship right here already? Doesn't it look like a ship, y'all?
Ooh.
Think about it, man. That's a ship, and it's you a cross. That's a cross too, man.
Yeah, I see the cross in there.
Hell yeah, man. You know what I mean? Like
Wow.
these folks playing games with us, people. You
They
know
got-
what I mean? Once we crack the code, we got go ahead, bro.
4 nodes on the top, like the 4 gospels.
You said it, I didn't. I don't know nothing about the 4 nodes, about the 4 gospels you talking about. I don't know nothing about it.
Man.
But yeah, I take your word for it. You damn right.
Well, the one on the left has
Huh?
3, but that could be the divine trinity. There's so many things to connect, but there's definitely in most of the like big churches, there's a lot of sacred symmetry happening there, I'm sure.
That's right. hmm The
But,
whole damn thing is, my brother, and most people don't even know this stuff though. Even the ones that's up the highest ranking motherfuckers might not know this. I don't know what they say what they don't know, but I don't think a lot of them know this type of stuff. I'm sure. You know what I mean? If they did, they wouldn't be trapping us up on think. You know what I mean? Like a motherfucker got to really believe the shit for what it is to do the shit they're doing. That's what I really think. You know what I mean? If they knew better, what they say, if you know better, you would do better, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, so but I just wanted to show y'all that, right? But now for sure our definition is to show y'all how it's a ship.
Yeah.
So it lets you know the Navi is what? The central part of a church building, intending to accommodate most of the congregation. In traditional Western churches, it is rectangular, separated from the chancel by a step or rail, and from adjacent aisles or by pillars, right? So you know you got the pillars and the Masonic shit and all that, so they give you more drop, right? So the origin of the word is late 17th century from Latin navis, right? Meaning what? A ship.
Wow.
Ain't that some shit?
Yeah.
When I saw that, I was like, oh man, so that means it's a slave ship then? Because I went to thinking about the servant of Jesus, you know what I'm saying, and all that type of stuff. So I was like, oh, servant is a slave, you know what I mean? Oh, this is a slave ship. Oh, well, I be damned. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
Okay.
it's interesting because you're bringing it right back around to your first point, because a ship, when they have to dock the ship, they have to park it into a berth.
There we go. You said it, I did. I thought about saying that earlier, but I was like, yo, I'm gonna skip past that because people know about all that type of stuff already. But you said it, man. Thank you.
Yeah,
Yes,
I mean,
bro.
it's some Jordan Maxwell stuff, but yeah, like the dock is like the doctor,
Oh shit, I'm glad you said doctor.
and then you've
You know
got
what
the
I mean?
ship
Because
going into berth.
see, you know what? Let me go ahead and pull this up right quick. What since you said doctor, since before I forget, because you just said it, I didn't, and it's gonna still correlate with what we're saying, brother. Man, I appreciate this opportunity, bro. I ain't
For
lying,
sure.
bro. I might not have to never say none of this shit ever
From
again.
the
I'm
waters
referring
of
to
the
y'all.
mother, from the waters
Yes,
of the
sir.
mother. From
Check this shit out, bro. This gonna fuck you.
we can
up,
talk about water, man. It goes all in.
See, because it's all intertwined. Like I was telling you, right? It's universal synchronization, right? But then once you get the code, you know what's going on, and then you don't get tricked by the different branches I was explaining about. You see what I'm saying? So it's about like not being trapped in the branches, so you can deal with anybody and you still know where they're coming from. You understand without getting lost in their philosophies or doctrine, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when you're dealing with the word doctor, and you get to the etymology of the word doctor, it's Middle English in the senses learned person, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it says, and doctor of the church, bro, my brother.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, this is the etymology of the fucking word of doctor. Okay. So it says doctor is a teacher. Okay. It's just simply just meaning a teacher, right? To teach. A doctor means teaching. So they are in, when we say you're being indoctrinated, stuff like that. Oh yeah, we mean that shit. You know what I mean? This is what the doctor of the church. Then when you follow what the doctor of the church did, these some real shit that's going on. And this is how I learned what I learned. So I just follow the leads, right? So like, damn, okay, what the fuck is the doctor of the church? You know what I mean? Then I look into that and getting all kind of stuff. Okay, what is this? What, you know what I mean? So I be end up everywhere that I could even begin to tell you everywhere I've been.
Yo,
on my journey.
You got the chat room going crazy because this opened up a whole series of knowledge. Saibu the God pointed out how Nave is also part of naval, and we cut from the dock. You know what I mean, for the umbilical cord. Somebody brought up the birth certificate. The birth certificate, because you know every time you bring in some stuff, there has to be a certificate going on. Yeah, man.
That's right, man. Because I'm glad you said about the umbilical. I think I'm ahead of a table that opened up, and I'm glad he mentioned about the naval because all that does coincide, just like what he's saying, bro. You know what I mean? Because like you know when you talk about the naval cord, that's how you ask you to travel through here. That's what you would call your North Pole or whatever, or the you know the black hole or whatever the case. You come through your navel. You know what I mean? And you know you have a yolk when you get looking into the sexual reproduction or whatever. You have a yolk sac that's pulled up into, you know what I'm saying, the form into you who you are. So the more yolk is basically what you would call quote unquote the melanin and shit like that, or pigment, you know what I mean? So that explains the person's lighter skin or darker skin depending on how much yolk is being extracted. And you know the yolk is basically like the intermediate or in between, or what you would call plasma and all this type of stuff of your skin, period. Man, this shit just get deep. I don't want to get too deep into that part of it. I've been a winner, you know what I'm saying? So hell yeah, man, I'm glad you mentioned about the umbilical part.
Yeah,
the umbilical, when you get to the etymology of that, right? Umbilical AD is actually umbilical. And we know about the right? That's the word, stuff like that. That's the etymology, bro. I said, holy fuck, man. You know what I mean? I tried to look up the word biblical. If I'm not mistaken, I tried to look up the word biblical and it wouldn't give it to me. Or it's the other way around. I tried to look up the word biblical and it gave me biblical. I think it was, I tried to look up biblical and it kept giving me the word biblical, you know what I mean? Or vice versa. So I was like, oh, one of these ain't even a word. So so it lets me know that I was on the right track in my path, on my path. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, you know, they let me know how things going together. So I'm gonna keep running through this shit right quick.
We gotta do this again too when Priest is here, because I know Priest would definitely have a lot of input on what, because he loves etymology. You know what I mean? So right now he's with the family and everything. But yo, this was great, man. You really went in. I know this can go on and on. Like it's really good stuff. It's really interesting.
If you allow me, but like maybe like just 4 more minutes.
For sure. You got something else?
I want to kind of I want to all this stuff I was talking about. I want to just kind of show people so they can go to it. You know what I mean? And so the only thing I'm just talking about. Okay.
Yeah. No problem.
Let me run through it real quick. All right, so let me just keep going through it, y'all. I know ad libs. So now this word histogenesis, just dealing with the sexual reproduction and all that shit. You know what I mean? And hence the word Genesis in it. You know what I mean? So just let y'all know that hey, we on to something. So just look up histogenesis. All right, see what that's all about.
Yeah.
Then you got Ammonites. You know how they mention the Ammonites and the stuff like that in the Bible and all that. You know what I mean? So it lets you know that this basically the stuff they was into. Just like your Fibonacci secret. Fibonacci sequence and all that type of stuff, you know what I mean, and your fives and all that shit, right?
Golden ratio.
So let you know that there you go. Glad you said that. Exactly, the golden ratio, you know what I mean, stuff like that, you know what I mean. So then you got the egg of life, you know what I mean, and the egg of life is also dealing with the sexual reproduction. That when you got the flower of life, all that type of stuff, flower of life, the tree of life, you know what I mean, egg of life, you know what I mean, seed of life. You know what I mean, or whatever. You know what I mean? So all that goes into what you would call the flower life. When it starts from what you would call the Vesica Pisces or whatever, and then you keep on implementing these Vesica Pisces, and then you will get what you would call the flower of life. And basically, they're saying our universe is basically made like this, basically. You know what I mean? So when you see down to a point or whatever, it's basically like a curvature point or whatever, where it starts converge or whatever. And, you know, you got a converge in the front, a converge in the back, you know what I mean? Converges everywhere. So basically it's just like the flower life, basically. Okay. All right. So now let's go to synagogue. I pulled up synagogue to show y'all that synagogue in the etymology is basically when you say the word sin, S-Y-N, you're talking about son, okay? So say Middle English, via Old French, late Greek or whatever, and it says son agog, okay? It means meeting together or bring together, all right? So they're talking about the sun. We know that everybody worshiping the sun and shit, so don't get lost in this shit. You know what I mean? We know that it's for right now it's for paganism, whatever the case, but we know the benefits of the sun and everything, all the things that it does to help us and all the frequencies and all that type of stuff. So basically it's not to be worshipped, but it's good to know what it's all about, basically. Say it like that. You know what I mean? So don't be a sun worshiper, right? So now with the word Christian, I was telling y'all about how it ended up being how me and brother was talking about the iodine and all that type of stuff, and how I was saying that the word is Christian, right? So now we did it with the word Cretan, is word Cretan, and it means a stupid, vulgar, or insensitive person. Okay. Now, when you go down to right here, it said, did you know, this is in a Merriam dictionary, y'all can see, but it said, did you know chronic iodine deficiencies in diet can result in malfunctions of the thyroid gland, and the gland that produces hormones necessary for normal human development. Some mountainous regions, such as parts of the Alps, right, do not naturally provide their inhabitants with the diet rich in with a diet rich enough in iodine. So you get to who are living in the Alps and all that type of shit. You'll probably see what kind of people you got and be like, go figure, right?
Yeah.
So it said you got to have enough iodine, and the resultant hypothyroidism causes stunted growth and mental retardation, right? It says in Franco-Provençal, the Romance speech of French Switzerland and adjacent areas of France, a person affected by hypothyroidism was called a Cretan, right? And it says literally wrench, right? A wrench like me, say wrench like me, stop saying that shit, right? And then it says an innocent victim, okay? Hey man, you're being an innocent fucking victim. And it said the word meant simply what? Christian. What the fuck? Right? And it say and emphasize the hyperthyroid victims' basic humanity. Okay, so this is how you call you mentally retarded. Okay, cool. I went show you that. So now we talk about we talk about the pyramids and shit. Like I said, everything is inside, and then they try to express it on the outside. So you have a thing called pyramidal discussion, right? And it's a cross section, and they're showing you that just what this is. So you got two pyramids down here at the bottom, right? That's a pyramid. See how I say pyramid? So it lets you know this type of stuff is in your actual brain. So you see how you got the X, you got the cross, you know what I mean? So on and so forth with that. Okay, cool. Okay, now we got a thing called optic chiasm. Okay, then you have another thing called chiasmic writing, and that's basically how most of these literatures are written in, where things continually repeats itself, starting from the top. It starts from the top to the bottom, and then from the bottom to the top, and repeats itself. But that's just a sidebar. But this optic chiasm dealing with your eyes and everything, because like I was saying, everything dealing with your photons and all that type of stuff, everything comes to visualization. You know what I mean? That's what makes it real, by you being able to deal with it through the senses aspect. We know senses is not something that's tangible or whatever. It's sensations, so hence senses or whatever. So that's why how you experience life. Okay, so cool. So now you know you got this X, this ultimate chiasm that's in the middle of your brain. So that's another X that's representing X. Okay, cool. So I just want y'all to see that part. So when you get to the word chiasma, right? So dealing with the word chiasma, you go into it or whatever, it's telling you it's an X-shaped structure and all that shit, which we just seen. And then dealing in biology, we talk about paired chromosomes. Ain't that some shit? We talk about paired chromosomes and all that, and the thing that makes the X, basically. But the etymology of the word is from mid-19th century, modern Latin, from Greek chiasma, cross piece, right? We talk about the cross. It's a cross-shaped mark. Then it says mark with the letter chi. Okay, so now when you go into what the mark of the letter chi is, you know what I mean? It'll give you basically you're coming up to this Chi Rio deal aspect. All right. So you get the Chi letter and all that type of stuff. Then when you get to the Chi letter, then you just go, my bad. Then you go into the etymology, not etymology, this shit etymology, but you go into what the Chi shit is, and just make a long story short, scroll on down. But most of y'all familiar with this symbol anyway. Understanding they're dealing with religion, but I want y'all to see they're dealing with Christ or whatever, right? So dealing with the sun, right? They let you know it's dealing with the sun, it's dealing with Christ, right? All that shit. So let you know that Christ is in you, it's in your mind. You know what I mean? It's your consciousness. You know, that's basically what I'm trying to tell y'all. You know what I mean? Like in Revelation, when they say the spirit of prophecy and all that, you know what I mean? That's what Jesus is. When we say the government upon your shoulders, you know what I mean? Governing your own mental, all that stuff. You know what I mean? The kingdom is within, being a witness of it. You know what I mean? All these types of things I'm gonna try to let y'all know so don't get lost in the shit that they're trying to kick to us. You know what I mean? Trying to just bring it back home so y'all won't get lost in everything I'm saying, right? So then we don't know they're dealing with the crucifixion, but there's a lot of shit you're gonna learn just by dealing with that symbol, okay? So then you got the last thing. Well, yeah, I already showed you the doctor. But yeah, man, that's it right there, man. I fold off, I fall off right there.
You went in, man. That was great. But
Yeah,
I think we got Priest
you,
back in the building over here. Priest, you there?
Yeah.
Peace. What's going on?
Oh, yeah. Oh, damn. I didn't even know I was on.
Yeah.
I was asleep.
Hey, it's all
What up,
good.
everybody, man?
Sleep, man. Tired. You say you were drunk, man. We're not drunk, but feeling good, goddamn.
Drunk with the spirit, man. Yo, I want to say shout out to everybody that's out there, everybody who's listening, and everybody who's tuned in. This is some magical stuff, man. Where
man. I appreciate y'all for real.
all great minds can come together and just build. And even if we disagree, it's still such an interesting build that, you know, at the end of the day, we all going to agree anyway.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what's hard for AD to reach an agreement. Right, AD?
What happened?
I was just joking. I said that's what's so hard for you to reach an agreement. I was just joking.
Oh, for sure.
I was talking about you and Mojito.
Oh yeah. Yeah, he's a crazy cat, man. We were just talking about cats earlier too.
Healers.
Yeah.
What's the matter? Cat got your tongue?
Hey. But yeah, man, he went
in.
in.
Should we just chilling? I'm gonna go ahead and pull this up while we just still chilling. Shit, fuck it. Go ahead.
Yeah, that was cool. How's the party over there, Priest?
It's good, man. It slowed down a little bit, but it's picking back up.
Man, I know what it's like, man, having family in the house.
Great.
That's cool.
All right, I'm gonna hit you up later. I'm listening.
Yeah, I appreciate you, Priest, man. I really appreciate you, man. You know what I mean? I'm a man trying to go ahead and get to his family and stuff too. And I'm gonna go ahead and goddamn finish packing up myself. I said enough for the goddamn ages. You know what I mean? For real. Shit don't stop.
It was great.
I really appreciate y'all, man.
You can still build. I'm not gonna say anything. I'll just tune in. All right.
Yeah, you have any questions or anything for me? AD would let me know he was pretty much ready to go ahead.
Yeah, I'm ready to be out.
I told him we'll do it again one time.
Yeah.
He was going in on the etymology, and I know you like that.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Hey, I appreciate y'all, man. Shout out to the chat. You know what I mean? Everybody, I'm gonna go back and check out what y'all was saying, man, and get a bone or two from y'all too, man. See how everything is related. It's related. You know what I mean? So, like the goal, man, is to teach people. My goal, ultimate goal, is to teach people how not to oppose themselves, man. You know what I mean? That's the ultimate goal. That everything that you see is a reflection of yourself, no matter how small or mundane you think it is. You know what I mean? And that you got to like really live consciously. You know what I mean? Like seriously, like we pass up opportunities and things all the time to enlighten somebody, even if it's a hey, how you doing? Open up a door, like small shit, man. You might have $5 in your pocket. You might got an extra tip or something. You're like, you know what? I'm gonna pay for this little $3 shit that's in front of me. Hey, let me buy that for the $3, $5 or whatever. You know what I mean? Like small things like that, y'all never know how far that go. Because the person could have been just praying, saying, hey man, I don't know how I'm finna make ends meet or whatever. I did my last $5 or last $3, then you come out of nowhere playing the role of what you would call an angel, unaware. You know what I mean? I'm telling you, you know what I mean? So you give people, and when you give out that good energy, people they pass it on to somebody else. And that's when I do things like that, I just tell them, hey man, just pass it down to somebody else. They do the same thing I did to you to somebody else. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And you know, yeah, man, I could talk to y'all forever, man. You know what I'm saying? So
hey, it was a great build, man. This was awesome. For sure. We'll do it again when Priest is back in the studio.
Yes, sir. You know, y'all make sure y'all go check me out. Like I say, man, y'all get the subscribes up for me if
Yep.
y'all can. You know what I mean? If y'all are willing to, y'all, feeling what I was saying, because like the motivation to be seeing that people waiting. You know what I mean? Because people don't subscribe for no reason. So when I see y'all out there, I'm like, okay, they waiting. You know what I mean? Come on, get them something.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? And I appreciate this opportunity, man. Yeah, y'all just holler at me. I'm gonna lock y'all in. You know what I mean? For real.
For sure. Yeah, we got the link.
Have a happy holiday too, bro. Yeah,
Hey, you too.
Happy holiday to you too, Killah, and your partner that was on here with you, man, and all y'all. You know what I mean? Y'all already know we won't do no Thanksgiving and all that. Y'all know it's all about hanging out with your people, having a good time, man. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
And I'm damn sure enjoy myself with mine. You know what I mean? But like I said, man, my gratitude so strong, it's hard for me to stop talking. You know what I'm saying? But gratitude, man.
Hey, nice to meet you. Wisdom Show. Link to his YouTube is in the description. Y'all better subscribe tonight. Awesome.
I love.
Thanks so much. Man, how y'all like that? Woo! You never know what's gonna happen on the show. Man, I never know what's gonna happen on the show. For real, man. We just go with the flow. The whole thing is a freestyle. Y'all get to see it raw right here. You know what I'm saying? So that's cool. Shout out to everybody. Great guests. These two guests went well together. You know what I mean? Talking about God, talking about quantum physics, and then we went to the etymology. That was great. So, it just kind of happened like that. Priest and I speak before the show starts. Who's going to be the guest? We kind of just threw it together, and it just so happened to work out so that the topics were somewhat similar. So that was great. I want to give a shout out to the super chats out there. We really appreciate y'all. Shout out to R2 Boyer D. He was very active in the chat room tonight. Shout out to R2. He also gave $49.99 with the fireworks. Yo, thank you, R2 Boyer D. I know Priest appreciates that too. He's watching. So, yo, you the man for that. The super chats are really appreciated. So we want to make sure we acknowledge you with that $49.99. Absolutely. Ceaseless One, back again. $9.99. Yo, shout out to you. I know Priest appreciates that too. You know what I'm saying? He just helping keeping things moving. We're updating camera equipment. We're upgrading things. You might notice the quality of the show is improving slowly, little by little. We're making fine tuning everywhere. You know what I'm saying? So yo, shout out to you for that. We're gonna get right to the song promotions. Let go.
Song promotions.
Yeah. We only got one song promotion today, yo. And that's all right. Ain't nothing wrong with that. None other than DJ Aurora Borealis. Coming at you right now. Let's go. From the holy city of New York. This track is called... Hold on, I just messed it up. This track is called Science Part 2. Let's go. Here we go. I'm about to play it right now. I'm going to leave the Zoom open just in case Priest pops in. So, Priest, if you're listening, you're welcome to come back on at any time. Here we go. Let me get set up. Pardon the mess. Hey. That snare is solid.
Hey yo, they knelt me to the cross. Both arms, both palms, both feet. Blessed be the humble meek who seek him, righteous who seek peace, who don't eat. Spat in my face, struck me with their fists. Smote me after my trial, before my crucifixion. Mocked me, laughed at me, caught me out of my name, canonical gospel. Do you feel the passion of the Christ? Part 2, beatitude. Punch Pilate, my palate. I was left speechless, preachless, abandoned by my own disciples who knelt beside me in the temple for sure. Till the hour the rooster crowed 3 times. I was denied each line, each rhyme for my prophetic roll, saying he yearned blindfold, beating a dawn long road, crown the thorn with a staff as a scepter, receptor. No doctor around, but I couldn't break the law of nature. Had to fulfill the earth cry, earthquake, shake. testify. Volcanic eruptions, the Eagles, Hawks, Falcons. Praise sword all over New York, Hell's Kitchen. A dark cloud formed in the sky, Brooklyn. Verrazano, narrow, I seen the devil. With a pitchfork pierced to the side of my chest cavity. Gravity pulled out, water, blood, and top of the mud. Passion of the Christ, part 2. 5 holy rooms representing each borough. 3K, Manhattan, Bronx, Staten Island, Queen, Palms adjacent to my wrist, aligned to my arms. Vertical beam, incredulity, autonomous 360-degree circular, 1,000 mile per hour rotating rhombus. They free the thieves, accused murderers in the homicide unit, including Barabbas, Abba, Father, Eli, Lamar, Sabacta. Now I'm running out of breath. Everything is getting blurry. My physical is metamorphing into the metaphysical. New body, quantum, mechanical, cool as a planet's poles. Refurbished, set of bronchioles, papyrus portfolios. When I speak, it reach the four corners of this whirlwind. Since birth, I've been getting chased, harassed by the Roman soldiers, police gripping my shoulders, talking bird time capsule. Supposedly they see my worth. The purge fits, swam, and elliptical cycle.
All right. I mean, you know what? I gotta give you props for improvement on the mix itself. Do you know what I mean? I can hear the snare solid. I can hear your voice solid. You got some distortion issues. The gain's kind of up all the way. I shouldn't see a bar all the way through because I can tell it's maxed out. We want to see more waveform dynamics happening, but that's in the master mix. But yo, by comparison, I just got to give you props because your mixes are getting better. You just got to work on the mastering now. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's better to like have your final mix be at a lower volume and then pull that into your mastering. If you don't have mastering, go to Wavelab. Use Wavelab. There's a lot of mastering options you can do online nowadays. We're living in a time where things are getting way easier. So, yeah, that's that as far as that. But yeah, that was good, man. As far as your improvement with your mixes and everything, you got skills as a rapper. I mean, if you can hire an engineer, I think that's kind of what you're gonna need. And then the beat itself, you kind of want to have some parts where it breaks off. Maybe have the choir stop for a minute and everything. But don't forget, I also didn't forget about your other track. I know you sent me the stem files to work on your other track. I'm gonna work on that, and yeah, we'll make that dope. I just need more time because you know it's like holiday season right now and everything. So maybe this weekend I can get to that. But yeah, man, let me double check the submissions. That's it for today. So let's put the song promo link up there. If you guys want to submit your track for the next song promo segment, which will be on Monday, that's the link. You have all the way until Monday to submit your tracks and everything. So, oh, Aurora says the distortion is on purpose. Okay, I understand you going for the effect of distortion, but yeah, we'll talk about that. You don't want to max it out. Do you know what I'm saying? Only because you'll have problems with publishing to a digital distribution company and everything. But yeah, I get it. I understand the effect of the distortion. Okay, so that concludes the song promotion segment. Thank you to all that joined and everything. Shout out to Coach Kandaka. We appreciate you. Shout out to everybody out there. Saibu to God. I see you. Underland Fortress. Y'all were great. Shout out to R2 Boyer D2 once again. Appreciate y'all. Yeah, it's gonna be great. I had a lot of good times ahead and everything. You know what I mean? This was just kind of like the show before the holiday type show, but we'll see what's up as we get on to the new year, 2023. You know what I'm saying? Let's see. What are we gonna end the show with tonight? Killah Priest track. Probably something from Mr. Universe. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, man. Thanks for y'all who rocked with us all the way through. I know this was a late show today, but a lot of stuff going on. We'll end with Transmutation by Killah Priest. Thank y'all again. See y'all on Monday. Have a safe holiday. You know what I'm saying? Don't drink and drive. Be careful out there. Enjoy your meals. And yeah, we'll see y'all on Monday. All right. Peace.
This is like Mad Minds and Supreme Alphabets. I'm the Akashic Arcades, alchemist, architect, marvelous artist with ancient texts. Alexandria's army, angelic Viking helmet, psychedelic, the night, hellish night, sitting between the righteous elders. Like I only have one life in Zelda. I'm the Machiavellian monks amongst the macabre merry-go-round. Robot named Marvin, Microsoft cyber cipher sounds, chakra channeler. Watch you change colors. I'm television Tron, the esoteric electricianist. I'm here to tune up your third eye. The caduceus handler, the frankincense and murga. The loops I'm programming, the Grand Chief Walter Bird Sky. Demigods had kindreds on Mars, descended from the stars into a nematon. As a hexagon fit into a pentagon. Recite heavy mental songs in the temple of crystal and bronze. From the tip of Babylon, I picked the Garacon, the foamy top officinalis mushrooms. We cut and consume with the natives that wore tattoos, and the bushmen from huts that touched and in tune with the dust. They wore tusk, ate only nuts and fruits that's heirloom. These tribes only took from the elephant if it died and used it for medicine to survive. The elements are alive, melanin starts to vibe. I meditate in the grove of lotus cloves. It's off an 8-directional road inside of a coven, sometimes called cosmic. I'm conscious Corey, Quartz or Larry Oldman. In my past life, I was known as the powerful prophet, the oracle, oldest ocean. I have spiritually spoken.